This secret we're fighting, we're hurting. Don't be afraid. This secret we're bold, shining in the dark. When opposite worlds collide, we know there's nothing but space between us. We will crash under the burning sky. Only when opposite worlds collide. Cut the tightrope we walk on. Watched us falling for so long. We both know it's not too late. Without you, there's no other way. This secret we're fighting, we're hurting. Don't be afraid. This secret we're bold, shining in the dark. When opposite worlds collide, we know there's nothing but space between us. We will crash under the burning sky. Only when opposite worlds collide. This secret we're fighting, we're hurting. Don't be afraid. This secret we're gold, shining in the dark. When opposite worlds collide, we know there's nothing but space between us. We will crash under the burning sky. Only when opposite worlds collide. When opposite worlds collide, we know there's nothing but space between us. We will crash under the burning sky. Only when opposite worlds collide.
You give me a fever and make a believer out of me. I was just a dreamer, but dreams are now my reality. I'm feeling, I'm bleeding, I'm needing for all eternity. My soul is on fire, this burning desire's heavenly. Then you're moving closer, breath upon my shoulder. Boy, I wanna hold ya. Heart is beating double time. I can't wait to make you mine. I just wanna know ya. I tremble when you call my name. The feeling driving me insane. I just can't get you off my brain. You play me like a melody. The sweetest sound is symphony. It's slowly taking over me. I feel the bassline dripping down my spine. I feel it getting closer. Don't want this to be over. And when the beat drops and my body rocks, I feel it getting closer. Whoa. I'm reading every sign. I'm losing track of time. I feel it getting closer. Don't want this to be over. And when the beat drops and my body rocks, I feel it getting closer. Whoa. You reach me and teach me so easy, it's everything I need. Believing and needing this feeling is taking over me. I'm falling and calling this morning is something I won't heed. Cry louder and louder, I found you, now you're all I can see. Then you're moving closer, breath upon my shoulder. Boy, I wanna hold ya. Heart is beating double time. I can't wait to make you mine. I just wanna know ya. I tremble when you call my name. The feeling driving me insane. I just can't get you off my brain. You play me like a melody. The sweetest sound
It's the Autumn Championship, the final opportunity to get that seeding boost going into the World Championship. And because it's 1v1s, it's going to be so much more important to get that seeding boost. We've got an exciting lineup of players today in the South American region. And let's be frank, nobody really knows who's going to win today, which is always a fun time. And we've got plenty of players to talk about. Let's kick it off. Sparky, how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling really good about today. I'm coming fresh off triple perfect picks coming out from yesterday. Some people say that I just know South America better than the average bear,
You do.
even though I am a North American player. So I'm feeling good going into this one, feeling very confident. You'll see that reflected in my picks as well based off of some of the results that we saw yesterday. So I'm really excited to see how this one is going to play out. We've already had some interesting things happening in this bracket that we will eventually get to here in the pre-show. But just to give you a rundown in case you missed the pre-show yesterday, first of all, what were you doing? Second of all, we are going to talk about some players that we're not necessarily used to seeing. We're trying to get some more information out to you, the viewer, on some of these other players rather than just, hey, let's talk about Fiend totally for the 100th time or a Power Ranger for the 100th time. You know those stats. You've seen those stats. You're going to see those stats throughout the day. We're going to talk about them throughout the day. So the people we talk about actually on this pre-show are just to give you some more information about this region as a whole rather than what our predictions are. And then when we get to the end, that's when the predictions will come out. So Duke, take us away.
I'm dying because literally you know the run of show and you know that the first person we're talking about is gonna be Fiend.
Yeah, Fiend came into my brain and then I realized, oh man, I kind of messed that one up. But there's a reason. There's a reason we're talking about Fiend.
There is a big reason, and it's kind of an interesting one, right? So, of course, longtime viewers, you all know, you all maybe likely love Fiend because he's been a longtime competitor in the South American region, and he's been the favorite for a very long time, but that's not really the case recently. I mean, even looking into yesterday, had a really rough run in 2v2s, and let's go ahead and we'll cut the cord. He's in loser's bracket already. He lost in pools and now has to make an insane loser's bracket run. So it's gonna be a tough day for Fiend. He's just like from an optics perspective, hasn't been on his A game. It's just kind of feeling like something's thrown him off lately and he's just been struggling.
I would counter that a little bit looking back into his recent tournament placements. This entire year, 37 tournaments, that is including community and official tournaments, he has been top 8 in literally every single tournament that he's entered this year that he didn't like DQ out of has been a top 8 placement. Most of them have been top 6 or even top 4. But then if you look at specifically his official tournament placements, 3rd in summers, 2nd in springs, and then 3rd all the way back in winters. So he definitely has had very solid placements this year. That's why he's coming in at such a high PR currently. He's coming in at PR2 in this. I can't remember exactly which seed he was.
He's the second seed for the tournament.
He's second seed? Okay, yeah, exactly. So he's still coming into this very highly rated by virtually every single metric out there, and that makes this upset even more shocking. He lost to No Henry in pools. That was a 2-1, so went all the way to game 3, and that is when Fiend lost that final game. Now, he is by far the highest earner in Brazil, but let's look at No Henry for a second. PR 30, and he was able to take out Fiend. That is a huge discrepancy, and that's not necessarily the most surprising, but only because of the context that we got from yesterday. We had several players in that like PR 30 range, PR 40 range that were coming out and taking out players. No Henry was one of them, making it into, I believe, the top 8. The other ones were like Maxi, and I can't remember Maxi's partner, so forgive me for that one. But it's only because of that context yesterday that this is a little bit less shocking, but this weekend as a whole in this region is extremely shocking with some of these upsets.
Yeah, there's definitely been a lot of upsets in the 2v2s. Then, of course, we're starting to see those upsets already in the 1v1s. And it's worth mentioning, like, since Fiend went into the lower bracket coming in as the second seed of the tournament, it has not been a free run. He's already in his second set of the lower bracket. The last one went to Game 3 against Selen, who we saw do very well yesterday in the 2v2s.
Yep.
Right now, he's playing against Junior Moraes, and it's tied 1-1. Like, things are not free for Fiend. He's not going to have a free run to that top 8, and that is going to make it a little bit tenuous for a lot of the people who are rooting for Fiend, who are, he's got a lot of fans from a lot of people that are outside of the South American region, and of course, there's a lot of people rooting for him to do well.
Now, I'm glad you bring up Junior Moraes. I want to look at that for just a moment. Specifically looking at Junior Moraes' PR number 21 in the region. So Fiend is going down in pools, and then all of a sudden, like right away, has to face PR 21, a top 25 player in the region super early in the tournament. So yeah, you're exactly right. Even beyond just looking at, some of these games are going to Game 3, even beyond that, looking at the caliber of player that you have to face so early on in bracket when you go down onto the loser side, it's absolutely brutal. That run is going to be extremely difficult for Fiend.
Yep, and we'll see how well he can do. Of course, coming in as the second seed, the expectations are high, but it's looking rough seeing him in the losers bracket already. Anything else you want to mention about Fiend before we talk about some other people?
That's all I got about Fiend.
All right. Next up on our list of people to talk about, we're going to talk about the 4th seed of the tournament. We're going to talk about Kaina Ackerman. Kaina, who did very well yesterday in the 2v2s, of course, did very well in the Summer Championship as well. What are some things you want to say about Kaina?
Kind of coming into this, you mentioned the seed PR6 as well. Could be a possible boost from today, depending on where Kaina ends up finishing. Could be coming out with the Bodvar today. It's going to be one of Kaina's highest leveled legends. Definitely played double Bodvar yesterday amongst some of the other characters. Only dropped 1 game so far today, but it was to Lux, a recognizable player name. In fact, you and I talked about Lux alongside Kaio Belina yesterday on the pre-show. So that's not necessarily the worst thing in the world. What is going to be worrisome for the Kaina fans out there is the winners quarterfinals. Kaina is going to have to go up against Lopez. Lopez coming off of a 3-0 victory against Bruxo. So that's just going to be a top 8 qualifier match. That is not in a top 6 spot. That is not a winners final spot. That is just to get into the top 8. That's going to be a rough one. I don't know if Kaina can pull that out. It's going to be very tough.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting set to watch for sure. Of course, Kaina is the higher seed in this specific tournament based on recency, right? Getting that second place in the Summer Championship puts Kaina above Lopez. But in terms of legacy, I think there's a lot of weight towards Lopez. So it'll be interesting to see how well that ends up shaking out, if Kaina's maybe just kind of on their A game today, or if Lopez is just ready to win that one. Of course, Lopez did very well in the 2v2s, but it's a different space. It's 1v1s versus 2v2s. You know how it is.
And that is one thing you mentioned, is that Kaina being the higher seed, that's going to come off the recency of like Summer Championships that just happened recently, about a month and a half ago. In the 1v1s, Kaina did place better than Lopez. Lopez came in at 5th, which is a little bit rough based on some of the potential that we've seen from Lopez coming out of this. Part of that is because Lopez was taken out by Power Ranger and then West, the people who were like top 2 in that tournament. So that's going to give Kaina a nice little boost there in terms of seed, but unfortunately, Kaina is going to have to run into Lopez here. Definitely going to be a very tough one. Let's see. In terms of Summer Championships, Kaina has definitely placed higher than we've seen him place in the past, but when he ran up into Power Ranger, he got totally 6-0'd. Completely shut down. And that's like when the player kind of down here makes it into the caliber of player up here, and there's definitely an adjustment period of you're reaching the next echelon of players, the next subset of players where everybody is like always on.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how well Kaina does, especially because just looking at their general placements, right? This has been an upward trend for Kaina. I mean,
Definitely.
going back into last year, there's top 16, got a top 32. They weren't even PR'd for the World Championship last year, and then this year they got the 7th at the Spring Championship. They got 2nd at Summer Championship. Things are looking good. There's a real possibility. I mean, I think it's very likely that Kaina is going to PR for the World Championship this year, but still, it'll be interesting to see if they can continue this upward trend or at least maintain the 2nd place spot, or if it's going to be like a one and done kind of thing. That's what I'm a little bit curious to see. What are some characters that we might see come out from Kaina?
I'm specifically looking at the Bodvar for the kind of pick, going to be one of the highest leveled legends coming out from kind of. Could also be based on summer championship picks. Could be the Koji coming out. Could also be the Cassidy. And, the Bodvar pick. I think we might have even seen a Zol from
I think I have a Fate written down as well.
Okay, a Fate, yeah. So kind of a wide character pool, but I'm expecting at least the Bodvar right out of the gate based on what we saw yesterday, based on being one of Kina's highest ranked legends. But going back one step, back to where you were talking about placements, in terms of placements and that upward trend of things, the last top, let's see, how many tournaments was it? I believe it was 8 tournaments since April. Kinda has top 8'd every single 1v1 tournament entered except one. That means 7 out of those 8. And in that one that he didn't top 8, it was 9th place. So it was right there. Then if you look deeper, 4 of those were even top 4, and 2 of those tournaments were top 2. So that upward trend is certainly going up, and it's staying up. And I'm hoping that'll continue into today. So we'll see. One of the first sets I believe we're going to be watching on the stream is going to be Kinda Ackerman versus you. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, that'll be a good one. And just to clarify, those matches, those tournaments that you're talking about, those were community tournaments like Estasal and things like that?
Yes.
Okay.
Coliseums and all of those.
Okay, cool. All right, anything else you want to mention about Kinda before we move on?
That's all I got on Kinda.
Okay, coming up next, let's talk about the 6th seed of the tournament. DB coming in, has only played 15 ranked games this season, has an 87% win rate though, 13-2 this season in terms of ranked matches. What are some things people need to know about DB?
They need to know that 13-2 is not a bad ratio at all, especially since it's the beginning of the season. So the Diamond players are now pushed down to Platinum. So if you're in Platinum and you're starting out in Platinum, you're going to be running into some of the best players in the entire game. DB has not dropped a game today. Coming in PR7 here, has locked in and reported the Fate for almost every set that DB has played today. Congratulations, DB, for reporting your characters. I really do appreciate that. Good man right there. But also, if you're looking back at Summers, Bodvar, Wu Shang, Zol, Lin Fei, a little bit of an interesting character pool there, but it seems like DB has landed, at least so far today, on the Fate, which I'm looking forward to. I never like to see a player shopping around with a bunch of characters. Certainly some have the skills to, definitely. I'm looking at Kyler Alice from Australia, who swapped characters literally every single game and then won the tournament for a total of 19 different characters. It's certainly possible, but by and large, I'm never really a big fan of that, especially if there's no like lowest common denominator, like it's all canon legends or it's all sword legends, so on and so forth.
Yeah, that's one thing that getting prepared for today, I noticed South America does a lot. I even noticed it yesterday in 2v2s, but when looking into the 1v1s of things, like South America, a lot of the players like to swap on loss. They just, whenever they lose with a character, that character is dead to them, and they're going to switch to something else. It's worth mentioning for specifically DB, he's got the Fate as his most played legend, also has an Asuri, Bodvar, and Bryn in terms of like top 4 most played. In terms of this year's competitive legends he's played, Bodvar, Wushang, we mentioned the Fate, Volkov, Onyx, Bryn, Sentinel. He's got a relatively large character pool, and the common denominator with a lot of these is actually the meta. He tends to shift towards what the meta is. Did well in the Jaeyun meta, did well in the Gauntlet meta, is doing relatively well in the current meta as well, but that's what it comes down to, is what is going to work in the meta.
So if we're looking at recent tournament placements coming out from DB, just 2 days ago, actually, October 8th, Coliseum number 9 came out in 4th place. And let's be real, the big boys were certainly in that tournament. This wasn't just DB showing up, big man on campus, and squashing a bunch of maybe relatively new players or platinum players or anything like that. So definitely big congratulations for that. We'll see if that extends into today.
Yeah, and in terms of PR tournaments, has been having a little bit of a rough show towards the later end of 2021. Of course, got the 7th in Summer Championship, 7th in Spring, a 5th in Winter Championship, a 3rd at the World Championship, 3rd at Mammoth Cup, and a 5th at last year's Autumn Championship. So pretty reasonable top 8 placement expectation to come out for DB.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to what DB has today if we're going to see that character pick. One thing he does have to worry about is looking at the bracket right now. First, he has to run through Page, a definitely recognizable name. We all know Page. If DB wins that, he's going to go into the winners quarterfinals, and kind of in a similar context of Kina versus Lopez in the winners quarters, it's likely going to be DB versus Wes if Wes is able to take out Balthazar. If Wes loses, then DB has to fight the guy who took out Wes. So either way, it's definitely not going to be an easy winners quarterfinals, and even winners round 1 in top 32 for DB is not going to necessarily be an easy one either. So, man, the killers are out today.
Yeah, very real possibility of the TKs coming out today. Knocking out your teammates, putting them down into the lower bracket would be unfortunate, but it's just a product of the beast. Anything else you want to say about DB before we go on to the next one?
That's all I got on DB.
All right, coming up next, let's talk about the 5th seed of the tournament, Lopez. Currently sitting at 9 ranked games played this season, has a 78% win rate, going 7-2. What do people need to know?
That's also a pretty good ratio. Not quite as good as 13-2, but if we're talking about ratios, Lopez coming in at PR3 for this has one of the best top 32 to top 8 ratios in the region. That means 18 top 32s, 16 of those 18 top 32s turn into top 8s. So that's incredibly strong compared to a lot of the other players that have definitely become household names, have been taking a lot of golds, a lot of silvers, so on and so forth, the highest earners in the region, everything like that. But also with Lopez, he does have the 3rd most medals in all of South America, but it's by far way behind Wes and Fiend. You know they're coming out with the medals in 1v1s. Huge number of those. He has reported Hattori today as the only character he's reported so far, so I don't know if anything has changed since then. We'll be able to see that once we get into that winners quarterfinals set with Lopez.
Okay. Talking about some of the previous PR tournament placements, he got the 5th in Summer Championship, 3rd in Spring Championship, 2nd in Winter Championship, 2nd at the World Championship. He DQ'd out of the Mammoth Invitational and then got 3rd at the Autumn Championship. Or sorry, Mammoth Cup, not Mammoth Invitational, and then 3rd at the Autumn Championship. So generally pretty good placements coming out from Lopez overall.
And in terms of today, his trip through the bracket specifically today, already in winner's corners, mentioned that. Hasn't lost a game, mentioned that. But he already took out recognizable names. I'm looking at Caio Bolina and Bruxo. Both of those, the Caio Bolina set was a 2-0 because it was still in the best of 3 phase. And then the Bruxo set was a 3-0. So Lopez is running through this bracket. I believe he was one of the first players in the actual winners quarterfinals waiting for that top 8 qualifier match. Now, some of that is because the match isn't flagged to be on a stream, so like kind of Ackerman and Hughes, they've just been waiting for their winners round 1 match. But even of the people who aren't waiting to be streamed, he was still moving quickly, running through these players today.
Yeah, he's been doing very well for himself. Talked a little bit about the character pool. He had, in terms of this year's, or sorry, in the past year's competitive legend picks, he's had the widest pool from what I could write down. He had Kaya, Roland, Cassidy, Nash, Bryn, Petra, Wushang, Koji, Azoth, and Across all played in the past 365 days in terms of PR tournaments and reported legends.
And you can see on the screen right in front of you the gold medal, the lone 0 on there, except for the 0 all the way at the end of his earnings, is the lone gold. He's still chasing that gold medal in singles. He has it in 2s, we know that, but he's still hunting after that 1v1 gold. Maybe he'll get it today. We'll see how that shakes out for him. One thing that is important is in the last 8 community tournaments that Lopez has entered, top 2 in all of them.
Lopez, definitely a very strong player. We'll be interested to see, of course. Again, it's kind of funny, right? Like, we're saying, okay, he does so well. He's gotten so many top 3s, but he's in this, like, kind of list of people worth mentioning because he isn't seeded to be top. He's not in the top 3 seeds because he didn't do that well in summer. He ended up struggling a little bit. Let's see, he got knocked out by Wes in the top 8.
That's what kind of stinks for Lopez is he's coming out in, like, 4th or 5th in Summer Championships, but like he got knocked out by like the top 2 players in the region, and he got knocked out by the 2 of the players who made it into the top 3 for that tournament. So that's just like really rough. He got bracketed. Let's be real.
Yeah,
he got bracketed at the end of it.
So unfortunate run for Lopez in the Summer Championship, knocked down his seed for this one, but still, I mean, very real expectation that he's going to be going into that World Championship. He's pretty high PR. Anything else you want to mention about Lopez before we get into the predictions?
That's all I've got on Lopez.
Okay. Would you like to go first, or would you want me to?
Did I go first yesterday? I think I went first yesterday.
Okay. Does that mean you want to go again today, or do you want me to?
No, I think you should go first today.
I'm giving you the opportunity.
I can't wait to hear your predictions. I'm so excited.
It's great because shout outs to Frone for giving me the hookup. My third prediction for this tournament got shifted very last minute to Kinda Ackerman.
What? I thought we weren't doing that.
Hey, I'm going with what I asked. I asked production if they give me the hookup or not. They shifted it to Kinda Ackerman for me very kindly. I'll be frank. I had Fiend, and then I woke up today, saw that he was knocked out in losers and pools, and I was like, hey, we haven't started anything. Can I
should have gone first.
Shouts out production. Kinda Ackerman is my pick for third
Really?
place. Definitely
Is
a
he?
strong pick, of course. Coming hot off that
Strong
second
pick.
place finish
Yeah.
in the summer championship. I've got good expectations for Kinda Ackerman.
Wow, really smart pick. Where you got that?
I'm happy with it. Second place pick. This one is going to be a departure from what you've got. I've got Wes as my second place finish. I have a lot of faith in Wes, and I think that faith gets boosted now that Fiend is knocked into the lower bracket. Like Wes generally has struggled against a couple of people, and Fiend in particular is one of them. But the fact that Fiend likely isn't going to be in his path makes it good for Wes. And then in first place, I got to give it to Power Ranger. He's been having a powerhouse run. He's been doing so well for himself in the 1v1s. Very happy to see what he does today. But that's my predictions. Sparky, what you got?
Man, you really that third place pick really strong pick there. Absolutely, man. You must have seen it in the future or something.
Pretty good one.
Really incredible. I'm sure it was very well researched. Even though at 12:32 you said, "Fine, let it rock" for your old placement. That had Fiend in third place.
I asked production which third place.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna make production look wrong.
Mm-hmm.
They did it. Look, I asked. I said, hey, what do you want me to put as my third?
So in third place, Kinda Ackerman did me well yesterday. I'm going to continue that faith in Kinda Ackerman today, coming in at third place. PR6 for this tournament. I think placement-wise, he's going to cut that in half, put him in third place. In second place, I believe Lopez is coming into this one, the big man on campus. If you're looking at specifically the bracket, I expect Kinda Ackerman to move on past Hughes, maybe lose to Lopez there, go down into the losers bracket, make that run, no worries. Then in first place, I have Power Ranger coming out on top from this one. I think he's going to do it again, just like he did it in the past. First place, gold medal for Power Ranger.
And those are our predictions. Of course, you can give us your predictions on Twitter, #BHEsports. Tag us with your predictions. Tell us who you think is going to make it into the top 3. You can also watch some of those lower bracket runs over at twitch.tv/ProBrawlhalla. Any final words, Sparky, before we take a short little break?
You've officially cursed Kinda. I want everybody to know that. The Duke curse is out today, or as Frone calls it, the Duke debuff is out
that's
on
a good
Kinda
phrasing.
Ackerman
I'm
today.
down
He
for
already put it on Fiend, and we saw how effective that debuff was in sending Fiend down to the losers bracket. So Kinda, I'm sorry. I can't do anything about it. I can give you the Sparky blessing as hard as I can, but at the end of the day, we'll see which one's more powerful.
Well, we'll see. Maybe it'll negate out, and they'll just middle of the road that one. But either way, that's the pre-show. Again, tweet at us, #BHEsports. For now, we're going to take a short little break, and when we come back, we'll be bringing you the top 32 of the South American Autumn Championship. Stick around.
The Order of the Exalted Lion was a group of great pride and honor, but it was also a group of great power. This great power is what caused the fall of the OEL at the hands, well, claws, of Octavius Mordex, thus throwing the world into chaos. Cast into the fires of Helheim, Diana lost herself in the encroaching chaos and was reborn with a fiery vengeance. Monsters are not born, they are created. Octavius Mordex is a self-made man. The silver and red, the last thing many monsters see. What evil has been summoned behind this new form? Azot. It's Azot. On a razor's edge, the Order called upon this infamous hunter. What side of the coin will he end on? And there was a queen who preyed upon the damned. All manner of arcane artifacts came bursting out of the gates of chaos. They weren't very subtle about their headquarters location. Maybe that's why it fell so easily. The pride of the lion roars across the land, even in defeat. The Exalted Lions return in Brawlhalla's Battle Pass Season 4.
Welcome to Brawlhalla.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the South American 1v1 Autumn Championship. The tournament's already in progress. We're sitting here in top 32, and we've got some amazing matches coming up for you guys. Sparky, you're over here, right? How do you feel about today?
I can't believe you wanted me to start that off. I feel so warm and I feel so welcome. It has nothing to do with the hoodie I'm wearing. It is all your introduction into this block where we're sitting next to each other on the desk. I'm stoked for this one. We're already starting off with a fantastic match right now. The bracket's been going. Some crazy things have happened. Some more crazy things are bound to happen as this one goes on. Our first set today, Foda. I'm so stoked for this because it's a person that I have in my top 3. It's kind of Ackerman versus Hughes. We were talking about it on the pre-show.
You have him in your top 3. I think
do.
Probably only you. No one else would, right?
If they did, they
be
probably
crazy.
got it from somewhere.
Somewhere, yeah. Someone who did a bunch of research, probably. Kinda Ackerman versus Hughes will be the first match that we got covered up here today, and that's going to be a good one here. I'm with you, man. I'm super excited about Kinda Ackerman, especially his performance in the most recent tournaments have just been mind-blowing. Kinda Ackerman is sure to impress. But then again, Hughes, teaming up with Page yesterday really had some impressive plays throughout the day, and I wouldn't be surprised if maybe at this point it's the upset. Kinda Ackerman, it took him one tournament to go from the underdog to now the guy who can get upset. So I guess we'll see. And then also in a battle to get into top 12, we will have Wes and Balthazar, another match that we'll be watching up. And then after that, it's top 12, right? Top 12, we'll be watching Power Ranger versus Monexo and also Ilzo versus News. Those are all 4 matches I'm super excited about. We really got lucky on this commentary block here, Sparky. We're getting the good stuff, and so early on in the bracket where the wildest things can happen.
Yeah, we're definitely blessed with the way the bracket turned out so far. Even one of the sets that's going on the other stream on twitch.tv/Pro Brawlhalla, DB versus Page are
That's
going
happening
on
right now.
You mentioned Hughes' teammate Page. He's also having a good day so far. He is up 1 game. It's currently 1-0 in favor of Page against DB right now.
That'd be
you
an
talk
upset.
about Wes versus Balthazar. Wes could come out on top. Balthazar could come out on top. In the set right below that, DB could come out on top. Page could come out on top. Ooh. We could see any combination of those 4 players just for winners' quarters. Just to have
that's not even top 8.
opportunity, exactly the opportunity to maybe qualify for top 8. Nothing is a given today in this region.
Yeah, it's so tough to get top 8 for these amazing players these days, man. It used to be that there was about 8 really, really good players that you'd see in top 8 all the time, and at this point now it's like top 32 is a toss-up. It's wild. So DB and Page, yeah, that's happening right now live on a different stream. And we're not telling you to leave this stream right now. That would be irresponsible. But, hey, if you got another device or second browser tab, you might want to open up twitch.tv/Pro Brawlhalla and watch DB versus Page happening live right now. Because DB losing that would be quite an upset, and Page's already in the lead.
That actually is a very good idea that you mentioned. You can press !bracket or really type !bracket into the chat right now. That'll give you a link to the Smash GG bracket. You can follow along with that bracket, but also you'll notice next to some of these sets, they will be marked to be streamed. You'll see the little Twitch logo, and then you'll see whether it's going to be on Brawlhalla, which is where you are right now, or whether it'll be on the other stream that is twitch.tv/Pro Brawlhalla. So yeah, Foda, you nailed it. Put them right next to each other, maybe mute and unmute specifically when the set comes on that you want to see. That way you can just kind of go back and forth. Oh, something looks like it's going to be crazy on the Pro Brawlhalla stream. Unmute that for a second, see what happens, and come back here, go back and forth. That way you literally miss nothing.
Yeah,
it's
level up your viewing experience.
It's like NFL Sunday Ticket where you have like all the games picture-in-picture everywhere and you can look at what you want. You can do that with Brawlhalla now, which is amazing.
That's amazing. Well, Sparky, it looks like these players are ready to get into it, and I'm definitely ready to get into it. Kinda Ackerman versus Hughes. Now, I know you're cheering for Kinda Ackerman, if not for the predictions alone, because the stats are on his side here. But I got a
thank
feeling,
God.
man.
He changed.
What? Oh,
Oh,
you were looking at the
changed.
Legend Selects. Okay.
Yes, I thought this was going to be a double Taros fight. And you're looking at the screen right now. Kaina's a Koji player. Yuz is also a Vector player, but Yuz coming out with the Taros. And then we also saw Kaina over on the other side locking in the Taros as well. I was a little bit worried about that.
Okay.
I know Flambo was probably really stoked.
No worries. Kaina's
it was
playing the
these
tried and
boys
true Koji pick.
going ignorant on the Taros pick, but no, Kaina is swapping over to the Koji, something we're a little bit more familiar with, something I'm more comfortable with going into this one. In terms of map picks, we're going to the Crystal Temple, so this is going to be possibly a little bit scary for Kaina Ackerman. It's a very good map for Axe.
Man, look at Yu's stats. He is just... He's the new kid on the block right now with something to prove against the big man, Kaina Ackerman. Let's see if he's got what it takes.
That is interesting that you mentioned earlier about Kaina being the new guy, and then all of a sudden now Kaina is the big man on campus.
He's the guy to beat in one
What
tournament.
a dramatic dynamic change that basically happened.
Because he just
a little
skipped
bit
everything,
ago.
right? He never his first top 8 was like a top 3 or a top 4.
It was a 2. It was a second place.
It's second place. Oh my God!
It's
He
the one
just
silver medal
launched
you see.
himself. Kaina Ackerman. Yeah, now everybody's expecting big things from him. And his power ranking's already reflecting that. But you know what's not reflecting that is the current damage count here, as Hughes is taking a pretty mighty lead, but we know not to invest too much in these early leads here, as Kaina could easily swing things around. Already getting it started here. Hughes with the fire back. Kaina, he's already, you can tell, every time he's on the ground, he's searching for that down signature to finish off Hughes. With the switch over to the sword, and he won it.
Oh, he almost got it.
I can't believe it. That was his first sword combo. He's gonna do that, and Kaina takes the first stock.
Kaina's Koji is so clean. You're seeing these things that Yuz is going for. How many things end up in Kaina just completely avoiding him? Like you saw those back-to-back down signatures come out, and that were nowhere near where Kaina was because he was able to get away. Then you saw Yuz hunting for the side airs. You saw a nice backdash from Kaina to get away from the side air. Saw a lot of punishes coming out. Yuz is able to even up the stocks at least, but still, I mean, he's in the yellow. We'll see how long until he's actually in the orange. Kaina is having to fight unarmed into this hammer. What a spot dodge. D-like ground pound. Kaina, it's so clean. I love it.
Yeah, he hasn't even gotten hit on this fresh stock of his here. Oh, never mind there. You know, you got to give credit to Hughes for eliminating the stock off of Kaina and tying things up when he did, because that could have taken a lot longer. And he did it unarmed as well with a really well-placed slide kick recovery. Now the damage is all evened up here. And even though it looks and feels like Kaina's in total control, but Hughes is keeping up. And easily, with all that Taros power, this beefcake of a cow, he could just, yeah, that would have killed him. That right
Kaina just gets away from it, though. Like, every time, that down signature, one of Taros' most powerful signatures that people like to use more than almost any other one, it hasn't been an option for Hughes so far. He's been using it. Kaina has not fallen for a single one. The neutral light not even going to send off screen just yet, but Hughes doing a great job of weapon starving.
Yeah,
Kaina's unarmed has been solid, but
But Kaina got disarmed like a while ago, and for like a solid minute, Hughes kept him weapon starved, and I gotta believe that contributed largely to Hughes taking the stock here and taking the lead. Now he's got an opportunity for some of that extra credit we're always talking about, and it's even more appropriate that he's using the back-to-school skin here. He's working on some extra credit. You know those hall monitors, man. They're always after the extra credit. Oh my goodness. Is this it for Kaina? The recovery? He can't make it back. Hughes steals the first game with 2 stocks remaining. That was a quick final stock.
that was huge. I'm so glad that he saw the ground pound hit in yellow, waited just a second, and then realized he could turn that into a KO. And also, I think we're going to get to see, we're going to see the down signature pick up into the downer. Here it is. Picked up a sword, finally got one, immediately deleted. That scoop grabbed Koji mid-decent.
Holy cow, man. That was a powerful ground pound from Hughes. A big game changer there. We were just looking for a little extra credit. He went and took the whole thing.
Yeah, Mans did like all of his assignments within like the first week.
Whoa!
And then he can just chill. Not going to take off the top just yet.
Kind of nearly got a 0 to death in the first 10 seconds off the top. That would have been insane, man. He was just pixels away.
Kind of still in the lead here.
Yeah, a little bit of back and forth. Oh, he wants to switch to the bow now. That was a pretty... He wasn't even trying to throw the weapon at Yuz there. He's just trying to get rid of the sword. Now he's got the bow. Yuz switching it up to the hammer, but he is so damaged now off stage against Kaina, fighting his way back to the stage, and he manages Kaina still way ahead in terms of damage. Yuz getting aggressive as soon as Kaina used a gravity cancel there. That's 3 seconds without a dodge. That's the perfect time to go for it, and Yuz definitely capitalized. Look at all that damage he managed to get off before it was too late. Kaina with the edge guard here. No, just to get right around him.
Yuz was stuck without a weapon for so long.
Yeah.
Kind of was controlling a lot of that. Yuz is doing a pretty good job, though. He has kind of in the orange, the neutral air, going to KO off the top, and this is a serious lead here for Kaina Ackerman. Going to have control of the weapons. We'll see where the next one spawns in. That soft platform's on the right. Kaina should be able to get to the left weapon spawn in time. No, Yuz is actually able to grab it. Kaina just kind of stuck there.
He wasn't interested in starving that weapon out. He just wanted to hit Yuz. On the way back to the stage, Yuz has got opportunity for an edge guard here, but he throws his weapon, misses, Kaina able to get back to the stage, no problem. Now building up a slight damage lead against Yuz. He's looking for that side air, man. He is waiting for the opportunity. If Kaina whiffs something, the perfect position, Yuz will be ready. What? A surprise. A surprise to say the least. We were all looking for the side air, Kaina probably included. But Yuz snuck it in there with a down signature.
Finally hit one of those, and it was a good one because it did lead to that KO. One thing that I think Yuz is doing significantly better than Kaina right now is the weapon starve. He gets just away from that axe recovery. Neutral stick comes out from Yuz. He was too far down for Kaina to immediately pick up the ground pound.
Yeah.
He held it for a little bit, but then backed away
would have
from
reached
it.
in time. But the bow ground pound, it's slow, man.
Kind of still with the lead here. Yuz has done a fantastic job of being behind and still finding the KOs pretty quickly.
Oh, this
side
is
air
it. Oh,
likely going to do it. The weapon toss 100% going to confirm that.
That was nice. Now Kaina's got practically a full stock lead here. This is huge. But Yuz, he won the last game with 2 stocks remaining. So, you know, the math checks out. He's still in this.
There's the recovery. That didn't hardly send anywhere, though. Kind of still in the orange. Yuz does have a hammer. Again, Yuz has been able to get those weapons very quickly after either being disarmed or respawning back in.
Yuz being a lot more careful with this stock here, but Kaina just keeps finding his way in. Yuz gravity canceled. He's got no dodge, but he just fights his way back to the stage. That's the great option right there. He had nothing left. He was in trouble, so he smashes his opponent out of the way. So that's one good way to prevent an edge guard. You don't have to avoid it.
That was a really nice thing that happened on the right side. First, that gravity cancel neutral stick came out from Yuz. Kind of dipped down below that. A little bit of an early taunt coming out there.
He's
and then
taunting
Yuz
already.
was still able to get back to the main platform. Kaina's going to take this one out. This time it was 2 stocks for Kaina instead of Yuz. We'll see if that map gets banned out. Apocalypse is banned out. It was the third choice. Demon, then Small Mammoth, then Apocalypse, then Brawlhaven,
He's leaving
then
platforms
the Dome.
open. He wants platforms. Every map that he's left on here is the most platforms you can get on a stage.
Man, kind of 616 damage. Yuz basically did half of that.
Yeah, he nearly doubled his damage there. And the damage per engagement is actually doubled. And I think damage per
51.
engagement is often a more telling factor of just how the momentum of the game is going than even the total damage.
Especially if you're
crazy.
playing those weapons where you need to find multiple hits. You don't necessarily have to do that with like an axe. Yeah, you have the side light nair as the option, but if you're a dare player, if you're a side air player on the axe, the damage per engagement is not going to be the largest, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. That's just the nature of how you're playing that weapon.
Right. Well, I mean, you can still have unanswered damage, and that's harder to do when only one move knocks him away.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you bring up a good point there. So far, so even here in this game 3 of the set. It's already even. The set's even. Oh, Use! Oh no, he just barely missed that. Slight miscalculation on the jump, but you know what? He's got the down sig, blasted him away. Use is desperate to get this KO. It was right in his hands, and it just barely slipped out, missing the slide kick ground, missing the ground pound part of the slide kick ground pound. I've been there before. Doesn't feel good, but in a tournament set on stream, tens of thousands of people watching. It's unfortunate.
He's still doing a great job handling kind of on this first stock, though. He didn't, like, miss that one and then completely throw the mental out the window. He's been playing very well. You saw him throwing out, like, the neutral light that almost sent off the screen. He's still keeping his cool. He's in the orange. That's a good spot to be in. Still controlling the weapons.
Especially
that's something
on
Use
Great
is doing
Hall.
so well.
He's in orange on Great Hall, you know? He has a lot of opportunities to survive for a long time here. And now he's kind of making play his game here, Use. Whoa, okay. Whoa, what? Kinda Ackerman? Okay, that was well done. He got way aggressive on this off the side at the perfect time.
That's straight up like one of the deepest out ground pounds that I think I've ever seen. Definitely seen in a long time. Normally they'll go for like a dare option. There's Use picking up that neutral signature in the same spot that he already did this game. And the ground pound kind of completely taken out there. Use playing so well here. Now I see why you wanted some soft platforms. He's controlling so much of the stage.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about it. He knew what he wanted with these stages. And I think it's really working out in his favor here. A full stock lead once again here against Kinda Ackerman. And he is still handling his business here, barely taking any damage. He's finding all his hits and his kills, despite being Taros and just being strong and everything. He's getting the kills pretty early, and it's not just because of strength. It's because he's ground pounding off the side.
Oh, that side signature almost actually sent off screen. The recovery takes off the top, and it's a two-stock with an even bigger lead from Use.
Oh my goodness. Use he might get the upset here. Kinda Ackerman's got to be worried, man.
Kind of still locked in the same character. There you're seeing that beautiful ground pound that Use picked up. There's the side sig that set up the option for the kill. Immediate pickup, recovery comes out. That's the two stock for Use. Going in movement speed, making sure he can get all the way in, out, around Kinda Ackerman on this Koji pick. Man, 555 damage coming out from Use. Keep in mind, in case you didn't notice it earlier, Use's PR 20 compared to Kinda Ackerman 6. So again, another huge disparity in terms of PR.
Use has never won money from an official tournament before. This could be the first one. I mean, and he's well on his way here. This is a battle to get into top 12. There's just one more game after that. If he can win this, actually no, if he wins this, he's in the money. If this 1v1 pays out to top 12.
Yep,
This is a money match.
The first dollar
The
that
first
he'll make.
dollar.
Like Mr. Krabs, I'm sure he'll put that framed up on the wall. There's the sidelight nair. Oh, the bottom side of the recovery. He's going to take that one out. On the down heavy. Use completely handling Kinda Ackerman. Kind of continuing to be weapon start. Use is doing such a good job for that. That's fantastic. Kind of hoping this unarmed kit is going to give him the edge guard situation to take the first stock. No, but it's the nair. Too much damage was built up on Kinda Ackerman. Use certainly in the red, but he's still going to control these weapons. The recovery didn't even really send off screen. Kind of was hoping for the second one. Definitely would have killed. Neutral sig coming out. Didn't hit. Did find the follow-up nair and the down air. that's going to be the stock.
And Kinda just completely equalizes. He didn't take any damage before removing this stock from Use. And,
Now, normally I would think that's a good thing, but like based on what we've seen and the way Use is just taken Kinda out so far, I'm hesitant to keep a bunch of praise on Kinda right now because Use could just take this away so quickly.
Well, so far it seems like once Use gets the momentum, Kinda has trouble staying relevant in the match. Oh, sick combo, by the way. Now at least Kinda he's keeping it even here, and so we're preventing any momentum getting out of control here. There's no snowballing for Use, and I think that's important here for Kinda because every game Use has won. It's when he's been ahead by a stock. As soon as he gets ahead, it kind of's not bringing it back after that.
Yeah, there's no momentum yet. Save the dodge in time. The recovery still going to KO. Used with a nice sort of edge guard situation. It was technically off stage. Wasn't really over on that wall. It was just above it. But Hughes still maintaining some control here. Kinda swipes that weapon out of the air. He's not going to be disarmed for long.
And once again, Kaina has to equalize the stocks here in a risky situation as Hughes can push this lead. And uh-oh, off the side, not another ground pound for Kaina. Didn't get slammed by that one, luckily. And he is desperately trying to take this stock off of Hughes. This could be it. Oh no, just barely.
Not enough.
He's a
Oh
beefcake.
no, that's so heartbreaking for Kaina. Weapon spawn comes in the middle of the field. That neutral air turns Kaina orange. He's going to have to be so careful here. Basically has to play perfect. Oh, the down signature immediately attacks right out of it. Kaina was also using a signature there. Guess he was still in recovery frames.
Oh, okay. He took the stock, but look at this now. Kaina has no other choice but to win this stock right now from orange on a fresh stock. If he loses this, he's going down to the lower bracket.
Kaina didn't have the option to weapon starve either, so Hughes was able to pick up the hammer so quickly. That's the side air, sending Kaina almost off stage. He's done. You see the gravity cancel taunt, salute. Hughes is going to take that one. 3-1, yet another upset for this region.
Oh my goodness, Hughes has done it. He's earned his first dollars in Brawlhalla Esports right there. We've seen it live. 120 bucks for that man.
At least.
At least. Well, he probably earned something from doubles yesterday, but hey, this is it's different in 1v1. He earned this alone.
Man, look at that. Average damage per engagement going in favor of Hughes, especially when you have those hard-hitting weapons, man. Hughes was just chunking. He was chunking so hard on Kaina. I was almost expecting a character swap in there coming out from Kaina because Kaina does have other characters. I believe the highest leveled legend is a Bodvar coming out from Kaina Ackerman. So did have the option to switch, didn't choose to. Still went full in on that Koji, but that weapon starving that Hughes was doing was so effective.
Yeah, he really, once he gained control of the match, he never lost control in any games of those sets. Once he got control, he never lost it. And the momentum, Hughes is clearly a momentum player, right? If he can get the early lead, he starts killing it. I don't know if he changes his strategy, maybe something subconscious. As soon as he gets in the lead, he holds on to it. He's a steadfast kind of player. And now Hughes is moving on to top 12 on the winner's side, already in the money, but that's not enough for him yet. We all know that the most prestigious thing, well, not the most prestigious, but one of the most prestigious things you could do in any fighting game tournament is make it into top 8 on the winner's side, and Hughes is just one game away from doing that, but he'll have to defeat Lopez to make it. So
yeah, that's definitely going to be a tough one. He's already going to be pushing his PR up after this one because he is in the top 12, uses PR 20 right now.
Right.
So definitely going to see some boost in that PR. It might even be enough to just like raw qualify for the World
BCX?
Championships.
It depends. It depends on everybody else, right? Because for South America, it's top 15 of power rankings that are going to qualify. And so maybe 20 to, it sure seems like it, especially if he can get into top 8 winner side. I think the math just totally works out for him. As it stands now, he's already in a pretty good spot. So
and
shout out
that's
to
like
Hughes
that's
for that one.
so sick
Yeah.
that it's gonna come down to this tournament. And of all tournaments it could come down to, this is the one where he comes out,
Right.
has a big upset here. So yeah, that's a really important narrative, even beyond just like, hey, I want to do well in Autumn Championships. I want to get a big chunk of that prize pool. I would like a gold medal, please. It's beyond that, looking to the World Championship.
Speaking of the World Championship, we've got our #1 power ranked player coming up next here. Wes is going to be going up against Balthazar, power rank number 11. These are both historic Brawlhalla competitors, right? They have been around the scene for a long time, and they've been on top of the scene for a long time. But Wes, he's the guy to talk about, man. He is power rank #1. His wins are dramatically in his favor whenever it happens. I think Balthazar's got what it takes to beat him. Obviously, he's been a top 8 competitor for a long time. You can see he's got 9 top 8 placements, and that's in the past 2 or 3 years, right? Top 32, even more than that. Nearly $10,000 in earnings. But going up against Wes, man, he's got the most accolades of anybody.
And that's one of the things that is definitely going to help him here compared to Balthazar, who is more of a 2v2 player. Like, the reason we really know Balthazar's name is from 2v2. You look at the stats right there, 0 gold medals, 0 silver medals, 0 bronze medals in 1v1s. He's never stepped foot on the podium, but everybody knows about Balthazar because of his success in 2v2. That is a game mode that he is certainly heavily medaled in.
Right.
That's
I'm
where
sure his medals look a lot different in 2v2.
All of the winnings have come from that $8,880 have come from 2v2. So we'll see what he brings to the table here. It's definitely going to be a tough one. Wes certainly is a favorite to win this, coming in PR1, not necessarily in my predictions, but I believe he is in Duke's predictions for top 3. So we'll see what happens in this set. This is an important one because I believe if Balthazar loses, he's going to go down into the loser's bracket. Has Fiend been knocked out yet? No, Fiend is fighting DB right now. Losers round 2.
What?
Is DB
That means
on one
Page
hand
won.
and Fiend on the other hand? Page did win. It wasn't a Game 5 situation,
Holy
Foda.
cow.
It was a Game 4 situation. It was
Whoa.
a 3-1.
We got to look out for
Page.
Page.
Man, this
Dude.
region is just they're bringing the pain today.
Yeah,
Just all
that's a
kinds
real
of stuff.
mix-em up there. That's a real jumbled situation, man. DB down in the lower bracket. DB is a high seed, right? I can't see it here, but I would guess 2 or 3. He is way up there at seed, DB. Holy cow. And Page took him out 3-1. Now DB's got to fight against Fiend. Oh, man. And that's happening on Pro Brawlhalla. So you're going to want to check that out. Pro Brawlhalla. Is that happening right now? I think that's happening right now. Twitch.tv/Pro Brawlhalla. Open up a second.
Oh, yeah,
tab.
it is currently going
It's time
on.
to check that out. DB versus Fiend is actually happening live right now. I'm a little bummed I can't see that, but I got Wes and Balthazar to hold me over here, so I'm feeling good.
So another
Ooh,
thing that's
wild.
super important to look at regarding Fiend is Ailzo and No Enry. That was a set in Winners Round 1. Remember, No Enry was the one that knocked Fiend down into the loser's bracket. Ran up against Ailzo. That went to a Game 5 situation, but the victor was not No Enry. It was Ailzo moving on to fight in the winner's quarters against News. That's going to happen on this stream.
And then No Henry went and he got knocked out of the tournament. Unfortunate, you know. You defeat Fiend, and you're like, "Whoa, I'm awesome!" And then knocked out of the tournament in what 17th place? Looks about 17th place. Hard to tell. Dang.
Bottom side of the bracket, just that part. I don't know how any of that works.
That's okay. Let's look at what's coming up next here. It's Wes versus Balthazar. Oh, I see that Balthazar is not in the lobby right now. We might be dealing with some technical things. Connection
we're just
problems.
going to be waiting on them for just a second. That's why we're giving you kind of that background. That's why you saw the bracket come up. So we can better frame everything that is happening in this bracket, because there's so many cool things going on today in this bracket that aren't just on this stream, aren't just on Pro Brawlhalla stream, but even off stream. Insane things are happening today. That's why this region is so cool, because crazy things, I feel like crazy things happen more here than like any other region. We know EU does some crazy stuff sometimes. North America does some crazy stuff sometimes, but I feel like it's always happening in South America.
South America has the most unresolved meta, you know? It's like still evolving. Every tournament it changes. The players jumble around. But what stays consistent through all of this is Wes, man. He's always going to be on the podium, it seems like. Unless maybe Balthazar right now could take him out in top 32. It looks like our players are ready, and we are about to go and ban maps right now. No, but psych. Wait,
we changed it up.
We tricked you. We got a whole new set coming up now. We had some connection problems with the old one. We're moving right up into the next one. It's Monexo versus Power Ranger. Just hold on to all that Wes versus Balthazar stuff. We'll come right back to that. Monexo versus Power Ranger right now. I know you've got a lot to say about Power Ranger, and I've got a lot to say about Monexo, but let's just watch them fight right now. They're both high-tier players. Anybody could win this. I think the favorite to win this is obviously Power Ranger. He's got more accolades here, but Monexo is more than capable of taking him out.
Even beyond just like actual esports and numbers and cool things, like look how rad Power Ranger looks.
He looks
that
rad,
setup,
dude. Yeah.
That setup is so
He looks
sick.
high
I would
level.
maybe choose different gauntlets on that because I think they kind of clash with the skin. But that skin, even just like the raw default skin with that color scheme, is
that
so
esports
rad.
V2?
I think it is.
That's esports V2. Well, that, you know, the gauntlets there are pretty sweet with, because there's like gold is one of the minor colors on. He's dripping, dude. Power Rangers out here looking good. That's pretty rad. And Monexo, he's rocking the classic like Fiend look. I don't know, is he intentionally going for the Fiend look? Do a lot of Brazilian players just really like that one thatch sword with Hattori, with black color swap Hattori? I don't know,
That
man.
is certainly like a classic Hattori skin setup. Definitely that sword with the black color scheme on Demon Bride Hattori. So many people have used that in the past. Definitely a
That's
classic
crazy.
setup.
Oh, just barely
Ooh.
missed. That would have killed too.
Apparently, this is surprising. I would have never thought of this. Apparently, Power Ranger and Monexo have never fought each other
Whoa.
in official BH esports events in 1v1.
Nice. Okay, that's pretty spicy here. This is a world premiere. Oh, with the pivot neutral light just in time. Power Ranger ties up the stocks and the damage with that. Well done. Yeah, world premiere here. Monexo versus Power Ranger. You've never seen it, but now you have. Now you can go. You can go tell your friends. Yep, I saw Monexo versus. I saw the very first one, episode 1. Uh-oh, I think we got a lag situation here. They're working
If
out
they're
their lag.
really your friend, hopefully you don't have to tell them because they're watching it with you. And if
Okay.
they're not, cut them out of your life.
Oh, Power Ranger's good now. All right, cool. Look at that. The respect here in South America. You know, the internet's a crazy thing. It's a miracle that anything works online, and infrastructure is crazy. It's not as great as we'd like it to be all over the world, and these guys, they just make it work. You know, when the connection's spotty, they stop, they move around, they wait for it to settle down, and then they taunt to say that they're good to go, and they respect that. Now, the rules say, you know, you can go for it, but these guys, they got the sportsmanship.
I still think that's crazy. I'll say that every time. I think that is definitely a mindset that a lot of players seem to have. If I was in their position, I would be way more petty than that, way less
Take the
respectful.
opportunity. Take the opportunity
Absolutely.
as soon as it presents itself. That's right.
In
That's
fact,
right,
I'm
yeah.
hoping and praying for that to get the easy dub.
Well, but then one day, Sparky, you're gonna be lagging, and you're gonna wish your opponent had a little more generosity than you did. But I agree with you, man. I mean, when you're going for it, you go for it. And sometimes, I mean, the worst thing would be taking it easy on somebody because you think they're lagging, but like then they get you. And hey, fair is fair. Like the rules say, you don't get a stock back because he betrayed your trust. The points are what they are. So take what you can get. But you know, these guys, it's a long-standing, deep community. You know, with relatively few newcomers in their community. And these guys, especially in South America, you see their ranked set counts in ranked, and they're like 500 to 400. Like, these guys have fought each other thousands of times, and I think they're interested in just having a fair fight more than anything else.
It's still crazy that Power Ranger and Monexo have never fought each other in official tournaments for
Right.
1v1. Like that, I trust the stats, but part of me still doesn't trust the stats because like Monexo's seed 10 and Power Ranger is seed 4. So that's
Yeah,
just
that's
crazy.
wild.
Like they're around each other in terms of PR, so they're getting to similar parts in the bracket. I guess it just ended up
What?
that way.
Oh,
no.
I think Power
What
Ranger
a-
lagged to his death there. Oh, no, that's so unfortunate.
What a heartbreaking way to end that
It
game.
was
He
so
even
close,
still throws
too.
up the GG. Chat can't see it, but we can see Power Rangers still
GG.
throw up the GG at the end of
That
the game.
was a great pogo there. It ended up being so close, and Monexo was in a position to win that, and he easily could have. But it is truly unfortunate that Power Rangers connection failed right there at the worst possible time. It always seems to do that, huh? Just at the worst time. I could not lag for weeks, and then as soon as it really matters, I'm in a match that I care about winning, and I lag. And damn it, internet service provider.
Yeah, certainly nobody wants to see something like that happen. I understand taking dubs at the end of the day that me and Photo were talking about, but you never want to just, especially as a viewer and as a commentator, you never want to just watch someone fall to their death, losing that stock, getting knocked out there,
and
especially when it was so close.
Yeah, at that point in the match,
stock,
there's nothing we can do. You know, they got to just play that through.
That last stock would have been sick, too.
It was so close. It was so close. Monexo was in an advantageous position. One more down air, and he probably would have gotten the kill there, but we'll never know how it would have played out. And Monexo truly has no choice but to accept the win there. We can't replay that whole set, that whole game, when it was really down to like one more hit. That's unfortunate. Well, Power Ranger doesn't seem to be too bothered by it. You know, it's we all deal with lag every now and then. And Power Ranger just holding on to his mental, keeping it up here. And we've got an even game to start out the next game here.
Yeah, he's coming out of this one, hitting the ground, running, swinging. Already has Monexo in the orange, now in the red. Is there going to be a weapon toss? No, it's a GC neutral light to make sure Power Ranger gets the KO there. He's moving fast. How quick was that kill photo? That was like a 35-second KO.
Yeah, it was about 30 seconds, man.
Monexo was just done. Power Ranger hoping to finish this one up before he lags again. He's
If
moving
he
as
wins
fast
really
as he can.
fast. He wins really fast. He won't lag out before it's too late. Oh, man. You know, Power Ranger definitely seems to opt for that offstage gravity cancel neutral light a lot on Cannon. And it's a great move. It kind of, the same reason you see a lot of players go for gravity cancel side light unarmed for KOs, because it completely stops your downward momentum as you fast fall to get in position for it. What a spot dodge from Power Ranger. Holy cow.
He's still hunting for that second KO. You saw the spot dodge come out. He was looking to wait and see what Monexo was doing. Hits the recovery on that one. Monexo in the red. Cannon coming out, hoping to drop big bombs onto Monexo. Nice down air. That's going to put him in a very powerful position. Ooh. It's actually going to lead to the KO there. Done. Monexo was just caught in the air at the wrong place, wrong time, but for Power Ranger, perfectly placed on that down air. And
good on Power Ranger for knowing that Monexo had no more options left. He didn't go and chase dead people, right? That's how you get chase dodged on. That's how you give up a stock you otherwise were about to take. Monexo takes a stock, but he's still a full stock behind.
And not chasing dead people, that's important. That's something I struggle with all the time. In the Sixth Sense, he sees dead people. I chase dead people, and it does not go well most times for me.
It's rough, yeah, because of the way chase dodge work. You might be saving your opponent if you come down a little too close, and it can be hard to tell. It's definitely a skill that these top players have very well honed, but a skill nonetheless to know whether or not you need to get another hit on your opponent, or if he's done for, if he's not going to be able to make it back. There's a lot to calculate there. Movement speed, how many options they have left. Did I give them an option back by hitting them earlier? You got to keep count in your head. And Monexo is... Whoa!
Oh, he's done!
Wow! That is a nice read from Power Ranger, man. That second gravity cancel side light in the opposite direction looked like pure reaction. And that was even after jumping. We're going to have to check it out in the replay here. That's the first stock. Here's the second stock. But that last stock, that gravity cancel side light read, that's what I want to see here. Look at this. Up on the side. He jumps. He sees the dodge in the opposite direction. He reacts almost instantly, near inhuman speeds. I mean, well, he's a Power Ranger, I guess. You know, you got to be good to be a Power Ranger. They don't just let anybody into the Power Rangers.
I feel like that's one of the first times he used specifically that option as well. Like we saw on the left side before that was the side light. Then he kind of jumped and waited. Then came out with the recovery immediately. So that was one of the first times we've seen the side light and then the GC side light in the other direction. Yeah. Especially after that jump. Not a standard option a lot of players are necessarily going with.
Well, you know, the first time you do a new option like that, that's the most effective time it's going to be.
Definitely.
In terms of, like, the element of surprise is very important in Brawlhalla. It gets really mental here. And the only way Monexo was going to not do that is if he wasn't expecting it. And Power Ranger, that's the first time he showed that hand, and that hand won him the stock there. So really good on him.
Monexo's sword play, though, this game, immediately coming back from that loss, almost taking the first stock there. He hasn't taken hardly any damage whatsoever. Nice side signature to punish.
That was such a good position to land that particular side signature in because it has the built-in reversal on it. Had he just sent him in the way that anybody else would do his side signature, it wouldn't have killed. It sent him in the wrong direction. Monexo well aware of his legend, perfect positioning, and now he's got an opportunity to push a damage. Oh! Power Ranger! Whoa, that was so close. Holy cow.
You see the dodge coming out, though. Monexo might have been worried about that option. Okay, Power Ranger. Hasn't been using too many of the cannon signatures. It's been the gauntlet sigs, but not too much of the cannon signature.
Well, he's managed to even up the stocks here. Stocks and damage are not out of control yet. And the set count is even right now. Such an even game. You can't ask for... This is ideal esports right here. We don't know who's going to win. They're both pretty evenly matched, and they're both putting on a great show.
And we're tied in the set.
That's awesome.
So just everything is like
Everything's
dead
lining
even.
up. Yeah. Whoa, Monexo, the gravity cancel side light. That's good pressure. No follow-up off of it, but it hits a hit. Power Ranger. Oh, that's a hard read. He's going in. He's, wow. Oh.
That's an orange KO.
Wow. The momentum shifted, and in the blink of an eye, Power Ranger took that stock so early. Now Monexo's going to have some trouble dealing with this, I think.
There's a sidelight recovery. Didn't go for the second sidelight like he was doing previously. Oh, he tried to get the D-light off of that sidelight. Damage adding up, Foda.
Yeah, I thought Monexo was going to have a lot of trouble with this, and even though it's getting slightly out of control here, Monexo could still equalize before it's too late. Oh, it's not looking good, man. Monexo in orange right now. Power Ranger in neutral, looking like he's got great control of the situation here. A neutral light from Monexo sends Power Ranger away, but just barely. Oh, now Power Ranger loses his weapon. Monexo maintaining weapon control. He's going for the ground pound. Oh, Power Ranger! I thought he was going to spot dodge ground pound him there. That would have been heartbreaking to see, honestly. Monexo, nice. Okay, do you believe in the Monexo comeback here?
I love how in like the second half of Power Ranger's second stock, Monexo was playing really defensive, playing really reactive. Like, look how much space he was giving Power Ranger, and Power Ranger had the gauntlets in hand. Not a lot of range, definitely lower range compared to when he has the cannon in his hand. So Monexo was just doing a great job of putting so much space in between them and not letting Power Ranger attack. There's the D-Light Nair, not quite off the top. One more of those, definitely going to do it. Sidelight, he did it!
The same read! The same read, Sparky, he got it twice. That's how he finishes his games now. It's the flashy finish.
Gotta watch the replay. I don't know, did he have the jump on that one? I didn't happen to catch it.
Let's see. That's the first stock there, nice neutral sig. And then this was brutal. This happened so fast.
Yep. Oh,
he caught one dodge and just ended it there. And then here comes the read. Another jump.
He did.
Yes, it's exactly the same finish as the last game.
Wow.
Oh, Monexo.
What an ending for that
up.
game.
He went
Yep,
off of dark energy Hattori into bright energy Koji, right? He's the White Ranger now. This is how he takes out Power Ranger. Obviously, Power Ranger, you know, he's Zack from the original series. I'm going too far back. Does anybody recognize that reference? Let's move on.
I'm old enough to, but I was never a big Power Ranger guy. So unfortunately, just like when every other commentator makes anime references, I'm sorry, Foda, I can't do anything for you. I'm lost
you're
here.
not with the 20-year-old Power Ranger series references.
You deserve better. I'm sorry.
Show. It was a good show. The point is, Monexo is really switching up his strategy while his back's against the wall here. And oh my goodness, Power Ranger with the cannon downsig finish off the ground, taking the stock off of Monexo now has a significant damage lead, and Power Ranger is just looking like he's going to cruise into top 12. Wait a second. No, we're further along, right? This is a battle to get into top 8. Sparky,
this would definitely be
is top
huge
8
for
winner's
Monexo.
side. Oh,
even though he's he's PR 10, which is close, but still making it a top 8 on winner's side would still be groundbreaking.
And over
for
Power
Monexo.
Ranger, Power Ranger's he's #1 seed,
Oh!
right? Oh boy.
Yep, Power
This-
Rangers number 1
this
seed
is what-
after taking
he's not
gold
number
in
1
Summer
power
Champs.
ranking, but he's number 1 seed. His more recent results have been greater than
Yes.
Wesley. And my goodness, now he's 2 stocks ahead. I don't know how, but whoa, that's a good way to get started here. Monexo with a risky approach that pays off. But he's still looking for the KO on Power Rangers' first stock.
Oh, all the options he's hitting. Like, if he hit him in the right spot, they would KO.
Yeah.
But, like, he hit the down air. It wasn't on the edge. It bounced off the
bouncing
main
him off the
stage.
ground.
Is Power Ranger going to
No!
get the 3 stock here?
Oh.
He went for it.
That was nice. That was a really good time for Monexo to go around the other side. And hey, there's at least the moral victory. He's not getting 3 stocked on stream. Everybody, you can put away your 3 stock emotes. Do we have an emote for 3 stock? We should have an emote for 3 stock. We'll get on that. We'll get on that, chat.
Yeah,
Don't
definitely.
you worry.
We need that for sure. Neutral Light has Monexo in the orange. Goes for the neutral signature. We saw that KO before. Doesn't find a hit here on it. Monexo over on the wall being very careful. He's going to recover wide. Goes for the GCD light. That could have been
So
really
risky.
dangerous. If Power Ranger threw out like a SIG with enough active frames, Monexo could have been caught by that. He would have been caught without his dodge as well.
This Monexo needs a miracle to, no, it's over. It's over, Sparky. Power Ranger is going on to top 8 on the winner's side. Monexo goes down to the lower bracket where he's going to face off against who? Let me see. Ooh, he's going to face off against Tavares, the guy who defeated Noenry, which is the guy who defeated Fiend. In some way, he may gain vengeance for Fiend in a very indirect way. We'll see. We'll see if Monexo can stay in the bracket. We'll find out when we get to top 8 if he's still in there on the lower side, if he fought his way through the lower side of top 8. But good news for him is that there's only one more match for him to do so, and it's going to be that match against Tavares. So Tavares is hot off the win against Napersi. We know Napersi is a very dominant player, so for Tavares to take him out, this might be Tavares' first top 8. And we haven't seen Tavares yet, so you guys might not have an emotional connection to him. And yes, we're definitely just cheering for Monexo to win this because we've seen Monexo, but either way, the bottom side of top 8 is looking just as potent as the top side of top 8. It's getting a little ridiculous here in Brazil.
Tavares making it into top 8 on the loser side. He's PR 32, Foda.
That's crazy.
So many like groundbreaking placements for players today in South America. Even where Tavares is now, he can straight up get 0-2'd, still should be very happy with how deep in the bracket he made it, despite being PR 32. Tavares does have some winnings, 415.
Yeah.
Wait, when that only 2 top 32s in his entire career. That's the only single point that we see on the Power Rankings website. 0 top 8s, 2 top 32s, of course, because 0 top 8s, 0 gold, 0 silvers, 0 bronzes as well. So, man, getting this far, again, putting up huge placement.
That's crazy. Yeah, he's already, even just this far, he's already gotten these huge placements. In top 8, he'll be flying up there. And guess what, guys? Guess what? That's happening on twitch.tv/ProBrawlhalla. This match that we've been talking about, Monexo versus Tavares, the battle to get into top 8 on the lower side, is happening up next, right after. It's coming up really soon on
twitch.tv/ProBrawlhalla. Right now.
Like right now. Well, kind of Ackerman and Zaydo Keijo might just be ending right. Getting close to the end. And then I think it's Monexo versus Tavares. That's going to be a good match. If I weren't casting right now, I'd be watching that. So if you have the ability to watch 2 streams at once, you're going to want to go ahead and do that right now. But Sparky, let's get into our next match here. It's the match we were hyping up a long time before. They were having all kinds of technical issues. I think we're going to have West versus Balthazar. Or no? Is it Lopez versus Hughes?
We have the stats for Lopez versus Hughes. We have Lopez in the lobby.
It probably going to be Lopez versus Hughes then, it's looking like. So, all right, Lopez versus Hughes. Now, Hughes, he already far surpassed our expectations, defeating Kinda Ackerman early on in this tournament. We just casted it. But now, going up against Lopez, we're really testing Hughes right now. I mean, how he's already proven himself capable of defeating Kinda Ackerman, but now can he beat one of the guys from the winning team of yesterday's doubles tournament?
You see, well, we see Lopez rocking the 2v2 Summer Champion 21 as the title on his little podium there in the character lobby, and that's only because there hasn't been a delivery yet for
it
what
takes a couple
just
days.
happened
He's still
yesterday.
waiting for his Autumn Championship to come in the mail.
Or he would certainly be using that one. But yeah, this is going to be an interesting set because even if kind of Ackerman was in like where we expected kind of Ackerman to be based on yesterday, I was still worried about this set for kind of Ackerman. I have Lopez in second place, kind of Ackerman in third. This was the set I was worried about. It was going to, based on my predictions and my probabilities, it was going to send kind of Ackerman down to the loser's bracket, and kind of was going to have to make that loser's bracket run, even starting in losers before top 8. So that would have been a tough run. Obviously, kind of Ackerman has to make that run even earlier because of Hughes. So we'll see what Hughes brings into this. Gonna have that Terrace, of course. On the other side, Pearl, we don't see a lot of this crossover on the Kaya pick. Lopez does have a very strong Kaya.
Oh, in other news, I know we're about to get into an important match here.
Oh, yeah,
but
tell
on
me
the
the other
loser's
news.
side, Fiend defeated DB 2-0 and is now waiting for his next opponent. Incredible.
And kind of just
Still in
defeated Zito Keho.
Oh,
to move on. Gonna
so
fight
kind of
Bruxo
still in
now.
there. All right, your predictions
Yeah.
are looking good then. All right,
Well,
on to
they're
this
looking
match.
okay. They're looking okay.
I believe in the Sparky predictions. All right, we got Lopez versus Hughes here. Now, the stats are really in Lopez's favor here. Anybody watching this, if you're a betting man, you're thinking Lopez all the way. But
I don't know.
Hughes-
This one's kind of starting like it did against Kinda.
I think Hughes is capable. Just from what I've been seeing from him the last 2 days, I'm impressed with Hughes. And he's taking the first stock off the Autumn Champion, the 2v2 Autumn Champion, asterisk, 2v2 Autumn Champion. He's already taken the first stock. And Hughes, I was talking about Hughes being a momentum player. What better momentum do you need than taking the first stock off of someone who just won yesterday's doubles tournament? I mean, he's got to be feeling good now.
Oh, he finds the 3-piece on that one. The momentum totally in his favor. This train has started chugging along. It's going to take a lot to stop it. Lopez still hasn't found the KO yet. Nice down air. He's very patient on that. You saw him jumping and kind of floating in place, seeing where Hughes was going to go rather than just full committing with something.
Even though Hughes lost the stock here, he's still got a pretty big damage advantage that he seems intent on keeping Lopez at a distance. He's maintaining weapon control, which has been a real cornerstone of his play style and his success in all these matches. It was working against kind of Ackerman. It was working against Lopez until, now he lost weapon control. Wait a second. The tables have turned, Sparky. Was Hughes going to be able to grab a weapon? Lopez is giving him a taste of his own medicine here. Now Hughes isn't able to grab a weapon as Lopez maintains
on
weapon
left side.
control. He knocks him away. He's going to go steal that weapon now. Wait! Maybe he should have. Maybe he should have gone
He should have.
disengaged.
He absolutely should have.
He got a little, he's feeling a little spicy and went for the killing blow there. Luz was able to get out of it. Not only did he get out of it, he turned around and punished Lopez for trying. Took the stock. Now has a pretty significant damage lead that he can turn into more. Unless Lopez gets the killing blow here.
It's going to be very tough. Like, Hughes is not super damaged. He's still in the orange. You just saw after that down air hit.
Yeah.
Hughes is still in the orange. That's why I think Lopez kind of pushed that engagement on the right a little bit too far. Because, like, there was virtually nothing he was going to get unless it was incredibly lucky or, like, a once-in-a-lifetime chance where he was going to get the KO there on Hughes.
Yeah,
that way
he was really
he could
just hoping that Hughes would
he
not
could just
die.
retreat back and
you're
grab
right.
the weapon. Because because Lopez was so red, all it took was Hughes picking up a weapon. Side air comes out. Lopez was going to be dead on that. Lopez in the yellow on final stock. Has Hughes in the red. Gets through that one. The neutral air not going to KO off the top just yet. You see Lopez going to the top soft platform, hoping to find another maybe Nair follow-up, recovery follow-up.
Down air snipe off the corner. That's going to be okay. Wow, a neutral air. Credits to the map for that KO. If we were on a lot of other maps, would have been too big for that move to kill in particular. But Lopez, he knows the damage. And good on Lopez. You know, he didn't let that lead get too far out of control. He's still got a damage deficit to come back from, and it's not great, but that was nearly out of his hands here. Hughes is going for Russian Mafia on Lopez. Oh my goodness.
Wasn't damaged enough, though. You saw that bounce come out. Use was way higher than Lopez was.
Uh-oh.
That weapon toss turned Lopez
maybe
red.
about to take the first stock off. Wait a second. Game 1 could potentially go to Use here as he is so close. There it is. Use takes the first game off of Lopez. Woo! Oh, man. Everyone is surprised. And now anything can happen. Now we're like, wait a second. Use? What power rank was he again? 20? That seems awfully low for Use.
I don't even remember. It was 20. All of these
20.
like crazy PRs that I'm not used to having to deal with. Like Tavares, like Hughes. We were talking about Junior Moraes earlier. Ailzo. All like the 20s and 30s. I'm having to remember so many that all the numbers are getting jumbled up in my head instead of just remembering, hey, Wes is 1, Fiend is 2, Lopez is 3, Power Ranger 4. All that makes sense. So all these numbers just fighting for the attention of my brain from all of these players who we normally don't see.
We were not lying about how the meta is undefined and anything could happen here in the South American 1v1 Championship. It's all over the place. All right, Lopez I think he is a whole new priority on weapon control here against Use. Look at this.
Oh, get that weapon! He can't get it in time.
No, he's got no weapon. I think Miami Dome in general it's a pretty hard map to maintain weapon starving control like that. But Use still managing. Lopez, he's up in the sky. He's hoping for a weapon spawn. They spawn just over the top platforms there. So it's not a bad place to be on top of those platforms waiting for the next weapon spawn. But Use is like, okay, at this point, Use is taking damage to maintain weapon control, and it's hardly worth it.
Now, even though I'm, of course, rooting for Lopez because I put him in my predictions,
Yeah,
I cannot commend Use enough on the weapon starving. That is something that it seems like not all players focus on. Sometimes they don't really have to worry about that, but I think there are definitely times where focusing on that could make them more successful, except here, like you were saying, he was just taking damage to maintain weapon control. Lopez with a solid lead here. Weapon spawn coming in. Use grabs the axe. Maybe going to search for a dash D-Sig. Might just go for a take off the top. Bottom side of that recovery is going to bounce Lopez. Top side of that recovery,
one more.
sending Lopez diagonal up.
One more will get the job done. Use is looking for it. He's so close to getting the KO. And all of this time, oh my goodness, Lopez just pushing his lead further and further. He stuffs the recovery, almost catches Use again on the dodge, and Use finally lands a side air to equalize the stocks. But look at the damage differential that happened in that short amount of time where Use was just trying to take the stock off of Lopez.
You mentioned Use being sort of that momentum player. Even though he got that KO there, it was Lopez that had the momentum before that. It was just like one step where Lopez didn't happened to guess the right follow-up for that single situation that Use found the KO option. But definitely momentum is not in his favor whatsoever.
Yeah, and we'll see if he's as good at bringing a lead back that he is as keeping a lead. And so far, it doesn't look so good as he loses that stock. Lopez now has a significant lead here that he could easily push to a win. Oh, man.
Lopez.
Man, he's looking so good, dude. That was smooth.
That's a punish there. Use has been turning around those neutral signatures a lot.
Use is broken. Use is being broken right now. He is... Lopez, he's found the funky flow, man, and he is not giving it up. What a spot dodge from Lopez. Use with the downlight side air, even though he was as close as could be to the edge of the stage, it still wasn't enough. Lopez, will he get his dodge back? Wow, just in time. Gets his dodge back, makes it back to the stage here, and still a full stock ahead on Use. Slams him with the side air. It's still not enough. And Lopez sneaking his way around, but Use still manages to catch him with the recovery. Now Lopez is down to his final stock, and Use in orange on his final stock has still got a long way to go just to equalize, while Lopez could just end this pretty quickly here.
I
think
do
Use
think
can
the
make it,
momentum I think the momentum is starting to shift in Use's favor after that one. That does turn him red. Lopez finding a beautiful 3-hit there. Neutral air, that sends Use off the screen. I'm not sure if the next neutral air will kill if you pick it up grounded. That's going to kill, though!
Yeah.
Lopez taking that game, tying up the set 1-1. And that is a big shift in the overall momentum of the entire set. Not even just a stock-to-stock change in momentum, but the whole thing so far.
Oh, man, that gravity cancel downlight way up in the sky. Look at this. Oh, wait, no. Next one. That was such a great position to land that in. Oh, it wasn't gravity cancel. It was just off the platform. Even better. Lopez. Playing my favorite crystal gem, Pearl. She's awesome, you know. Someone's got to be the sensible one in the group. That's Lopez.
See if he can maintain that sensibility here as we get into the next game. It's game 3. We're going to Great Hall, another map with a lot of platforms. We just saw the Dome, which has 2. Before that, we saw Enigma that has 3, but this one's going to be a little bit different than Enigma. Those left and right soft platforms kind of squished out, pushed away from the center area.
Yeah.
Of course, the really long soft platform in the top middle.
Now, last time we were on Great Hall, when we saw Hughes playing, Hughes really took it. I mean, it seemed like this stage was just perfect for how Hughes is playing this. And we'll see if it comes as much in handy here against. Whoa! What a wild man! Now we know what Hughes is really capable of. We didn't think he was so crazy. Now we know how crazy he is. Now Lopez.
He's ready
knows
to
how
go
crazy
in.
he is.
With the slide charge, neutral signature, reverse the other direction.
Oh.
It's the falling down air, 2 down airs. Sig gonna come out from Lopez. I'm a little bit surprised that KO'd just because Kaya does have that lower strength.
Yeah, it's the down signature, still powerful. You know, get put in the bubble. That whole bubble thing in Steven Universe is pretty powerful stuff. Oh, he caught him. That's beautiful. There is no better place to land that neutral sig than right there, right then. Hughes equalizing the stocks and the damage as well. This could have been, you know, we're talking about Hughes being a momentum player. He almost lost the momentum right there, but now he has kept the momentum in check.
He might keep it going with that neutral signature in that exact same spot. We saw him use that previously against Kinda Ackerman. Threw a lot of those out right to the left of that soft platform on the ground.
Lopez being a bit more careful about how he engages now against Hughes. He's seen the punishment. He's felt it. Oh, the pogo down air. One more. Hughes. Wow, Hughes manages to escape Lopez's edge guard. A commendable feat. Lopez has one of the best, most consistent edge guards in the game, I would say. Hughes getting around that was impressive, but Lopez still manages to tie it up. Or not tie it up, but close it out and take the lead there. Pretty significant.
So one thing that I noticed when
What?
oh my
Three!
goodness, he even went for another one
Oh,
and
is it
another one.
Oh my goodness, he's just being greedy now.
So one of the things that I really noticed when we saw Hughes versus Kinda earlier, specifically on this map, was Hughes was spending a lot of time on those soft platforms, retreating to them, moving around them.
Yeah.
But now Lopez is kind of the one using them a lot more, and I don't know if that just is messing Hughes up because he doesn't know how to play against someone who's using those soft platforms so much. Even now, you see him all around the soft platforms.
Yeah, you've got a point there. It's like Lopez took what was good about this map for Hughes and Hughes' last set and is using it now to his advantage. And it also takes the opportunity away from Hughes to be able to use it in that way. And
Lopez Kaya, too clean on this. 592 damage, just a little bit under 600. So I'm going to pull the calculator out for this one, just to give you the exact number.
Busting out the calculator.
592 divided by 3 is like 197 per stock. Not the most efficient in the world, but when you're playing a Pearl / playing a Kaya, you don't have the most strength in the world.
And on Great
It's going
Hall.
from 4 to 5, exactly.
On Great Hall,
it can be a little bit tough, especially if you're looking for those vertical kills. And when you have a bow in your hand, Lopez is looking for the neutral airs, looking for the recoveries. Well, even when he has the spear in his hand, tried to go for those recovery KOs as well. Going to send straight off the top. So it's going to take a little bit more. But the thing you're woeing about, it's not the stats on your screen. It's the change in character.
You're about to find out, chat, what kind of craziness is going on here. Hughes has switched his legend to Jaeyoon. Oh, what? Jaeyoon? It's not 2020. What's he doing? Maybe he's got a crazy plan up his sleeve here.
There's also the small Brawlhaven being brought into play here. So 2 major variable changes that have happened here now that Lopez is up 2-1 in this set.
Yeah, I mean, this is the smallest map in the game, which honestly, we never saw his Taros on this map. I think the Taros would have worked pretty well here, but Jaeyoon, he benefits in the same way that Taros would. So we'll see. We'll see what Hughes has got coming up here, especially if he can get some nice greatsword neutral signatures. That might kill way earlier on this map than it would on any other map.
Ooh, no downlight right over the corner. Might have expected that coming out from Hughes.
Yeah.
I love that when Lopez is throwing these weapon tosses down, he's picking them up while still being in the air. So his landing is not going to get punished by a downlight from Hughes that would lead to a KO.
Oh, you got a point. Ooh, Hughes manages to take the first stock off the top. Simple downlight recovery to finish it off, but it was at an efficient time. Oh, talk about efficient. There's Lopez scoring the KO just about as early as he could.
Oh, I can't believe you didn't pick that up just a little bit earlier. Oh, Lopez, he might get caught here.
Oh, man.
No,
that was,
he doesn't. Okay, he gets around.
Yeah, both players there just avoided a nightmare. It started with a mistake from Hughes that, oh no, Lopez might capitalize on this, and then Hughes gets around it, and it's like, uh-oh, Hughes might capitalize on this now. They both just end up getting out of there unscathed. Even match here. But remember that Lopez is a game ahead. He only needs one more victory to move on to top 8 winner's side. Whoever wins this will face off against Power Ranger in top 8.
Hughes is initiating with Greatsword differently than a lot of players. I'm a little bit surprised that didn't kill. That has to be the defense of Kaya coming in because he hit that finisher when he was in the orange. Oh, that's what you want to see. Textbook.
Yeah, and with the downlight ender, the downlight finisher on the Greatsword, it's powerful. Hard to land though, man. You got to give Hughes credit for managing. And now Hughes with the stock lead has an opportunity for some of that extra credit. Just get a little bit of a damage lead. No, Lopez not letting any of that happen. He equalizes before anything crazy happens. There is just a tiny damage differential that you could basically, it's just negligible. We don't even need to worry about it. Even match here.
Oh, Hughes starting to do some chunks. Has Lopez in the yellow.
Yeah, the Jaden's working out.
He's struggling to find initiations onto Hughes.
Oh, man. With how string heavy of a weapon that Greatsword is, you know, it's heartbreaking to see these really big punish opportunities just be like one small little hit, you know, and it still requires Hughes to catch a dodge no matter how easy, no matter how like opportune the punish is. But he's still managing. Uh-oh. Wait, Hughes is in a winning position here. But Lopez is starting to bring it back. Hughes looking for a signature finish. He gets disarmed. Uh-oh, Hughes gets disarmed at the worst time. Lopez maintaining weapon control. Now Hughes, he's got the stage, but there's no weapon on the field, and Lopez still manages to snatch it away. Hughes wants to fight unarmed, but he can't make it. Lopez stealing the game from Hughes at the last second. 3-1 in favor of Lopez. He's moving on to top 8 winner's side.
That was a close one, folks.
Wow.
I was so worried about that for my prediction.
I thought
for
sure Hughes was taking us to game 5.
I was so scared it was going to give Hughes the momentum to then take it to a game 5 and win the game 5. Look at that, 561 damage to 508. Almost equal average damage per engagement. Lopez is 30 to Hughes' 27.
Not a single signature from Hughes there, man. And I wonder how the Jaeyun mains in the chat are going to feel about that one. Jaeyun's got some pretty powerful signatures. Hughes did not seem interested in them. Interesting.
Yeah, I wonder how Flambeau is going to feel about that one as well. I noticed that in the in-game chat, Flambeau did come into the lobby, so he was able to see that one. Curious his thoughts on that, as he is sort of more of the Greatsword boy than I think any of the rest of the commentary.
He's the most Greatsword caster out there, yeah.
He definitely plays it more than anybody else.
Yeah. Yeah, big time. Oh, my goodness. That was wild. Well, you got to give Lopez the credit where it's due, man. He really held on there, and he transformed a lead at the very end of the game against him into a victory for himself, and that's very impressive.
So just looking at what is going to happen in the bracket after that, Hughes is going to go down into the loser's bracket. He's going to be waiting for his top 8 qualifier match that's going to happen on Pro Brawlhalla. He's going to be waiting for the winner of Fiend. Okay, there's a lot of strings of things that needs to happen. We have West versus Balthazar happening. Loser of that goes down. Going to fight Toled Pedro. Going to move on through that. Fiend is going to fight the victor of that. The victor of that goes on to fight you. So a lot of steps need to fall into play. A lot of dominoes need to be knocked over before we know who is going to fight Hughes. And we talked about West versus Balthazar. That's what we're getting next.
Oh, snap. Okay, whoa, in the blink of an eye. All right. Well, we already gave you guys the pregame here for West versus Balthazar. So, if you were here like 20 minutes ago when we were talking about that, you're already in on this. But West versus Balthazar is kind of a big deal here. West is the #1 power-ranked player in South America, not the #1 seed currently because of recent results, but West still power-ranked #1 as his lead was so significant for so long that he's still holding on to the stats for it. Balthazar is a premier 2v2 player, right, we were talking about, but going up against Wesley, it's going to be tough for him. He is not favored to win this, but I know for sure that he's capable of winning it. He's got the skills to pay these bills, Sparky. I just don't know if the rent's due for him yet. Oh, geez, already down to his second stock.
Yeah, he's struggling so far in this game. It wasn't necessarily the quickest stock. It was almost a minute before West took that one, but there was a lot of unanswered damage that came out. It wasn't lightning fast, but it was still very effective. West only in the orange on this one. Lifetime favor, that actually turned him red off of that D signature, and that is going to KO. Good response from Balthazar, going to taunt in response to what West did when he got the first stock off of Balthazar, but career lifetime score for these players in official tournaments, 3-1 in favor of West. So again, not a lot of tournament history between these players.
Well, and we know that Balthazar is capable, right? Even though Wesley's got more wins against Balthazar in official tournaments, Balthazar has gotten wins before. Wesley's not invincible here, despite being power rank #1.
He's certainly not invincible. That's why he's not seed #1 going into this one.
Yeah, good point. Oh, nice. Wesley avoids the weapon throw. He saw it coming. He had the punish ready to go. And Hall Minotaur Taros in Esports V2. That's the South American drip.
Yeah, a lot of people are playing with that. They love that skin. Available in the Brawlhalla.
Available now.
So West's going to take this one. That weapon toss goes a little bit too low. Balthazar was just high enough to get over it without having to burn any dodge to get through it. Balthazar, definitely very solid this stock. More solid than he was compared to the first one.
Yep, and the stocks are equal right now. Balthazar could take a lead here. Wesley used his gravity cancel. Balthazar just lets the opportunity pass by. He didn't have a dodge. Balthazar respecting what Wesley had coming, but scores the KO anyway. Off the side, Balthazar now has a stock lead. And like we say, the extra credit, that's what he's looking for right now. So any hit, any little bit of, oh my goodness, I can't believe he threw his weapon there. Well, okay, it all works out. Now he's got the spear, which he must be more comfortable earning damage on with the spear. Seeing as he's just maintaining weapon control. Oh my goodness. Okay, Wesley finally gets the KO on Balthazar, but look at the damage, man. He got some extra credit in there. That might be enough.
That's 2 hits, that's 3 hits. Oh, Wesley now in the orange. Balthazar doing a great job avoiding a lot of these hits. He has to be careful, though. 1 or 2 more. Balthazar is going to be in the orange. West still in the orange. The D-line turned him red. The recovery
so
not
close.
Quite enough to take off the top of this gigantic map. If we were on small Brawlhaven, I'm certain that would have been a KO. D-Sig will be enough, though. Balthazar taking game 1.
Balthazar! How about that? Oh, my goodness. He gets the GG from Wesley. That was a good game, man. You know, something I wanted to point it out was how Balthazar might be the only Brin in all of Brawlhalla to willfully throw away an axe when all he needs is one big hit for a KO in favor of a spear. Right? He
Yeah,
was
that
like, no,
is
not the axe.
interesting.
I don't want to just get a side air for victory. I need to do something crazy with a spear.
That is a very good point. That is certainly not something you see very often. I mean, we don't have, I feel like, a lot of like super dedicated spear players as much anymore in Brawlhalla as we used to. If a player is like playing Hattori, chances are they're maybe leaning on that sword a little bit more. So yeah, that is really interesting. A lot of people play Bren because like she's just a good axe legend rather than being a good spear legend.
Right. I mean, he actually threw the axe away when it was time to score the game-winning KO. And wait a second, he can still get it done with the axe? Uh-oh. Whoa, Wes, what a good turnaround. Also, let's go ahead and let the people know here that there was a big old legend switch you might not have noticed here as Wes is playing on Jala right now.
Has the axe in his hand. Wes
Going from
looking to
Terrace
add up
to
that
Jala.
damage on the Balthazar. Ooh, nice read. Can he clean
Off
this
the
edge guard up here?
side.
Dodge came
What?
out.
Oh, man. Wesley, what a tricky recovery back to the stage. Doesn't matter. Balthazar still managed to clean it up.
Wes now
Oh.
hoping to get this edge guard. He was floating really high there. Maybe
Yeah.
expecting Balthazar to immediately come over the corner and land.
I think he just decided it wasn't worth it at a certain point. It's like he has too many recovery options left.
The damage
but
build-up from
now-
Wes is so good. He's going to
I-
have complete control of the weapons. Try to pick up with the neutral light. Balthazar answering back. Unarmed. D-Light ground pound.
Whoa!
Wes! The
Oh.
recovery comes out and finds priority over Balthazar's ground pound.
Oh,
GC down
man.
signature from Wes on the wrong side of the stage. Still gets the KO. That's the signature kit. That's the axe. That is the strong
strength.
stats
Yeah.
coming out from this Jala pick.
That's the big strength stats. It's at a cost. Wesley's got the lowest defense you could have in the game, but one of the highest strengths you could have in the game. And all that strength mixed with all that dexterity here, he's just a powerhouse. Man, that last stock was wild. Now we're down to one stock apiece here, an even match. But remember that Balthazar is actually in the lead on the set. If he gets this one, he'll just be one game away. Just clean it up against Wes.
Notice that follow-up that Balthazar did after the side light. A lot of people just fish for that down light. They'll go for that like every time, or they'll just wait after the side light. This time, he did a jump side air.
What?
Man, he just... I was in the middle of making a point, and Wes is like, no, it's not important anymore.
not
because I'm going
important.
to end this game.
That was, wow, I can't believe this. The side light, neutral air, side air. He read, I think you'll see here that Balthazar, in the middle of that final game-winning combo, actually down-aired into the side air. He used unarmed down air. He dive-kicked. Look at this. He dive-kicked. He must have been expecting something completely different from Wesley. If Wes had gone for a recovery, like many Axe players do after the side light neutral air, that dive kick would have worked perfectly. It would have stuffed him before any hitboxes came out during the axe recovery, and then he could have converted that into more damage. But Wes, he must have been one step ahead. He must have known. This guy thinks I'm going to go for the recovery. I'm going to instead fast fall, side air. He'll fall right into my trap, and my goodness, it worked. Wes just one step ahead.
The Jala switch was fantastic. What a great decision from Wes coming at it, because it was like everything that Jala is. It was her individual weapons that he was using very well. It was the stat line that meant that down signature KOs from the wrong side of the stage. It also is the signature kit that Wes was using. So everything that makes Jala who she is as a character, Wes was using and exploiting and using so well.
And now Wes
Oh,
has...
no!
Whoa! Oh! Balthazar almost got messed up chasing dead people there. That's a nice early stock for Balthazar. You know, not the proudest of stocks as it just came out hard off of Wesley. What?
Oh, my... I swear,
He deserved
Wes,
that dance at the end there.
Wes hears us talking about Balthazar and is
He's
just
like,
jealous.
nah.
And he's like, you're talking about the wrong guy. You need to stop that point right there. I don't want to hear Balthazar's name come out of your mouth in a positive light because I am Wes.
That was such an early stock for Wes, and he absolutely needed it just to equalize. My goodness, it was looking like he was going to have a rough match, right? Just starting basically with 2 stocks, how early Balthazar got that. And Wes, man, he turned it around as soon as he needed to. Anyway, Wes makes the switch to Finn here, but as you all know, it's an epic crossover for Jala, so kind of still same legend, but it's got that Finn flavor here, using the John Cena fire extinguisher. Just a really good loadout here for Wes.
I hope for safety's sake that fire extinguishers exist in the Adventure Time universe, but I feel like I've never seen one, and it almost looks weird. Oh, he gets away from that. The spacing was perfect.
Wow, that gravity cancel downlight was perfect. The home run swing and up in the sky too. It helped a lot. Oh, Balthazar, he's trying to reverse it immediately. Almost got it too. You'd think with the low defense of Finn that it might actually play out well for Balthazar there. He was just barely away. If he can land one more, he'll definitely get it here. And he is definitely looking for it here. Side airs, neutral signatures, whatever gets the kill here against Wes. He is starting to... Oh my God, I can't believe Wes is still alive. Balthazar! He dove so deep for it.
That was an interesting choice from Wes. I don't know if he thought that Balthazar was going to pull out of that ground pound. Like he was just playing chicken with him, and Balthazar ended up winning.
Happens.
Because there was so much time for Wes to find like a punish there that I don't really know what was going through Wes's mind.
And it ended up working for Balthazar. I mean, he committed like a meteor, and it worked. But now Balthazar is basically one hit from death here. And Wes is looking really healthy on this last stock.
Nice spot dodge to get through that weapon toss. Wes picking up an axe, though. You know he has the opportunity to find, I was going to say a side air, but he finds the recovery. Wes is going to take that one. Game 3 going in his favor. Now going up 2-1 in the set. Just needs one more victory to move on. Not, I was about to say into top 8. Foda, it's not even top 8, dude. It's top 12.
Not even. Well, we did have to wait quite a while for this match, and even though it could have just played off screen and happened faster, we really wanted to see it. Call us selfish, but Wes versus Balthazar.
Yeah, I would have been. I'm glad I got to see this one. I would have been heated if I didn't.
Been upset. So now 2-1 in favor of Wes. Balthazar, we know he's got what it takes. It was so close too, but the switch to Jala has really been working out for Wes.
Thinking about this stage banning. Nobody has put up any bans whatsoever yet. Just staring at the screen, thinking about what map to ban out to let your opponent choose from.
It's Balthazar's choice, and he is... Looks like he's getting rid of small maps as best as he can. He wants to take Wes to a large map, and then Wes goes ahead and chooses Mammoth Fortress, the smallest of all the maps that Balthazar left on the table there. But would you look at this? Balthazar with the big switch up to Rana Wushang.
And now you see, reflected in the character choices, like why Balthazar threw away that axe. Like you pointed out so well, is Balthazar's a spear player.
Yeah,
we know that like
the
Hattori from 2v2s. Obviously, we saw him throw away the axe for the spear on Bryn. Now he's going over to the Wu Shang pick.
Yeah, he wants the spear. Whatever else is on there is just a bonus.
Oh, recovery. Nothing more. Didn't want to burn too many things up there. Balthazar is in the orange. You're playing against Wes's axe. If you burn too many options up there, a side air or something could send you off, or even a recovery would kill you up top.
No!
And there you go. That's exactly what I was talking about. He got caught out. And just because he was in orange, any move from Wes sent him so far. That's why you pick Wu Shang, though. The goo on those gloves, nice and sticky, making sure Wes gets knocked out.
I am surprised that Balthazar did not taunt after that, because Wes taunted him like he hit him with 2 taunts after the first KO, and then immediately Balthazar comes back and scores a KO. You know what he did? He stood there. That's almost a taunt in itself. He stood there. Yep. He didn't jump around. He didn't move. He just stood there with his gauntlets and let him know, yeah, I could take you out.
That's one of the reasons you pick Wushang, is those What? I was about to talk about Balthazar using the signatures really well, and yet again, Wes saying you're talking about the wrong guy. Down air, setting up in a huge power position.
Wow.
Weapon toss. Wes actually coming out with the flag
the
taunt
double
from
taunt
Brazil.
again. He's not taunting. He's just emoting to his fellow countrymen, you know?
Yes.
He shows the Brazil flag, and then he waves. He's just waving at his homie.
Of which Balthazar comes from Brazil.
That's right, yeah. So really, it's a friendly. You can look at it in a friendly way. I think Balthazar's none too pleased about it in general. And Wes is very close to achieving victory here in the set, as he is, no way, the double down light from Balthazar. He is going deep here for an edge guard, and he gets the pogo. GG. That was nicely done by Balthazar. But look at the health, man. He's still got so much to make up for here. And with his back against the wall, he can't afford to lose this game right now, or he's going into the lower bracket.
Oh, D-Light
no.
Insig. Wes hits that one.
And he waves
takes
him goodbye.
it away. The damage, 501. Average that across 3 stocks. All it took was 167 per stock for Wes to take out Balthazar. And that is when you turn red at 150. 17 damage past that. That's like getting them to 150 and then hitting one move on an axe. And that's the killing blow.
Holy cow, man. Wes!
What a set.
Yeah,
that
what
change.
a set.
Oh my goodness, that change.
And so now Wes is moving on to top 12 on the winner's side, where Page is just waiting for him. And Page is hot off his victory against DB. Must be feeling good right now, a big victory like that. The only thing that'd feel better than that is maybe taking out Wes in the next round. I mean, Page would just be king of the bracket if he managed to take out DB and then Wes all before getting into top 8.
That would be a very killer loser's bracket. You want to get all of those people out of your way so that you can cruise on through the winner's side and leave all the absolute insane players, all the insanely recognizable names, the highest earners in the region, put them all down into the loser's bracket so they can take each other out and just let Page cruise on through. But before that, we are going to be moving into a break. We're going to get a new set of casters here on the desk. Foda, take us home.
Guys, thank you so much for watching. There's plenty more Autumn Championship South America action coming up. You're just going to have to wait like 5 minutes, and we'll be right back with some fresh casters and some fresh matches for you. Don't go anywhere. Be right back.
Each legend can use 2 different weapons. When in battle, weapons will spawn throughout the match that you can pick up and use. Weapons can also be thrown and picked back up whenever you want by pressing the throw button. Without the weapon equipped, you still have the unarmed moveset. The unarmed moveset is global and identical for every legend. Unarmed usually puts you at a slight disadvantage, so you'll see a lot of top players try to defend weapon spawns, or avoid fighting while they are weaponless.
2 of our top 8 winners side players have been decided, and in just a minute, we will be finding the other 2 to join them. I'm Duke, and joined with me is Flambo. Hi, Flambo.
Hey, Duke, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. I forgot to message you that I'm wearing the turtleneck, and I realized we were gonna. I mean, we still have another block together, so maybe we can.
Right
we
there.
can
All right,
change,
cool.
but,
I'll
yeah,
pull a quick one.
I forgot to let you know.
It's okay. We'll like match and coordinate, and it'll
Yeah.
be cute, and everyone will be like, "Oh my God, look at those two! They're twinning."
Twinsies. But we've got, that's right, we got a couple of players already decided, right? Power Ranger and Lopez, we saw them earn their spots in the top 8. And then we've got some matches in just a little bit. We've got Ailzo versus News, which is going to be an interesting one. Ailzo earning the spot by beating Noenry, who beat Fiend to get into the top 16. And then the other match we'll be watching is Wes versus Pahe. Pahe, who beat DB to earn this fight into the top 8.
Which
Pause
Wes, kind of sad that I'm not seeing Wes on a Rocket Lance Legend, but the Jala has been looking pretty darn good, so I cannot complain.
Yeah, at the very least, I'm glad to see Wes on an Axe Legend. Of course, they had the Olgrim, and then we saw a little bit of the Taros earlier. So there is at least some sort of consistency across the Legends that Wes is playing, at least for today.
Now taking a look at the lobby, it seems like News and Ailzo are already locked in with the Legend picks they're going to be playing here. We have the Koji coming up for News, and on the other side, we have the Caspian from Ailzo, who every time I see Caspian, I'm always like, why don't we see more of this Legend? Like, usually, every time we see it, it's like, oh yeah, because 2 of the weapons that he has kind of do the same thing. They rack up the damage, yada, yada, yada. But, like, his SIGs, I cannot, stress enough how good they are. That I feel like, personally, it makes up for the fact that he has 2 string weapons.
Yeah, it's in an interesting spot at the very least, right? Like, kind of like you said, they don't have those consistent KO options, which is one of the big things that you want with both of these weapons, is for the secondary to have that consistent thing, right? Which is one of the reasons Val was really good. Even though her SIGs are arguably not as strong as Caspian's, she still had Sword, which gave you D-Light Recovery, D-Light Save, which is just a nice thing to have after you build up all this damage. We'll see what Ailzo can do, because that might be where they start to fall apart, but by and large, the PR would favor News for this one at the very least.
Okay, we'll see. News, of course, with that Koji, going to have that high dex, and of course the bow in a very good spot in the meta right now. Perfect string coming out from News. A lot of unanswered hits. Finally, Ailzo's manages to get one, and you see right there, right, goes for that gravity cancel D-Light Nair Dare, but of course that Dare is no longer true because there's not as much hit stun on that Nair now.
Still a really strong combo or string to bring out whenever you can, but right now going to have a little bit of a hard time getting into position to do that, as News has so much control right now. It's so much movement coming out from News.
And it's also like, wow, for game 1, they're going to Enigma. You don't see that every day, right? Usually you see maybe an Apocalypse, maybe a Mammoth, but I did not expect to be going here as News manages to find the staple, gravity cancel D-Light Recovery on the Sword. That's an easy way to go ahead and pick up a stock.
Yeah, just the classic Sword player KO combo. This is, like you said, kind of an interesting map. It's generally a counter pick, you know what I mean? You'll go to something standard, few thought platforms, but Ailzo trying to go.
Oh,
That
so
almost
close.
hit. That would have been nice.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Oh.
That was an onslaught from Ailzo there, right? There was 2 or 3 different attacks that were this close to hitting but didn't. But he just kept the pressure going and was able to find the KO anyway.
Yeah, one thing that's really working for Ailzo is those signatures are projectiles and they don't actually have that much movement, or at least the ones that he was throwing out weren't. So you would throw him out and then News dodges him and then he's still in position for a perfect counter punish. So he was getting a lot of good resets off of him.
I like this
dodge.
beautiful turnaround from News to switch this up. And it looks like, he doesn't touch the wall. Yeah, I think he meant to touch the wall, maybe dare, in that direction still, but just with the refresh jumps and just accidentally didn't get the touch there. So News is going to be able to get a little bit of a lead here. We're going to see if Ailzo can bring it back, though. Shouldn't be too rough considering that Koji doesn't have the most defense.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely going to be able to build up a lot of damage onto News. The critical thing is getting that knockout, because even that first stock did take a little bit for Ailzo, and we're starting to see Ailzo not get as many of the follow-ups. This is bad. The dare follow-up, the weapon toss, and News takes game number 1.
Man, that was a tough spot for Ailzo there, especially there's a moment where you're trying to recover back to the stage and you know your opponent's going to go for the ground pound and you try to like air dodge through it, and he just got caught at like the tail end. Like sometimes it's hard to tell if sword ground pound in particular is going to have the hitbox be wide enough to catch you, and it was just one of those scenarios where it was.
Yeah, it can be a little bit tricky. It is a relatively thin hitbox, but going into game number 2, we're already seeing Ailzo change up the character picks, but I like this consistent theming has the Sentinel for game number 2.
Yeah, the Katars were definitely doing quite a bit in that first game, right? We didn't see too much in terms of gauntlet strings. In fact, I'd say all the momentum that Ailzo did get came from those Katar strings. So going to the Sentinel, getting that, we were talking about the consistency and having that option. Well, Hammer Stomp Sayer is definitely that consistent option.
But we'll see if Ailzo can get that damage build. They had a couple of moments where they were getting that string, getting those dodge reads, but it started to get less and less as that game progressed. But now we're seeing him make the swap over to the Hammer Stomp side air. This is looking good for Ailzo to potentially get the first stock, but he misses the recovery turnaround, and Ailzo is going to get the first stock.
Oh, and that was a clutch Sayer from Ailzo there. We could see the sweat beads on his brow saying he doesn't have any other options, but getting that Sayer allowed him to get the KO and also make it back to the stage.
Yeah, really good side air. I'm actually kind of surprised it hit for Ailzo, but it really lucked out for him.
Yeah.
And good recognition to just chase dodge straight up.
Okay, and trying to get a little bit of extra damage here. And honestly, even if Ailzo loses the stock here, already has News in the orange, so already a much better game too.
Now we're seeing it's News who's having trouble to get this knockout. He's got the sword now. That D-Light recovery earlier was not quite enough. Sentinel does have a little bit more defense on him.
Okay, how do you get back here? Nice edge guard coming out from News there. Just going off, doing the falling Sayer. Just kind of taking his time, seeing what Ailzo is going to do and responding.
Yeah, some good movement from News that actually led into that side air, right? Like going off that soft platform, using the dash jumps, but Ailzo with the dodge read hits the neutral signature, and Ailzo's looking good.
Oh man, just like that. Yeah, this Sentinel definitely the pick here. Get that nice knockback on all of those strong hammer hits. You have a good SIG kit as well on both weapons, so really just trying to make the best use out of everything. But you can see News bringing it back here, gets 2 D-Light dares into a follow-up Sayer. This is a lot of damage. Might be able to mount this comeback if he keeps playing like this.
Yeah, and really Ailzo has not been able to find any response damage. It's been like a couple of weapon tosses and not much else. News really bringing this one back, needs to get the knockout soon, drops the D-Light side air.
Yeah, got a little bit too deep inside of News' hitbox there. Maybe needs to go for like a down air or something. Just couldn't quite get it to connect. And now, just like that, News has brought this back. Ailzo, I think, probably wants to get those Katars, get that damage racked up so where he has the News in kind of the KO range, and then go back to that hammer. It looked like around the mid-damage ranges he was struggling with that hammer.
Yeah, but got the Katars for now to get this damage like you were saying. News, though, you got to give him a lot of credit for bringing this one back. He was a full stock behind, and this is very doable on either side. D-Light, he gets the string, but tries to read the dodge through. Didn't quite get the hit.
Nice. It just goes for the raw down sig after the side light. And that's a nice check and a beautiful way to close out the game with that Sayer. Ailzo manages to take game 2. I like what we saw with the Sentinel there. I definitely think that's the pick to stick with here.
Yeah, Sentinel looking a lot stronger, was getting more consistent follow-ups, he has got that knockout potential with the hammer, and he was getting those signature hits more frequently. Now we're seeing News going to be forced to make that swap.
Because I feel like there's a lot of Katar legends that off of a dash sidelight, they can kind of go for a mix-up where they go for like a dash or chase dodge down sig, right? A series of big one that can do that. And of course, Sentinel can do that, but the Caspian, his down sig has him kind of jump and throw those like little daggers out, so it's not really the great for that. So I think switching over to Sentinel gave him actually some more tools to play with in terms of the mix-up game.
Yeah, and he was also hitting the neutral sig, right? Like off the end light, he got that dodge read neutral sig, things like that. Like, he's just got some better follow-ups that he's able to hit with.
Let's see, we're going right back to Mammoth Fortress. You can see Ailzo doing a great job staying grounded, of course, making great use of the Katar Neutralite. It's so fast. The end lag is I won't say non-existent, but it is hard to punish, right? So you can see him throwing that move out a lot and responding. See, almost got that end sig as well.
Yeah, Ailzo doing a really good job controlling that center stage, but News is able to respond in damage. That's one thing that Ailzo's struggling with, is getting bigger damage bursts, right? Qatar's doing less damage per hit, means he has to hit more damage or more frequent moves onto News.
Oh, wow. Hit the platform there. Yeah. Oh, almost gets caught again. Jumps right over. Nice gravity cancel stomps here to push him off the stage. We have an edge guard. The weapon throw is no good, and Ailzo goes for a gravity cancel haymaker into the stage. That's not going to hit. News drops the Sair, and now Ailzo manages to live here.
Yeah, both of them now getting into that KO percent. Good spacing from News, but just a sidelight.
The heck?
The raw D-Sig to punish News.
Oh, nice pickup with the down air there, catching the jump through from Ailzo. And now News with a very small lead here. And we didn't even really talk much about the fact that, we're taking a look at a little bit of a different guy here.
Yeah, he did make that swap over to the Bodvar, wanted to retain that sword from the Koji, but really that hammer for the swinging potential. Ailzo showing it, D-Light side air, and he's going to even up the stock count.
Okay. And here we go, Ailzo. Gonna go ahead and try to rack up some damage with these guitars. News manages to pick up a hammer, and we'll see how well he's able to rack up damage with this weapon, right? You get a neutral light at low damage ranges, that's generally gonna lead into like a dash, side light, string, or maybe if you get a falling Sair, you can true combo that into the neutral light, but looks like he went for it right there, and Ailzo was able to punish it.
Yeah, I think Ailzo is starting to get outside of that range, like has taken quite a bit of damage from News. News might start looking for that stomp sider. Won't KO, but at least we'll get a lot of stage control off of it if he can land it.
Nice. All right. Tries to dodge there, gets caught by the ground pound. Yeah, you can see that Ailzo didn't have a whole lot of options there. Not really much to mix up with, just because the Sair sent so far off stage.
Yeah, and he noticed the sweat beads came out from Ailzo, so Ailzo had burned that recovery, so that ground pound wasn't as risky as it generally would be against a hammer.
Mm-hmm. Well, nice pickup. Goes for the Sair to push Ailzo off stage. Gets another Sair. Burning a lot of options, but he saved the dodge, and that was the most important thing to save there.
Yeah, keeping himself alive. News went for the reset there, but Ailzo had a good punish behind it. Still needs to get the knockout stomp. Misses the scoop.
Oh,
no.
I don't think he got the touch. He did not. Yeah. There we go. Beautiful edge guard from News. Just throwing that weapon, kind of hitting the head of Ailzo, and then just saying, well, I guess that's going to be the game, right? You can see that Ailzo was really trying to get that stock, was going for the stomp, went for the down air because the Sair would have sent to the other side of the stage and definitely wouldn't have KO'd, but then it just didn't connect.
I think that's a stomp nair situation. Like, you don't see stomp nair a lot, but I think that right there was a stomp nair situation.
Especially off the gravity cancel, right? Like, it's like you just do the falling nair, you're good to go.
Now we're seeing Ailzo make another swap in for game number 4, hoping this will be the character to keep himself alive. Knows how good it would be to be in the top 8 winner side. That's a guaranteed top 5 finish bare minimum if he wins here.
And honestly, I'm with it, right? We've seen the string weapons, I think, have kind of been doing the most for Ailzo. Granted, I didn't think the Sentinel Hammer was bad at all, but there's always like kind of this awkward portion of the game where their opponent has some damage but not enough where like hitting them with a stomp Sair is going to KO, where the hammer player kind of looks like a little lost in terms of what they're supposed to be like trying to hit with. And I think a weapon like sword as your secondary, you know what you want to press at every moment in the match.
Yeah, you can't really go wrong with the sword, and News is showing why. Has some good control, but does go for kind of a wild ground pound there, and Ailzo does get back.
Nice. Saw there was no dodge there because he caught the gravity cancel, went for the true recovery follow-up because of that. And now have a very close game here. Qatar's versus the sword. We've seen that a bunch already today between these two. And I'm wondering who's going to be able to get the first. Wow, that was tricky.
Yeah. Chain dodge low, but then a jump nair to get above News. Nice D-Sig. News still fighting back. Damage trading even between the two of them so far. Ooh, missed the punish though.
Goes him to the side. You can see Ailzo's like, I need that final blow here. This is where Qatar's can struggle a little bit, finding the conversions. But Hammer, on the other hand, if you get hit by a raw Sair like that, yeah, it's going to be curtains for you.
Yeah, especially off that soft platform, even closer to that right side KO box. Oh, if that D-Sig hit.
Oh my gosh.
If that D-Sig hit.
That was so close. Oh man, that's why these are the best, man. They got their dodges timing perfect. They just know when the danger is coming and they just dodge right through with frame perfect ease. I swear to God.
They just they got that ping advantage, man. They're so quick on it. But News untouched so far on this second stock. The side airs could lead to the KO. One more side air. Ailzo's running out of movement. Nice from News to read out the N-Sig.
That was so sick, right? Because right there, you could see even there was a charge from Ailzo there because Ailzo was like, I need to bait him to do something so I can touch the stage here. And News was just so patient.
Yeah, completely remembered every single time that Nisari's done that in every single ranked game. And he's like, all right, let me just go below this.
Okay, and here we go. Goes for D-Light there. That's not going to quite lead to too much, but good damage here. Wow, that step back into the side sig. That was perfect spacing.
Yeah, really nice punish on the wake up from News.
Oh, careful here. Okay, cool, because Ailzo's been kind of hit a few times, right, where News will send him off stage with the sword and then kind of read an early jump with a Sair and then push him back off. So now I think Ailzo's kind of privy to it. Might be a little too late, though. Final potential stock of the set. News setting up. Nice retaliation, though. And now we're going to see if Ailzo can push this to a game 5.
Going to be sticking with the Katars for the start of this stock from News. Ailzo needs to deny this weapon pickup. Okay, good patience on Ailzo, waiting for News to burn that movement.
Okay, and this is the thing. You get hit by one raw Sair or even a stomp Sair here. You're going off stage if you're Ailzo, and then it becomes a lot easier for News to close out the game. So that's kind of your win condition. Don't get hit by that move.
Oh, the read from Ailzo. One more hit.
Yes!
D-Light ground pound. Ailzo is
that was so
take
close.
game number 4. I had to pause. I was like, is this hair just tall enough to touch this wall?
Oh man, that was clutch. That was clutch. That was the perfect moment to go for an Asuri N-Sig. I can't believe it, man. That was great.
You can't ask for more. That's the dream for all the Asuri players out there. Get that dodge read with the N-Sig and then finish it off. It goes over the corner too, doesn't bounce off the stage. Like everything aligned for
Perfect
Ailzo.
spacing. And the other thing is too is that like when you get hit by Katar Neutralite on one side, your brain's always thinking about getting hit by the neutral sig to that side.
Yeah.
But what ended up happening there was Ailzo was like, all right, I'm going to N-Light you on the left and then reverse N-Sig to the right. And that just, your brain's not even looking for it.
It's a really good read. Ailzo has hit twice on the N-Sig dodge through reads. And he's doing a really good job of recognizing the situation where News wants to do that like last minute panic dodge through.
All right, now let's see. News not wanting to go out here. You know, we were talking about before that in terms of PR, like News is definitely quite a bit higher than Ailzo is, but Ailzo saying, hey, the numbers don't mean a whole lot. We got to adjust them if he's able to win this game.
Yeah, I mean, as far as Ailzo's concerned, there's no harm here, right? Like, losing here, he's like, all right, well, that was predicted. That's fine. But winning here, that's a nice upset. Gets to feel good. Gets to shake up this bracket even further.
Oh, okay. Goes for grab cancel D-Light. Small punish here, but this is a relatively even game. Ailzo with the Sair burns the dodge from News, and you can see goes immediately for that Sair because he's like, oh, there's no dodge. Oh, no.
A good turnaround from News. Got past, used all the movement, and then gets those side airs. News' side air pressure onto Ailzo has been really effective this set.
Yeah, he's just been doing such a good job of knowing when he's going to jump and just being there, right? Like the pinpoint accuracy has been so good. The punish game as well. Gets the ground pound, goes for 2, and the reversal here. Can Ailzo find it? Yes, it's going to be a down air, and now we have ourselves a tied game.
Slight advantage to News, though. Ailzo did take a little bit of damage there. Does have the Katars, but a stomp side air puts him far off stage. Doesn't go for the pickup for a second potential side air. Ailzo's going to be able to touch safely.
That was a good down air there. Go ahead, drift to the side, grab just the itty bitty corner. Maybe a reversal here. You can see the immediate response from News. Doesn't want to go down to a quick cheesy KO off the side. No dodge.
Oh,
big opportunity. That's it. He hits back.
Chase dodge. He can't do it though. Ailzo with the Gimp is going to give him the lead here in game number 5. This is News' winner bracket stock.
This is why holding on to that dodge is so important. If you go for a gravity cancel, you best be sure it's going to hit.
Yeah, you hear Foda talk about it a lot. He puts yourself into 3 seconds of cooldown where you cannot get out. Ailzo taking full advantage of it. Suddenly, News struggling to finish the stock of Ailzo.
Again!
The dodge through read again. News is falling apart.
Crumbling. Oh,
Okay,
if he had charged it just like for like a millisecond there, would have caught that dodge in place. So Ailzo definitely thinking in the right spot there, but News has a lot of work to do. This is a good start. Nice little 3-piece.
Things looking real good for Ailzo as he gets the
Nice.
down sig, and that's going to be it. Ailzo beating News 3-2 to earn their spot in the top 8.
If you look at the damage done, it's 451 to 420. That's like the difference of 1 hit, essentially. But you can't forget about that stock that was taken. It just was so early, you know? Like, I was like, well, that will make the damage look even. Oh, man. Oh, man. Wow. And Ailzo went kind of through the gauntlet there as well with all the legend picks, right? We saw the Caspian, we saw the Sentinel, and then eventually landing on the Asuri, and it looks like that was the pick.
Yeah, clearly showing they wanted to play Katars today at the very least. The Asuri, the one that ended up working out for them at the very end of it. They're going to go into the top 8 to fight the winner of our next set, Wes versus Page.
Which this one's definitely going to be good. You know, especially Wes. Personally, my favorite player in the region. Always brings the sauce. Always has something new. It's always refreshing when I watch Wes play. But Page, on the other hand, I mean, we got a good glimpse of them yesterday in the 2v2 landscape, and they were able to like really put down the hammer. I don't know if Wes is gonna have a good time or not. We'll see. It's gonna be a clash of 2 titans, but I want to put my money down on Wes.
You know, I'm also a reasonably large fan of Wes. I wouldn't say that I'm the #1 Wes fan out there by any means, but I definitely think Wes is a popular pick. Obviously, favored in this set at the very least, coming in PR #1 versus Page. But the thing that makes me a little worried is that Wes is on this Volkov, which not that I think there's anything wrong with Volkov. It's just that Wes's Volkov is a very signature-heavy Volkov.
And I love that, personally. I mean, we were taking a look. I mean, you saw, I mean, of course, on the pre-show, you must have talked to Sparky, of course, about his predictions. And he didn't have Wes in the top 3, right? Did he backpedal on that?
No, he doesn't believe in the West. I will say he doesn't think PR #1 is worth putting into his top 3 predictions for the day.
Because I called him out on it. I was like, no, Wes. And he was like, no, this Sig spamming Volkov will not succeed. And I'm like, well, buddy, I'm here to see that happen. Let's go, Wes. But Page, on the other hand, can't sleep on him. PR 14 with 3K to his name and some change. Gonna have some work to do here. Has never podiumed. Meanwhile, Wes, on the other hand, has done it a fair amount of time. So we're gonna see we got that schoolboy Volkov out here to play against the Koji. Let's get it popping.
We'll see how well this works out for him. We've got the Scythe and Axe for Wes. Of course, I'm happy to see Wes on the Axe. On the other side, Page, we've seen quite a few Kojis today in the South American region. They're loving the bow, loving the sword, but Page has neither of them right now, currently unarmed against Wes.
Okay, and so far, Wes hasn't thrown out a Sig yet. I'm waiting. Oh, nice little follow-up there. Goes for the dash. Oh, going for a quick early KO. That's the Scythe gameplay you like to see. And Page, I think, was even taken a little bit back by that, immediately retreating back to center stage and saying, I don't want to go off stage against this guy. But look where you are yet again. Burning the dodge, gets caught by the Sig. And that's it. Smoked, baby.
You saw the sweat beads, which means Page had literally nothing, and Wes hits him with the end sig, and then hits him immediately with the side signature to finish off the KO. Wes showing how to utilize those sigs to get those quick KOs on the Page.
Oh man, I love the fact that the sweat was something that was added to the game, man. It's just like, oh, you got no recovery options. You like that one key and peel sketch. Oh my gosh, Wesley already striking back with mad damage.
It's such good information, those sweat beads. But man, you gotta, like, Wes is disrespecting Page. He's just going in. Page was charging up a side sig, and Wes is like, I'm just gonna recover inside of it.
Yeah, that was terrifying. Speaking of terrifying, though, that Bo and Sig from Padre are going to go ahead and clean up that first stock from Wesley. We haven't even seen Wesley really play the axe at all this game. There we go. Finally picks one up, but it's been mainly the scythe thus far. And that side Sig has some unique properties to it, right? If you charge it, Volkov will jump in the air and just fly. Meanwhile, if you don't charge it, he'll do a grounded swing to the side. So pretty cool, unique aspect of the character.
Yeah, there's a couple of SIGs where depending on if you charge or if you tap, it'll do a different effect. And that one swings up or down depending on which one you're doing. Goes out with the down signature. Page not going to try to challenge it. And Wes sticking with the scythe for this.
Oh, going for ground pound, gets caught. And he's looking, and this is the scary part if you're Padre here, right? Like, you just need to get back on the stage. You're taking too much time on the corner when you know there's a scythe right above you, but you're also thinking, I don't want to go up too haphazardly and just throw my stock away. But as you can see, took a little bit too long, and West took full advantage. And Padre's not dodging. You know, he's getting hit by the scythe, and he's just deciding not to dodge. Right there, we saw him dodge up finally. But he's trying to go for the mix-up, but if Wesley's just going to keep attacking, then the mix-up's not working.
Well, to be fair, Wes did miss a couple of follow-ups a second ago because he was trying to read those dodge outs. Page going to get caught, though. Did spot dodge a second ago.
Oh, wow. Got right below that side Sig. He's going to go ahead and dodge up to the platform. Smart way to recover using the stage to his advantage. And Page trying to get this opening here. Needs to bring this back to a one-stock game. The D-Light recovery is going to have just enough juice on it, and he's going to go ahead and yeet that sword away, pick up a bow, and try to rack up some damage, and I think that's definitely the weapon to do it. Uh-oh.
Woo! Able to jump over it. Just a soft punish, though. Just a side air from behind. He's got to be careful about being in this offstage, though. This is Wes, and Wes has been winning this.
Okay, Alex recovery.
Okay. Okay.
He got the recovery.
Saw the stars.
That's 3 in a row.
Wes is gone.
Bow down air is so disjointed. That was great.
4 dares in a row, tapping the wall dare after dare, and every single time Wes is just immediately jumping into the arrows. Wes gonna fall. Page takes game number 1.
Man, Padre was like, this is how you shut the commentators up, bro. I want to be off stage. Ooh, 1, 2, 3. Oh, man. Hit him with the Tootsie Roll owl. That's crazy.
So many arrows come out from Page, and now Page showing, all right, maybe he can play that off stage. Maybe he doesn't have to worry so much about Wes with the scythe off stage, but Wes gets the initial weapon here in game number 2.
Man, that has to feel bad, right? You've been winning those engagements all game, but when it comes down to the final stock, that's where it all falls apart.
But at the same time, maybe Wes is feeling comfortable. He's like, you know what? I could probably win it next time. I know what to avoid next time.
Oh, man, we were talking about how Wes is going to be pretty heavy on these SIGs, right? And it's for good reason. Volkov just has, like, pretty low cooldown on all of his SIGs. Wesley is absolutely cooking right now. Couldn't get that ground pound in time. He saw the sweat beats. He was like, I just got to line it up. But the dodge came back just in the nick of time there. And that, oh, man, it's so good. The charge side SIG just has such a low cooldown.
Yeah, that thing comes out quick. Will definitely catch opponents, but Page's been doing a good job avoiding it. Nair not going to be the knockout tool. Wes going to be looking for maybe the strong hit on a D-Light. Oh, just the side air to take the first stock.
All right, and Wes can go ahead, rock the axe for a little bit, probably throw it a couple more side SIGs, especially if you land it at kind of these lower damage ranges. You can go for like a falling Nair afterward. You can actually get some like pretty cool combos, all things considered. Oh, there it is. Gets punished, though.
We went for the read there with that down signature. It's got long active frames in a small area, but Page stayed high above it.
Yeah, it will definitely catch like a spot dodge or something as well, just in case Page goes for that. But Wesley decided, you know what? I think I've been cooking more with this scythe, which, like, I didn't really expect to be like, oh, man, like, Wes. Oh, no, that was in the wrong direction, brother. Oh, he lets him come back. What a nice guy.
Yeah, Page just chilling on the corner. He's like, all right, take your time.
So I'll get you anyway. Weapon throw.
Touched. And with a lot of vertical movement, but there's recovery frames on it, and Page gonna punish.
Yeah, definitely a little bit more of an interesting option. Maybe Wesley wanted to be a little bit more under the stage to kind of buy some time or something. Either way, though, coming back and just gets back to back.
2 in a row.
And that's it. Just gets out the way so he doesn't get touched by the Nair or anything, and just manages to snatch the stock from Page, right? Hit him with the first one, and then the second one was like, he was off the stage, so it just spiked him.
Axe play starting to come out from West, throwing out dares, but Page responds with a neutral air, but
Oh my
he's still
gosh.
taking damage. Swept
Oh
beats
my
time and time
gosh.
again. The side stick, the weapon toss. West gonna take game number 2.
So welcome to October, baby. It's Halloween time. All the bats are coming out here to play. Give me the replay. Give me the replay. No, not this one. I don't care about this one. This one. This
We want
one's
to see the third
alright.
one.
This one's alright. Now this one. This replay coming up. This joint right here. Kaboom. Bing. Just clean, man. Oh man. Yeah, I think
Really
West
good
is on to
usage.
something.
Really good usage of that side sig too, because it's got that forward movement, right? Gets him the wall touch, but it also swings down, so you get that spike. Really good usage.
Yeah, especially gravity canceling into the stage like that. Like that's just a smart way, you know. Especially if you bait someone with your movement to make you think you're gonna hit them, and then you just turn around and go the other way with it. They're not gonna have a lot of options to get back. And West so far has been doing an immaculate job, just making Page rather have a bad day.
Oh, but Page trying to slap back, has the bow in hand, getting some decent damage put out onto West here in game number 3.
Okay. And so far, the bow not looking too shabby here. Gets caught by the weapon throw. Oh, and no dodge. Oh, that down sig was so sick. Just barely didn't connect there. You can see Wesley has the gears turning. Throws him on the side. Nothing crazy. Goes for the ground pound. Nice turnaround,
Ooh, the
Page.
dodge.
Oh.
Weapon toss helps out West. He's going to get the wall touch.
Okay, not quite the read Page was looking for there. Goes for another one. Doesn't find it. Okay, this is one hit away for both of them here. Bounces off the
Not gonna do it,
stage.
yeah. For the scythe, Page dodges through the down sig there. Able to avoid the weapon toss, but the neutral light will give West the first stock in game number 3.
Okay, here we go. West doing such a good job here, racking up this damage, really cooking up Page. Oh, has Page off stage as well. Almost catches the dodge there with that delay. Page needs to get some hits here. That's going to be a punish. Yeah, gets a free Sair for that one. Page fishing.
Page is going to need a D-light recovery, likely
Oh,
to
no
get
dodge.
this one. Oh, turnaround opportunity. West misses the hits, though, and Page going to get back up onto the stage. Good avoidance from Page to hold on to that stock.
No dodge there either. Makes the recovery
no.
guaranteed. Goes for 2 back-to-back. Gets the catch with the side light.
Running out of
Page's in
movement.
trouble.
Running out of movement. Oh, but he can't deny the wall touch.
Yeah, it was just like, I think he wanted to be like a pixel more to the right to try and line up that ground pound and maybe hold it for a little bit longer. Either way, though, I mean, immaculate sequence from West, right? That's so much damage, even if he didn't get the KO. From downtown. Oh, man.
And you know what? Wes is getting away with each of these like crazy long charge side six because Page is doing like the softest punish possible. He's doing like a side air.
Yeah, no, I have to agree. And like, he keeps going for these side sigs and charging them, and it's like he's trying to dunk the ball from half court, right? Like he's just going for it all, and man,
With
just
the
to
Michael
find the
Jordan
KO.
arms.
The Space Jam stretch, the like meteor jam from Kagami and Kuroko's basketball, just like going all the way. Oh man.
Yo. Got the hit with the recovery as well. Wes looking poised to take game number 3. Putting out so much damage. Good spot dodge. It's just going to be the end light for the punish, though.
There we go. I'm just like, oof. Put the flag on.
Well,
He ain't
early.
even dead yet. He ain't even dead yet.
Well,
Premature
early.
celebration? Oh, well. I don't know about that play. that one might have been a little bit much.
Wes really feeling himself right now. Planting flags, feeling good. Taking game number 3, currently up 2-1, is 1 away from earning his spot in the top 8.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I'm just like, how does Sparky not love this, man? This is prime gameplay. Like, actually immaculate.
Because he doesn't want to run into it in ranked. It's like,
Yeah, true.
please don't do it to me.
Also, which, speaking of prime gameplay, y'all make sure you drop that Twitch Prime, or it was Amazon Gaming now is what it's called now,
Shogun
right?
bundle.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
no, it's
sick.
Prime Gaming.
Yeah, that's sick. Real gamer hours.
Page, honestly, Page kind of messing up, not running the Shogun Koji skin, but making the swap right now over to Finn for game number 4.
Okay, so this has been a kind of a common theme throughout most of the regions, right? We've seen a lot more Jala play. I feel like we got a lot of it way back when Pugsy was able to, really do damage with his character. And then ever since then, we've just seen a lot more Jala overall. And we've still, before that, D-Light into neutral sig used to be a true combo. It's not anymore, but it's still like 1 or 2 dodge frames, so you still see people use it and make great success.
Yeah, it's still tight, and it can still be very effective, but it is definitely one of the harder inputs out there, at the very least.
All right, let's see. So far, it's looking like Page is doing all right. Still not. Off the wall
bounce.
Bada bing.
Keep it going.
Got the touch
Get
though.
the wall touch. Ooh, side
that's
sig not gonna
cheeky.
connect. Yeah.
Oh,
What a punish. Punish.
Nice.
And Page.
Oh, you're low. You're way
Oh,
too
no,
low.
Page.
Oh, but the weapon throw. He's trying to make it back. He's not gonna do it though. What the heck?
Bro, he extended that stock. He's really trying, hoping that a teammate might fall out of the sky and give him that last hit up. But board cleared, stocks cleared, going into the second ones.
Oh my goodness. That was crazy. Oh, hold on here. I like this sideline there coming out from West. Page trying to get some damage here, playing a little bit more reserved though, right? Kind of backing up a little bit, giving West a lot of space, which I don't know if that's what Page necessarily intends to do here.
Getting more consistent at punishing those SIGs from West.
Oh, nice anti-air. Oh, goes deep.
Okay, running out of movement. Oh, and that ground pound will do it. West, 1 stock away from closing this set out.
It's always a little bit more active than you think, right? It's like the tail end of that hitbox was able to catch Page there. Now West going to be looking for some side lights maybe some end lights, try to go for a 50-50, maybe just set up a reverse down air. Page swinging, dude.
He knows. A SIG could finish off West, but West.
Careful.
Oh, missed the ground pound.
Nice.
Oh, the recovery. Oh, but the Nair helps him get the wall touch. Back and forth.
yeah.
Page's still taking a lot of damage here, trying to finish off this stock.
Yeah, this is not a scenario where you want to be trading this much, especially on a low defense legend. Granted, Page able to get the stock in the orange here. Jala does hit hard enough that's just like, get a few unanswered hits, bro, and you're right back in it. Yeah, starve him. Ooh, goes for the down tick. That's okay. Already in the yellow. That's good.
Bringing it back. Wing in from West, though. Side stick thrown out. No punish.
It's a lot harder to punch than you think. Sometimes you just got to let it rock. If you're not in position, you got to let it rock. So quick.
Counter punish.
What?
Dodged through it. Challenging.
How did you manage to get by all those hitboxes, you madman?
Oh, the weapon toss.
Oh, again?
Page goes for the ground pound instead of the side air. West going to get back up safely. Throws it out,
Nice.
and that's the KO. West taking game number 4 to earn his spot in the top 8 against Ailzo.
And I got to give credit to Page there, because Page managed to Gloria Gaynor it enough, right? He was staying alive for like the illest minute. And also, peep that weapon throw. Like, that weapon throw that hit West, that was so clutch. Because West would have probably just done that
so
NSIG anyway.
extra.
It looks so good. It looks so good. Oh, man. I love that he went for the recovery off of that side light, too, to close out the set, because it was clear that the Sayer would not have hit at that damage range. That was good. That was a great set. Wes is the GOAT, bro. Sparky's cooked. I don't know.
Well, either way, Wes does get to prove Sparky wrong a little bit there, and will earn his spot in the top 8. Guaranteed top 5 finish minimum. Because they're on that winner's side. We've got Power Ranger, Lopez, Ailzo, and West now sitting in the winner's side. In the loser's side, Monexo's earned his spot in the top 8. Fiend and Yuz are going to be fighting. Page and Kinda Ackerman are going to fight. And News is currently fighting Emperor.
Oh, Emperor, that's the go. We didn't get to really see much of Emperor, if at all, yesterday too, so I'd be extremely excited to see what that Koji is cooking today. Kinda Ackerman, of course, another hard hitter from the region. You know, granted, since we are, you know, in top 8 / the last top 8 qualifiers, you know, it's expected that, you know, some people have to fall. I personally thought that Kinda Ackerman might be on the winner's side of things, but I still think they can make a really deep run.
Yeah, I mean, Kinda Ackerman has a lot of potential here. Of course, well seeded for this tournament. I think they were expected to go into the match against Lopez and then win out there, but Yu's actually kind of popping off today. Yu's coming in with some picks that people weren't ready for, right? Like that Taros that kind of really took a bunch of people down. And I forgot who else they swapped to today. I'm trying to bring it up right now. Oh yeah, they had the Jay Yun for a game.
My guy, King Jay, on the sticks, man. You know, I love seeing some great sword, but maybe we'll see if we get some more today. I would love to see that. Maybe somebody whip out a Magyar, make me really happy, a Mako, whatever. But you know, with that said, thanks to everyone for sticking with us here for the South America 1v1. So far, it has been nothing but amazing sets all day. And you guys can go ahead and take a look at the stream queue here. Power Ranger versus Lopez and Elzo versus West. Well, we just saw that, right? Right?
Yeah.
No.
Well, we watched that
that
top
was
two.
Yeah.
We watched those top two. We're going to be watching Power Ranger versus Lopez next. And then, yeah, like you said, Elzo versus West. There you can see the verses means we're going to watch them later.
Yeah, it's great. Absolutely
And that's
great.
to the stream queue.
We got them in right now, actually. We got Power Ranger and Lopez. Power Ranger just striked the first few stages. We're going to be going between Mammoth, Brawlhaven, and Demon Island. And I feel like for, South America, they might just straight up pick Brawlhaven. I know they like to scrap. You know, all these stages are scrapping stages. Demon Island, fine. I'll take it. And, of course, we've seen Onyx a fair bit today, right? Power Ranger rocking that Onyx, and Lopez going to be rocking that Koji.
More Kojis today. Power Ranger is going to be an interesting one. We haven't seen Power Ranger on the Onyx in a hot minute. A lot of people have been kind of jumping ship from the Gauntlet train like you were talking about when we saw the Caspian earlier. But it looks like Power Ranger wanted to stick it with it. And it's interesting that they're going to Onyx instead of the Wushang, which we had seen previously.
And, Cannon is always a weird one because it's hard. Oh my gosh. Yeah, forget what I was going to say, man. That was disgusting. That deserved its own applause.
Just the follow-up side sig to catch Power Ranger. If he didn't have a weapon in his hands, he was dead. But he's got a lot of horizontal movement with these gauntlets and cannon.
And I think it looks like a particular type of disrespectful when you go for the gravity cancel side sig on Bo and they fall into it slowly. Yeah. It's like, oh, you knew.
I mean, it's that small line, right? It's kind of tricky, but Lopez does still find the recovery for the KO. Going to take that initial stock off of Power Ranger, and he's back to the bow for a potential another side sig reap.
Okay. We'll see what Power Ranger got. Whoa, hello? It was like that death on the wrong side.
Swatting the fly? What was that?
It was like, oh man, didn't love that, but he was able to turn around and get a side sig. It was all a bait.
He's playing the mind games.
Okay, and the down sig, that's a really good sig that Onyx has. You're going to see that one coming out quite a bit.
Didn't quite get that punish there. Saw the dodge down, had the timing and everything, just or had the idea, didn't have the timing.
Okay, and Lopez having a bit of a tough time here. It's going to be a free punish, though. Maybe go for an edge guard. Goes for a little bit of ground pound.
No, Power Ranger
makes big mistake, and that's going to be the stock because of it. Lopez going to go ahead and be happy with that, man. Make-A-Wish Foundation coming out in full effect here.
And this might be Power Ranger bot as it's just running at Lopez. Lopez with the homie stock?
At this point in bracket, he gives him the check. Hey, he said, I voted. Let's go. Make sure you vote in your local elections, y'all. That's important. And they're trying to figure out, are we good? We lagging? We good?
County. Yeah, Power Ranger is definitely throwing out moves as if they are not aware of their existence. And this might be a Power Ranger bot again. Back.
Yeah, boss will move like that. Hey, we go. We check. Hey, there we go. I like that.
Back to the polling station.
You had to double check the Scantron real quick. Okay. Just like that, Power Ranger swinging with this Onyx.
Up and toss. Lopez with a lot of control. Gave Power Ranger the homie stock and still taking the lead. Has so much weapon advantage.
Yeah, but the damage is fairly even here because Onyx, of course, does have that pretty high defense stat. Power Ranger's just trying to get a weapon, man. He's like, please, let me get something. Oh.
Gave him the homie stock, but not the homie weapon. Down sig from Power Ranger. Opportunity here, but he might fall. Oh, D-Light, ground pound. Power Ranger gets back up safely.
Oh, manages to pick up that bow from like pretty... Oh! I mean, the way you said that, it sounded like a shee. I was like, oh, I expected a... Dag, that was abrupt.
Yeah, that NSIG caught everyone off guard.
Like that, just like that. There we go,
Great
yeah.
pickups from Lopez. There you see in. Thought goes away a Power Ranger and
The final NC just bang. Here comes out so quick. That's like that. I mean, this is PR3 versus 4. Look at the money, right? Like that's as close as it tends to get. Oh, they
Yeah,
gave me the quick switch up.
like ignore the money. Let's talk about that last game. You know, 40% accuracy, both of them throwing out 5 SIGs. It was a close one, right? Pretty even damage per engagement. Just Lopez had that one final SIG read right when they needed it.
Okay. I'm going right back to Demon Island for the second game here, and I'm with it. You know, it was a pretty close game, all things considered there. That NSIG kind of ended it abruptly, but up until that point, like, these guys were scrapping as much as they could. And we're going to see, we did see Power Ranger actually get kind of starved a bit in the last game. Lopez was doing a really good job with that sword and just kept cycling through all the weapons. Oh my gosh, right? Your name on them, the signature from Koji, quite literally.
Wrote all the letters, not just the K, but Lopez again with the side 6. He is hitting these signatures, but Power Ranger able to respond with some damage. Good dodge from Lopez. Power Ranger's in trouble. Lopez gets the stock.
Oh man, and I think the thing about the Koji side signature that makes it hit so different is the fact that he has to do like a barrel roll first. You know, he doesn't just shoot the bow forward. He says, I gotta parkour into it. Gotta be careful here. Power Ranger needs to get the KO. That's not going to be quite enough. That's Sayer. I don't know if he has enough options here. Goes low. Tries to scoop him, but it's not enough. Uh-oh.
Lopez running
Playing
that
with fire.
down there. Yeah, that was a pretty risky play, and now he's stuck on this wall. Power Ranger hits him with a neutral light. Lopez, plenty of movement, though.
Another neutral light will probably KO in the corner, though. Oh, man, here we go. Power Ranger getting starved again. Gravity cancel D-Light recovery will be enough, though. Power Ranger only in the yellow. And since this is Onyx, that's actually not bad at all. Should be in a pretty good spot to bring things back. We haven't seen much in terms of cannon conversions, though. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, yeah, you got to hit here and there. But we haven't really seen, like, a long signature cannon string.
Yeah. I haven't been getting that, like, extra 3 or 4. We've seen, like, a couple.
Again.
Yeah, man. Lopez's SIG follow-ups are on point right now.
It's like, keep dodging in. Easy. Go for it. Right above my head seems to be where Power Ranger keeps occupying, and I think part of that is just due to the cannon and the gauntlets just having moves that kind of naturally want you or wanting you to be in that position, right? You do like a gauntlet sidelight, oh, that's an NSIG. You do like a cannon Sayer while following, oh, that's an NSIG. So Power Ranger's gonna need to be careful.
He's got to start picking and choosing his approach angles a little bit better. But again, Lopez with these NSIGs.
Catches the sidelight once again.
Nice. SIG just raw, catching the movement of Power Ranger. Power Ranger really trying to play that movement game, but he's just getting called out by Lopez.
And it's like crazy too, because the Koji and SIG in particular doesn't even like KO like that. Yeah, he said, nah, I'm good. Oh my gosh. I gotta see the SIG accuracy stat.
Yeah, Lopez is definitely hitting SIGs.
Oh, almost got that one.
Through. Nice turnaround for Power Ranger. It's going to take a lot here. Despite the fact that he's got a lot of defense with this Onyx, he's just not getting those big momentum swings the way that Lopez is.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, I guess pick up there. Waits because, of course, no true follow-up, and I think waiting panned out quite well there, but Lopez able to get the turnaround here, setting up with the weapon for cheeky potential edge guard, but it's not going to lead to anything.
Right side air, Power Rangers starting to be in trouble. Waiting a really long time, and Lopez is going to take game number 2.
Yeah, I think Power Ranger just, it was a game of chicken, right? Like, when are you going to touch the ledge? And specifically, if you are Lopez in that situation, what you're waiting for is for Power Ranger to dodge, right? Because then you can like, oh, okay, I can throw my weapon, I can go for a ground pound, whatever. And then right there, Power Ranger dodges, and he's like, wow, but he's still, like, you're expecting him to use his dodge to touch the wall, not to just, like, move straight up. So at that point, he's like, oh, well, now I can just wait and react to whatever he does. And that's how he was able to get that edge guard.
Yeah, he's just floating there, really hoping Lopez was going to overcommit and come off stage. But Lopez just with really good patience waited, and now Power Ranger has to make the reverse 3 if he wants to stay on the winner's side. Power Ranger's gonna fall.
Oh, I'm confused. I thought he had his recovery. Maybe he used it. Another homie stop coming out from Lopez here saying, you know what? I'm so good.
I don't need it.
I don't need it.
I don't
That's
need
facts.
I don't want it.
Standing
That
still.
stock was gross.
We lagging again? We checking. Lopez like, you know what? I'll stand right here, bro.
I got the Shogun bundle. I got all day.
Prime gaming, baby. There we go. I think.
Nope.
Jumping around.
I'm waiting for the check mark. There it is.
There it is. There it is.
There we
Hey.
go. Now we're ready. Break that neutral. Lopez starting it off. Oh, there's the pick, but he doesn't get the read. Lopez jumps up. Power Ranger still gets the wall touch.
Oh,
but
man. This might be abrupt.
damage.
Oh, this might be
this weapon
abrupt.
still touches.
Turn around.
Nope. Lopez gets back up safely.
Okay. Oh, wow. What a gravity cancel. And light to catch the dodge through. But the dare's not going to connect. Power Ranger. Good job from Lopez dodging that weapon throw. That was still active, so. Oh, again.
Paying
Oh, it goes for
attention.
2.
The D-Light beat out the GC side sig. Neutral sig from Power Ranger. Might get the first stock lead. He's had all set, but Lopez comes down. He just needs a recovery, but the down sig will do it. Power Ranger with the lead.
Okay. Now what's Lopez going to do here? He's like, oh, did you need that stock actually? We're about to find out. Okay. Nothing crazy. Lopez. Wow, Power Ranger's been doing such a good job with these wake-ups, honestly.
Yeah, they're working very well because Lopez is feeling good. He knows he's up 2-0, so he's getting a little over-aggressive on the follow-ups. D-Light dare. Puts him off stage. D-Sig read, but not going to lead to the knockout.
Oh,
nice punish.
Man. Yeah, that. I don't know why that one felt a little bit more disrespectful than the other ones. Like, god dang. All right,
It's that
here we go.
movie moment, right? Like, you see it fly right in front of his face. Time slows down. You get a close-up of him, like, closing one eye.
Yeah. It's like the one with Jet Li. Like, it's just like, oh, man. You got to be careful here. If you're Lopez, you're one good hit away. And, of course, Power Ranger can start throwing out that gauntlet down sig now. Maybe start fishing for some sidelight recoveries. First, you got to hit him, though. Lopez starting to get that momentum. No dodge.
Power
Hits him with the
Ranger.
side sig.
No! Lopez gonna take it 3-0 in a nail biter. Power Ranger's gonna fall, and Lopez will earn a guaranteed top 3 finish.
Oh, man, bro. Lopez gave him a stock. On top of that, did less damage. It did less damage and still won the set. That's a statement. We got some replays here. Oh, man, that side sig on the side sig whiff. And then, like, Power Ranger mashed down air. And then, like, that has some active frames, right? So, like, he fell pretty
He's just
low
stuck
there.
falling. Unfortunate fall for Power Ranger, but that does mean Lopez is going to continue on. And I'm sure there's a lot of people in the community who like to see that from Lopez. Because, I mean, like, when you give homie stocks, instantly you're somebody's favorite, right?
No,
Like,
that's facts.
like, the second you give a homie stock, somebody's like, wow, that dude's a hero. Like, we need to give him a medal after the tournament and everything. Just like that's a Brazilian hero right there.
I was just like, hey, if you giving homie stocks, because that's the thing, right? Like, it's always, if you give a homie stock, then win, you're a king. If you give a homie stock, then lose, you're a chump, right? Like, that's always, that's always how the script is written. I don't think there's ever been a time where someone has, like, given a homie stock and then lost, and everyone was like, wow, great job, right? It's like, then they're like, oh, aren't you a competitor? Whatever. Anyway, that was great stuff that we saw there from both Power Ranger and Lopez. And then that means what? We got to be hopping off to West again, right? Is that where we headed?
Yep.
There
Our
we go.
next set of the day, it's going to be Ailzo versus West to see who's going to go into that winner's final match against Lopez. Ailzo has been having a wonderful day today, definitely upsetting quite a few people to earn their spot here. PR'd somewhere in the 20s, if I remember correctly. On the other side, West PR number 1. So again, Ailzo is just climbing up the ladder and fighting bigger and badder opponents.
And then the tough thing is, because the last set that we saw with Ailzo was a nail biter. Went to game 5. Ailzo went through quite a few different legend picks and then ultimately landed on the Asuri and was able to clutch out the set. But now Wes, quite a bit more formidable of an opponent in terms of power ranking. Ailzo, I feel like, will have to make those adjustments pretty quick. And it looks like they're starting with the Val. So we're still switching up. We're still switching up.
I think, if I remember correctly, like they started with the Val or no, they didn't start with the Val, but the Val was on like their player card. So like
I
the
see.
stats showed the Val, and then they picked the Caspian, and we're like, all right, we're gonna lean into the Qatars for the entirety of this one. Maybe was watching the West set and thought Val was the pick, but all right, they'll get up safely. Didn't get gimped to start it off. That would have been a horrible start for Ailzo.
Yeah, that would not have been a good look. And so far, I mean, Wesley is like kind of clapping him up, all things considered. Like, you know, he's been hit. Could be a turnaround right here. It would be great, but Wesley's just going to retreat to the other side, which I think is a pretty smart play. Makes it through the neutral sig, but couldn't get the D-Light to punish. Looks like Val just went a little bit lower than West thought. Oh, what a
further,
catch.
but the N-Sig catching Ailzo, and again, Ailzo was the one without any movement. You saw the sweat beads, and West knows exactly when to use that N-Sig when the opponents burned all of their options.
Oh, managed to get out the spot dodge there, but the trajectory of that Scythe neutral sig was like straight horizontal. Like, I feel like there's very few moves that hit like that.
Yo, that's why it's a great kung fu move. It just launches the ball straight into the goal.
Oh man, Shaolin soccer style. Nice punch from Wesley there. Yeah, manages to get a nice quick one. I like the gravity cancel side light for the reversal as well. You make him think that you're going for the weapon, you just turn around and hit him.
West still adding up the damage again. The side sig, Ailzo does get the punish. Ailzo's ready for these side sigs, starting to get some good punishes on him.
Oh,
I like that fast fall. Get out of dodge.
Oh, wow. Tail end of that side light catching West. West needs to get off the corner. And I love that. Jumps forward to bait out as if he's going to dodge through and then dodges back, right? And that opened the window for West to get back on stage. Oh, that was scary. Almost KO'd.
Almost got him with the double recovery. The side sig gonna launch. I'm surprised he didn't go for the back throw on it. Yeah, the active input.
Okay.
The side air from Ailzo will even up the stock count. I think the forward one is the active input, so West could have just like pressed nothing after hitting that side sig.
Oof.
But he gets it. D-Light into the gravity cancel neutral heavy.
Okay, Ailzo kind of struggling. The scythe from West has been really strong, all things considered. The axe as well, but we've seen West just like rack up the damage so quick with like several hits unanswered, and Ailzo hasn't been able to get the same. I feel like we might see a swap to a Qatar Legend, especially right here. No dodge. West goes for a three-piece, can't get the D-Light, but so much damage yet again. Ailzo can't even get off the corner. Oh, that dropped.
The sig dropped because the wall actually shoved West out of it. D-Sig connects. Ailzo about to fall here. Sweat beads as the double dare, and West gonna close out game number 1.
With the sick freeze frame at the end too. And with that gravity cancel D-Sig, hey, check out my pose.
I mean, Ailzo was in sweat beads. Ailzo had no movement, and West was like, I'm just gonna do this D-Sig just in case.
Just to look cool. Yeah. Man. Okay.
Rough
stuff.
Frame.
You can see right there, got the dare into the stage, and that's the cool thing about the Scythe dare is that you can often get some true follow-ups if you do it into the stage like that. And one of them, usually it's like ground pound is what most people go for, but you can also go for dare. The second dare is DI-able, but like at that point you got nothing to get back to the stage with anyway. So it's like, well, you're just going. Oh, the crown is back.
Game number 2. Yeah, Ailzo going to make the swap over to Caspian. So it looks like they've got this kind of pool of Gauntlets and Qatar Legends, and they just kind of pick amongst all of them. All right. Decent start for Ailzo. Got the N-Sig read.
And I will say, I think for Ailzo, one thing that he does have going for him is the fact that the Sig kit from Caspian can kind of be used similarly in the same way that like Volkov's can. Oh, you don't have dodge. Be careful. Came back in time. Cool. Well, you can just kind of throw it out. If it whiffs, it's kind of whatever. You're not really going to eat a huge punish. That N-Sig on Qatars especially is really good for that.
Woo!
Gravity cancel side light.
Oh,
okay. Just get it.
Good touch. West.
Oh, so close.
They're just going to play the unarmed. West definitely taking quite a bit of damage here, and Ailzo going to get the first stock. I like that N-Sig. Like, it was hitting nothing, but it was at least keeping West's attention. Like, West couldn't just run around frivolously.
Yeah, it's similar to, like, you know, Sidra N-Sig or, like, Thatch down sig, where like just having the active hitbox out really forces people to change their movement and makes it easier for you as a person throwing out the sig to read what they're going to do next. Nice.
But a good move from West, going over there, dash jump, ground pound, evening it up.
So, I mean, Ailzo not looking too bad on this Caspian. Has the gauntlets. They were able to get the first KO pretty quickly. but one thing he's going to have to look out for is that Scythe neutral light, right? That's going to be kind of the answer for a lot of the approach options that Ailzo's going to go for, but so far not looking like a problem. Getting the gravity cancel D-light, racking up all this damage. West taking hit after hit, blow after blow. Whoa, I don't know about that. Oh, no way! Oh, you got smoked so hard!
He tried so hard. He was right there, right? Like, he was on the other side, the safe side, but he wanted to hit Wes, and then he moved into the hitbox of it, and Wes gets away for free.
That cape is so big, bro. You don't want to mess with that. Oh, man, and now Wes has just stolen the momentum. That recovery didn't KO. Ailzo has so much work to do. They were in such a good position. They were in such a good position.
You know that cape is big when he can keep a whole colony of bats inside of it.
That's a pretty big cape. Oh, man. Got a whole cave in his cape. Okay, there we go. Side sig coming out from Ailzo here in the orange. So all things considered, it's not danger zone yet, but everything's going to send off stage now. Whoa! Okay, hold on. He's committed. Okay, no, he's not. No, he's not. I was like, you going to go for the unarmed, quick, cheesy KO?
He's trying to get the game. Oh, the active frames, and West takes game number 2 over
That one kind of hurt. I wanted Ailzo to win that game so bad. I can't even
They almost
front.
did. It was just that one little misplay in the edge guard on Miami Dome. Here you see it.
Oh,
See?
because
Saw him dodge into it.
dodge makes you scared too. Oh man. Dang. And then that was it, right? Like that was what lost the game there. You know, if you have to pinpoint it on one play, it has to be that one. That was the difference maker between having a huge lead and then suddenly not, you know, like ah, man. But here we go. Right back to Miami Dome. Ailzo hopefully isn't going to let that get to them, but got some work to do here. On the verge of getting 3-0'd by the PR #1 player, sticking with the Caspian, betting all the chips on the Jester.
I mean, this is the first time we've seen Ailzo lose a game and not make a swap. So
Yeah,
clearly
true.
feeling the Caspian.
Okay.
Shows that they only made one slight misstep in the last one. D-Sig charged up, chasing, goes for it again,
didn't
and
matter.
Ailzo gets a big start to game number 3.
I think the great part about that was Ailzo was able to charge that down sig for quite a bit before actually throwing the knives out. Adds that little bit of extra damage and force, and Wesley just could not make it back. Great start for Ailzo, all things considered. I still get nervous every time they go off stage because I'm like, what if Wes gets a reversal like that again? But they don't seem to be slowing down with their confidence.
Definitely pure confidence.
Wow, what a
DK, the
weapon
weapon toss, helping out. You saw Ailzo starting to charge up that side air, so was definitely looking for a big slap onto Wes. Nsig not going to quite work out for him, but he's still getting a lot of damage put out onto Wes.
Okay. Gonna go low, gets caught by the Sayer, it's not enough to KO. Oh wow, what a weapon throw from West, because you saw like Ailzo tried to mix it up by going for the Qatar down air to kind of swish the trajectory that he was going at, and West just threw the weapon right there.
A really good play from Wes. Ailzo was trying to maximize the horizontal movement because Qatar down air and side air both have horizontal movement in them, but Wes was just ready. Recovery comes out from Ailzo.
Okay, just gotta
Ailzo
get the
could
stock.
This. Yeah,
Nice.
Good patience.
That's twice now. We actually saw in the last game that was the exact same setup that Ailzo was able to get the first KO with. It seems like Wes might have a little bit of a habit for going for the spot dodge immediately after getting sidelighted by the gauntlets.
I'm half surprised Wes doesn't charge that a little bit longer. It's a chainsaw move. Like, you can charge it, and if your opponent is not ready for it, they'll kind of get stuck thinking on that wall and just kind of waste their time.
Here we go. I'm wondering. I mean, Wes so far. Oh, that's 2. Oh, wow, what a spot dodge. Oh, so close, so close.
That's so many 6. And they're not hitting.
Oh, no. That's it.
Ailzo!
Wow, it was like a pixel away from not touching the wall there.
And Ailzo puts themselves on the board 1-2. Ailzo still needs to get the reverse 3 to get the biggest upset of the tournament and get that spot in the winner's final.
Gotta say, Wesley really caught the heat that match. In all things considered, you know, you were up 2-0 in the set, but right here, Ailzo was saying, yo, you know what, I can do this. And what I love about that last sequence is, like, you throw the weapon to get the dodge, right? Like, you actually don't care if the weapon hits or not. You just throw the weapon to get the dodge, because if they burn the dodge to get past the weapon, then you get that gravity cancel D-Light ground pound, just like that. As long as you're just, like, active and aware of what's going on, you can really do some damage. And Wes's hand has been forced to the Jala.
I mean, the 0% SIG accuracy should tell a little bit of that story.
Oh, man. That's a go next.
Here we go. Game number 4. Ailzo not going to get back onto Miami Dome. Miami Dome definitely helped out Ailzo a lot in that last one, so Wes did not leave that one on the board. Going to make the swap over to the Jala for game number 4.
Yo, Ailzo, that's no dodge on Wes. That's a lot of damage. This Caspian is looking phenomenal. Oh, man. Rain's probably so happy right now.
And the Caspian is definitely doing work for Ailzo. Swinging.
That's a lot of jumps from
really
Wes.
waiting.
Yo, that N6 is going to come out if you keep jumping.
Woo! Throwing bombs in the sky.
Oh, be careful here, Wes. A D-Light recovery probably away from losing the stock. Not quite enough. I can't believe it.
The
One
clencher,
more.
but Wes is not getting any damage put out onto Ailzo. Neutral light, gonna launch off screen, N-Sig again.
Oh, goes for a down sig this time. We haven't seen that sig come out too much in this match. Throwing it out a few times now. No dodge on Wes. Doesn't get the hit in the air, though. The weapon toss is good. Has a recovery still. Doesn't even have to use it. And this is actually extremely close here, right? Like, Wes is, you know, one good sig away. Maybe a D-Light recovery. Unless going to push off stage, go for an edge guard. Weapon throw is good. Has to use the dodge. Doesn't get caught. The Sayers hitbox hitting a little bit higher than I think Ailzo was expecting.
Yeah, just tapping Ailzo with the edge of that hitbox, and now Wes needs to get this extension.
Okay, man, this is a very long stock for a Jala, all things considered. The weapon throw's so sick. The weapon throw's so sick.
Off the wall to change up that timing. Ailzo gonna get the weapon pickups, has the Katars in hand. This is a nice spot for Ailzo to be in. Katars versus unarmed can be very good for Katars.
Okay. And this is actually like so close. These guys have been really kind of trying to slow things down a bit in this game here, because Wes is like, I don't want to get reverse 3-0'd. Ailzo is like, I need to make the reverse 3-0 happen. But now Wes getting a little bit of an edge here. Oh. No dodge.
Punish.
We're chilling. How does Ailzo get back on stage? Oh, the nair.
In there, yeah. Gotta fight their way back up onto the stage. Wes not giving them an opportunity. Couldn't get the side air. Ailzo hasn't really been going for the recovery off the N-Light. It's predominantly an N-Light N-Sig or N-Light side air. Side Sig will connect, though, and Ailzo's one stock away from a Game 5 situation against the top PR.
Okay. Let me see if you know what dreams are made of. Let me see your best Lizzie McGuire right now. Ooh, good damage. No dodge. Oh, he misses the punish. Yeah, throw that out a little bit. Oh, what? How? Best player in the world. I'm calling it now.
Neutral light.
Oh, we got past that ground pound. He's a legend.
That was a miracle play for sure. Wes struggling to finish this stock off of Ailzo. The down air is not going to do it. Needs a side air.
Oh,
Down light wouldn't have done it either.
Gosh.
He's not even hitting these down lights.
He's so buttery right now. Okay, there we
Okay,
go. That's
okay,
going to be
okay.
the stock. My man was moving around. It was like flubber. You know, you're just like squeaking through all the cracks.
It's like that Mike Tyson clip, that like boxing clip everyone posts where he's like just dancing on the guy, not even throwing out a move. He's just like swinging
Hits him with the shimmy.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Yeah, Wes is having a really tough time hitting Ailzo right now. There we go. Gets one down air, but that's you're going to need more than that, especially if Ailzo hits you with two moves like that, side sigs, and that just kills. Oh, man.
And we've got a Game 5. Ailzo poised to get the upset with the Caspian over the top PR. Again, Ailzo, PR number 22. They have one top 8 lifetime in South America, and they're about to get an upset over Wes.
I'm here for it, man. I'm here for it. I still want Wes to podium, though, just so Sparky can be wrong. But I have no problem if it happens through the loser's side, because Ailzo is looking like the player to beat right now, on the verge of getting reverse 3-0 over the best player in the region. And it's not even by like a little, you know? It's not like, oh, this is PR1 versus PR5 or PR1 versus even PR10. This is like PR1 versus like PR20 something. So like, it's like, dang, my man came to play.
This is an upset, man. Ailzo, where they've been sleeping, I don't know, but they came to play, like you said, and we're going into game number 5. Who's going to be going into the matchup against Lopez? Guaranteed top 3 finish. Will it be Ailzo or will it be the top PR Wes?
Oh, okay. And Wes going right back to schoolboy Volkov, throwing out these SIGs again. And so far, it's making great success. Maybe going right back to the Volkov was the play. Ailzo only touching Wes once, and Wes already gets the KO within 25 seconds of the match. Ailzo, it's clutch time, because right now Wes is cooking.
Wes got that palate cleanser Jala, and now he is back at it. D6 thrown out. Ailzo stuck on the corner. Wes going to just take his time. D-Lights just waiting, chilling. Ailzo comes back up.
Yeah, Jala's the ginger. And you go right back, back.
I was thinking of something completely different.
Oh, no.
What's their hair color got to do with anything?
I'm thinking of like wasabi and sushi.
Yeah.
We in it though, Wes.
Oh, the ground pass.
Let's see.
What?
Ailzo is here to play.
Ailzo's not done yet. Definitely behind though. Plenty of damage built up. Wes.
Ooh. Oh, he had enough time to pick that up. That's not great. You don't have a lot of jumps here.
Bad.
One in a recovery.
Ooh,
Nice.
okay, he's going to be able to get back up. That recovery, putting Wes into stun frames, but the sidelight launches. What a wild D-Sig on that one, not going to lie.
Yeah, that was out there for sure. Oh. Oh, man, Ailzo just being so patient, getting back to the stage, and it's working, racking up all this damage on Wes. Goes for the N-Sig. All things considered, not an amazing punish. Is that going to KO?
Neutral light, yep. Wes, one stock away from going into his fight against Lopez, but Ailzo's definitely making him work for it.
Oh, the N-Light. Oh, that's
he
so
missed the
tricky.
punish.
That's so tricky, right? Because you see the cape, you're like, which way is he facing? Oh, you went so low.
He's good, and he's back.
Wow.
N-Sig, how did it not hit? That one will, though.
Okay, Ailzo. Gonna go for down sig, ground pound. What's the option here? Goes for something crazy.
That's a spot dodge. Still got the wall touch.
Yeah. Oh, can you bring it down to final stock? Ailzo throwing out side sig after side sig. Wants the weapon here. Goes for the falling there and manages to get the scoop into the recovery. Game 5. Last stock. Upset potential. No, like, depression potential. This would be more than an upset, man. This is like the next tier up.
This would be big. Last stocks here. Ailzo versus Wes. Wes started this off so huge, but Ailzo's been fighting back. Oh! Side sig tap this time. One of the few tapped side sigs from Wes.
Oh,
N-Sig!
We living!
Ooh, taps it. Throwing out sigs. Again with the side sigs. Ailzo.
Oh my god. Ailzo. Oh my god, and these things are so scary. They have such a low cooldown.
The side air. He's not done yet. He's not done yet. Wes has to get the weapon. Okay, scythe in hand. What's he got?
Oh, Ailzo needs like a bit more damage though. Slowly racking it up.
He's getting into that side sig range. The side air puts Ailzo off screen, but it's still not enough. Wes, active frames where he's got through it. Oh!
I'm on the edge of my seat, Duke.
Any hit could be it. Oh, he missed the punish. Just a weapon toss. Has to respect the N-Sig. The neutral line, and Wes holds on. He's gonna close it out 3-2 over Ailzo, but just barely.
Y'all lucky I can't swear on this stream, dog.
Just barely.
Y'all lucky. Oh man. Oh man. I can't believe that.
That was a tense one, to say the very least, and the West very deservedly earning that spot in the top 3 winners final against Lopez. Ailzo's not done yet. They're going down to the losers bracket to fight the winner of Monexo versus whoever makes it into that final spot, because we have not figured that out yet.
20 SIGs from West, 20% accuracy. 1/5 of those SIGs hit. Man, what a nail biter of a game. I'm not upset because I'm like, haha, Sparky, you're wrong. But on the other side, I'm like, dang, I really wanted Ailzo to clutch that one up. That has to be one of the best sets of the year, right? Like, that's up there with like Boomy and Sandstorm. Oh man.
That was an intense one,
man.
to say the very least. Really well played. But I think on that note, we're going to have to take a short breather, let everybody recompose themselves, because I know we were all very clenched to see who would win that one. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, there will be a whole new set of casters to bring you the lower side top 8 of the South American Autumn Championship. I'm going to drag it out a hot minute because I don't know if Toast is okay with me starting to throw. So I'm going to say, make sure you tweet at us, hashtag BH Esports. Make sure you watch the other stream, which might be ending, twitch.tv/ProBrawlhalla, but make sure you follow it because there's always good Brawlhalla action there. Flambo, any parting words?
Bro, I'm gonna go breathe.
All right. Well,
Okay.
we are going to take a short little break, and that twitch.tv/ProBrawlhalla is on their last game of the day. It is Fiend versus you. So if you want to catch that last match over on twitch.tv/ProBrawlhalla, make sure you hop over there during this break. We're going to take a break here. Thanks for watching. Stick around. We've got more Brawlhalla action in just a little bit.
And welcome back from the break. We are moving over to the loser's side of the bracket. I'm sitting here on the desk with you. Alongside me is TK Breezy. Thank you for joining me here for the loser's side of this. We're seeing who's going to get knocked out of the tournament and sent home.
Yeah, man. So obviously this is where the fighting really, really matters. I mean, it always matters, but it definitely matters a little more because if you lose here, you are indeed out and gone. So let's go ahead and get everything situated, man. I saw in this last match, we had Alzo and West going at it into a Game 5. Super nice set between them, but we're going to see even more great sets coming up in the future.
Yeah, that was a crazy one. I can't wait to see what Ailzo's going to do in the loser side of the bracket. We do have a couple matches before we actually get into that one specifically, so Ailzo has some time to kind of sit and think, really analyze what went wrong in the West fight, what went right, see how you're going to play that Caspian into the next possible set of opponents here. It is going to be, you look at the bracket right there, Monexo versus Fiend. Fiend has really made that loser's bracket run after going down in pools. And then you also have News and Kaina Ackerman. Kaina has also had a very solid loser's run so far, but one of these players are going home. Same thing for the Monexo Fiend set as well. There you see Ailzo waiting in the losers quarterfinals and Power Ranger also waiting in the losers quarterfinals.
Yeah, man. You know what? It's really good to see like all these same names that we saw a lot of from the winner side of things being on the loser side of things, or being the dub side of things, being in the single side of things as well, popping off.
Yeah, we like to see good carryover. There are certainly players that are like really good in twos that aren't as good in ones, or players that are really good at ones that aren't quite as good at twos, but we also have a definite subset of players who are both good at each game mode coming into this one today. So I believe we're going to see Monexo versus Fiend first. There you see the match schedule in front of you. Then we're going to see News versus Kaina Ackerman. Then we'll see Ailzo versus the winner of Monexo Fiend. And then Power Ranger versus the winner of News and Kaina Ackerman. Coming into this one, let's take a gander at the PR. Monexo coming in. I have to scroll for this one. It's going to be a little bit deeper than you might expect. I'm going to have to do a Control F on this one to really see. Oh, it's a PR10. I forgot Monexo was one of the PR10s and not one of the PR20s. You see their lifetime score is 0-2 in favor of Fiend.
Okay.
Oh, never mind. That's still updating. That might be incorrect. I believe they were 0-0 earlier today when we saw them. No. Okay, now it's good. It's actually 0-5. Oh, it's much worse. Much worse for Monexo.
Oh no. Oh man, like we thought it could be going the other way, but unfortunately no, not even a little bit.
Yeah, Fiend kind of whoops up on Monexo. That's reasonably high in terms of overall set counts. 5 sets is pretty solid. Coming in at PR10 compared to Fiend's PR2. You look at the earnings as well. Fiend has been a top guy for a long time in both game modes. You see the numbers reflecting where that 0-5 comes from.
Yeah, well, we're going to go ahead and see. Oh, well, I'm in here. Whoops, my bad. We're going to go ahead and see how this one plays out, man. Fiend is already in the building, but we're just waiting for his opponent, Monexo, who's going to try to get this W this time around. Hopefully he's able to do it. So let us see how this one plays out as we get into our first match of our block between Fiend and Monexo.
Fiend has been going back and forth between the Hattori and the Asuri. I'm looking what Fiend ended up playing in the winner's side of the bracket. Oh yeah, not much. There wasn't really much to report there. So down on the loser's side of the bracket, we're seeing the Fiend DB set. That was a Hattori set. Then Fiend Balthazar, that was an Asuri set. Then swapping back over to the Hattori for the U set, and that was the qualifier match that got Fiend where he is now with Monexo. Going into this, we do see it is a Hattori pick. Maybe that Asuri pick was specifically a Balthazar thing, or maybe a Balthazar character choice thing. On the other side, Monexo coming in with the Ember. I'm going to look back at the bracket to see what Monexo has reported, if anything. So one of the first sets reported was in the winners quarterfinals against Power Ranger, and that was a Hattori for 3 games, and then in game 4, that was a Koji. So completely getting away from that, except for the bow. Going to have that carryover from the Koji pick. Coming into the defense stance, going up from 3 to 4. That's actually going to be a pretty good spot because Hattori has only 4 strength, and Fiend is actually also going into the defense stance as well. So in terms of the discrepancy between strength stance to defense stance, it's actually going to be in Monexo's favor, which is kind of something rare for a lot of Ember players out there.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and get into it, man. Ooh, I can see this this skin right here on this. I forgot Ember. I like this Ember skin definitely a lot, but let's go ahead and see how this one plays out, man. As we get into our first game on Mammoth Fortress, this is kind of down the middle right now. No one really getting a full advantage, but as you said, man, Monexo has just been having a hard time against Fiend in general, and that's probably exactly why.
D-Light Insig, Fiend is so good at hitting those. One of the Hattoris out there that kind of hits that more than most. Monexo looking for a way to enter and grab that weapon. Fiend was sort of just acting like a wall between Monexo and the weapon spawn. They kind of backed up, picked up that weapon as well. So it didn't fully go 100% into pushing the weapon disadvantage with aggression, but also didn't 100% go into the weapon starve game either. Kind of did best of both worlds there. Nice side sig from Monexo, pushing Fiend off stage. Went for the dip down side air, didn't quite make contact. Another side air coming out from Monexo. He's looking for the KO option here. There's the dare, tries to get the read the other direction with the side sig. Not quite, Fiend was in the air.
Yeah, man. So here we go. As you can, oh, nice little shot right there being put on to Fiend right there, but still, he's holding on to this stock for quite. Oh my God, what a save right there to go ahead and get on the other side. A little mix-up action, and now he has got a super solid lead here on to Monexo. Monexo struggling to find this first stock. Still,
First
even
game.
though this Fiend is super hurt.
First game definitely really hard for Monexo right now. Not sure how long these players have been waiting. So maybe there was sort of a cool down phase while they were waiting for these sets to happen. Maybe that just served Fiend a little bit better. Coming into this, Monexo was able to deny the 3 stock, finding a little bit of a guitar string here, but still at the stock disadvantage and the health disadvantage. Now orange against Fiend's sword. Last time Monexo was orange against the sword, it was a D-Light Insig, sending Monexo down to the bottom right. Might see that again.
All right. So yeah, this is definitely this is looking like a game done for Monexo, man. I'm not really sure how they're supposed to get back into this one with the level of domination that I've seen Fiend play at right now. And this set's particular, not going to die yet to that side sig, but next one's definitely going to catch. Okay, a little down air action, double. Oh, I thought he was going to go for a triple on the way back, but no, it decided to retreat back to the stage, although it does not really matter. Just borrowed time there as that downlight recovery goes ahead and takes him off the top. 539 to 329, man. Just an absolute stomping right there from Fiend.
Did we even really see very much bow from Monexo? I feel like we didn't. It was like all Katars.
I feel like we saw the bow, it just didn't do anything. Like
Okay,
that's,
yeah,
that's kind of where we're at.
That's probably a little bit of a better description on that one.
Yeah, it was around, you know. The visual was on the screen. It just unfortunately was not much more than just the visual. So that is going to, there's going to be a swap already from Monexo, swapping off of the bow into a sword. So see how this one plays out instead.
This is going to be the Asuri pick, which Fiend is certainly familiar with, also playing Asuri in 1v1s as well. We saw a lot of Asuri from Fiend, actually primarily Asuri, back at the Summer Championships. As the main character pick for Fiend, he's going to get first weapon. Monexo is able to grab the Katars very quickly. Already picks up 2 hits. That's a nice start.
Aim. So now as you said, man, he's back onto the guitars, man. I guess this is probably his weapon of choice, the one that he's believing a lot more into, which is fine. I mean, in ones, ones, the guitars are definitely a lot more usable, seeing that you don't have to worry about like trying to, not hit your teammate and on top of that team combos with them. You got your own combos now, but it is still Fiend that you are playing against, and Fiend definitely not going to be giving this up for free.
Goes for the D-Light Dare. Tried to get the D-Light reset off of that soft platform. At least he didn't have to burn a dodge there. Then he gets the turnaround down signature to KO off the top. Very similar to one of the ways he was KOing in the first game.
All right. So, as you say, yeah, KOing in the first game, but it is looking a little harder for Monexo this time around. I feel like he's done the damage for sure, but I think around this point in the last game, he actually was a little closer to taking the stock. And here he is. Maybe I want to know why he's deciding to go for the guitar so much, though. I mean, like, he swapped over to the Asuri, maybe just for the SIGs. But here we go. Got a sword in the hand. Let's see how the sword works out against Fiend.
Yeah, that is an interesting choice because if you look at his most played legends, number 1 is Koji, sword character. Number 2 is Bodvar, sword character. Number 3 is Hattori, also a sword character. And then 4th is the Asuri, the next Qatar character. I'm going down the line. I'm still going down the line for this one, TK. I'm going to stop doing it because Fiend's going to work here on this second stock of Monexo. Yeah. Not a lot of highly ranked Qatar characters for Monexo.
All right. Well, that's going to be another stock off, but some decent damage here already onto Fiend. Will Fiend end up dropping this, or are we going to see... Oh, no, he's not dropping anything right now. Get some nice 2s infused here. Got another one, a 3-tap right there. And that's not going to be enough to push him off the side just yet, but, I mean, we're close. I think maybe one more hit and then another downlight recovery could be it. Fiend, though, probably not going to give that up freely.
Yeah, Monexo certainly getting there. There's the D-Light side air. Weapon toss comes out. Fiend throws out the dodge just in case. D-Light Dare doesn't quite get the jump correctly off of that one. Monexo throwing out signatures, hoping to finish this second stock of Fiend. Still struggling to find that KO move. Fiend very much in the red. The down air not going to be the KO move. You see, again, signature coming out while Fiend is doing more and more damage. Final hits of that neutral light, taking Monexo into the red on final stock. Not looking good for Monexo.
All right. Monexo finally getting a stock here, but he's so far behind. As Sparky said, this is definitely rough. I mean, you're far behind in a match where you haven't really shown that you have the momentum at any point. If you've been playing behind from the entire time and just a raw side sig, gonna go ahead and take that one like it's nothing. Easy stuff right there for Fiend Satori yet again. The damage looking a lot better though. 540 was that 540 something to 441. And that's obviously an improvement on what we saw earlier, 582 to 441. So slight improvement. I think about like a 60 damage improvement right there altogether. But gonna have to pick it all the way up if he wants any chance, or we're gonna see that 6-0 real quick.
Yeah, the percentages coming out from Monexo actually really weren't that bad. 74 light attacks were thrown out. You expect those high numbers coming from a Qatar character for sure. 46% accuracy, not terrible, but towards the end of that second stock, the moves he was hitting, giving him that high accuracy, were like down airs when you need to find KO moves. Unfortunately, hit 0 signatures, and we saw more than a few were attempted. Now Monexo is swapping over to the Koji. This is the top-leveled legend for Monexo, pulling out the big guns here as best as he can when he's down 0-2 in the set. Level 100 on this Koji.
Yeah, man, do not sleep on the Koji either. As I said, man, this is just a really good legend altogether, but hopefully, another swap to 8. Well, this time he actually swapped. He wants to get back to the bow this time, so I do like the idea. He's managed to keep one weapon through each swap. But I'm just not sure if it doesn't matter what character you're playing. I think this just looks like a mental block, if anything.
Yeah, Fiend is really coming out of the gate strong here, showing a lot of confidence in the way he's playing, a lot of momentum. Monexo's starting to slow that down just a little bit. A lot of unanswered damage actually coming out from Monexo onto Fiend. Has Fiend in the orange now. There's the D-Light side air, certainly going to be the KO. Fiend takes first stock, but he did start to lose a little bit of control there towards the end of it until he found that D-Light side air.
Yeah. All right. Up and out of there. See him definitely trying to put a little more work in. Oops, the back air is going to find the mark on that one for sure. And sorry.
Oh, the momentum from Fiend. He's just controlling everything here. You see a little bit of movement coming out from Monexo, but it seems like he's afraid to commit because he knows how often Fiend is actually going to punish him. Just a nice falling side air, puts Monexo on the off stage. Fiend looking like he's going to do something off stage, pulls out of the ground pound, goes back on stage, maintains stage control while Monexo's stuck on the wall. Neutral air, not enough.
Wait a minute. So this is actually, you know what? This is probably the closest Monexo's been so far.
Yes.
So far as this game going. He's not super hurt on his second stock. He can definitely get back into this game in an easier fashion if he is able to kind of circumvent like this type of pressure from Fiend. This is where Fiend really shines. It's just, it seems like he's able to put on the pressure so easily and keep the momentum on his side. So even when Monexo's getting a hit, Fiend is like, all right, I've been hit. It's cool. I'm back to neutral. Let's go ahead and reset it.
And specifically that momentum that Fiend has, it seems like he's always able to get one more hit than maybe he should, and that's because just the way he's playing around Monexo. It's like Fiend will get a D-Light down air, and it's not going to be true yet to get another follow-up, but he'll just fast fall down and then hit a side air. Like, he's always hitting in +1 moves that you would expect.
Okay. Out of there.
Even better now for Monexo than he was when he got Fiend's second stock. Before Monexo was in the orange, 50+ damage behind. Now he's only in the yellow, so he's definitely bringing this back, doing a good job. He has to do it quickly, though. He's going to need to find a way to get the lead. Has Fiend in the yellow. Monexo starting to turn up here on final stock.
Okay. Monexo trying to get himself a W, at least one game. And look, that's how it starts, man. You get one game, that means you can get the set. But it's just getting that game is the real issue. I don't even I mean, we saw the set count, but did we get to see the game count as well? Like, what do those sets look like?
No.
Has it been a lot of 3-0s or no?
I would imagine it's not a lot of Game 5 situations or a lot of Game 3 situations if we're talking about a BO3. Monexo has Fiend in the red. Monexo's also in the red as well. I'm worried about the down signature from Fiend that he's been using so well on the sword. Worried about the D-Light recoveries, the D-Light dare recovery, if a D-Light recovery won't kill Raw. Oh, D-Light side air right on the corner. Monexo still staying alive. Can he get back here?
Ooh.
Fiend goes for the GC neutral light, trying to use as many active frames as he can. Side air, sending Monexo far.
Yeah, I don't think he's be able to make this one back for free. The down air, he's still living, though. He didn't manage to touch the wall, but
Oh,
my
just
God,
barely.
the
He's going
baby
under.
touch.
And Fiend
Okay.
threw away his weapon as well, so he couldn't get to the corner to throw the weapon down to deny the wall touch. Didn't matter. Monexo steps foot on stage. He's done. Oh, yo, we actually do have the game count. Let's go, Throne. The last 4 games for Fiend for them, or last 4 sets for Fiend for them, were 3-1, 2-1, 2-0, and 2-1. So, yeah, there's a game 4 in there. There's a game 3 on a bow 3. There's a 2-0, and then there's another game 3 on a bow 3. So actually not as dominant as I would have totally expected. Still very dominant, though.
Yeah. I mean, well, this is another one right here where that could have definitely been a 3-1 situation, possibly even a 3-2 situation if he was able to close it out right here. But yeah, no, just the edge guard was dropped a little bit by Fiend on the right side, but he managed to clean it up on the left side regardless. A lot of SIGs being thrown out by Monexo, but not a single one hitting. That never feels good to look at. But obviously the damage was still pretty good regardless without any of those SIGs hitting. 618 to 656 is not bad at all.
That is a lot of damage, though. That's a little bit higher than you might normally expect from a 1v1 game. If you're just doing the raw math out on that Fiend, even though he won, had to do 656 damage. So let's divide that by 3 to average it alongside Monexo's 3 stocks. That's about 220 damage per stock. That is an additional 70 damage beyond when a player turns red. So it's a little bit rough. Takes a lot of damage. That means if you go up against like a different opponent that you aren't quite as confident against, that's more time for them to catch up. That's more time for them to add up damage and find those KO options, maybe before you're ready to actually take away their stock.
Yeah, man. So that was actually still a good set regardless. I mean, I know it was
Definitely.
a 3-1, and the first game definitely did not go well at all, but you could see the slight improvements in each game. Just needed to improve just a little higher and a little faster to end up taking one. So we'll be moving on to our next set real quick. I didn't actually get to see the players on this one, but I can just look at the news and kind of Ackerman. There we go. That's what we got coming up.
The big thing here is you're seeing on the stats, you're seeing the Koji coming out from Kinda Ackerman, a regular 1v1 pick, but once we actually swap over into the lobby where they're banning stages right now, you're going to see that's not the case. This is an Onyx from Kinda Ackerman. I believe it's a level 53 Onyx as well, so still reasonably highly ranked in terms of characters. But I don't know if we've actually seen Kinda lock this in. Okay, when did Kinda first lock this in? It looks like it was losers round 3 against Bruxo. Before it was the Koji and then a little bit of Bodvar. But ever since then, it's been a 2-0 with Onyx, a 3-0 on Page with Onyx, and then now we find ourselves in top 8.
All right, man. So this is I feel like I've never seen this skin.
This is one that like some players will use. It's like you either use this skin or you're pretty much using default.
Yeah. All right, man. So
It's
Bryn,
definitely-
obviously a character that you see a lot of here, just in the circuit in general. Uh-oh. Watch yourself. This is. Oh,
Kinda.
oh, Kinda Ackerman, bro. Doing it up real nice onto the Bryn. Now, I was going to say, yeah, Bryn's a character you see a lot of, so people obviously know the matchup. But here on the other side of the thing, Onyx, not really a character that gets a lot of shot. In fact, I really feel like I don't see a lot of Cannon just in general lately.
Yeah, it's a lot from like the Canon people. Like they were the ones who like were playing Canon for a while, then continued to play it when Canon was meta, and then they kept playing Canon because they're Canon guys. I think kind of Ackerman maybe sort of is one of those people. Does have a level 53 cannon, but haven't seen too much of it in tournament. We also haven't seen too much of like kind of Ackerman on stream as well to really know if this is like a clutch pick or where this decision-making process actually came from. News is struggling now, kind of looking pretty comfortable on this Onyx pick. On that left side edge guard, really turned that from like a disadvantaged state for Kaina into a complete stock. It was incredible to see that happen.
Yeah. So here we go. And yeah, that's going to be an easy confirm there for one more time. You can see the immediate downlight into the neutral air. And so we're going to go ahead and finish that one quickly. A little bit of a lead here, but it's actually a decent lead, seeing that the defense on Onyx is rather high. So it's going to be a bit to go ahead and kill this golem. Oh, this gargoyle. Okay.
Nice punish on that landing while News was locked in recovery frames. Almost picks up that Nair. News is not finding a lot of damage. A lot of whiffs from both players, actually, but Kaina's in the lead pretty heavy-handedly, so it's not like News misses a bunch of attacks but finds one Sarah and that's going to be it. But apparently, if you find that move, that will be it. Caught with the bottom side of that. That was really perfect for News.
You can see my boy definitely trying to finish this one off. Wait a minute. Okay, not the biggest of damage just yet. But still, it's at least back on to even ground as far as damage or stocks go. But that was about to be a double uppercut, potentially for the KO if he got that one that high up. Oh no! Wait a minute! You don't have that many options
here.
Oh, okay.
This edge guard. Oh, is News gonna get caught there? You saw him. Almost got hit by the ground pound, but did find the recovery for the touch. Also got a chase dodge off of that one. Down air, backside of it. News really bringing this one back. Has kind of in the red. And now disarmed without a weapon. He's going to get caught by the neutral signature from News.
That's good stuff right there. Just a great anti-air coming out. He was like, yeah, I know you think you're about to be able to land here for free, but not at all. The down air was not the choice of options to get back to the stage right there. As you can see, that man just get immediately kicked and sent out of there. So News bringing that one back because kind of Ackerman had a pretty good lead at the beginning, but was able to kind of just, hey, this is actually my game. So stole that one back. Probably won't give it back the second game either.
That down air was a really bold move to attempt landing against an axe. Because, like, so many things that the axe can throw out, you're not going to find priority. You down air into a neutral light, you're going to get hit, likely die there, because neutral light can be a KO move. If you get hit by the D-light is definitely going to find priority there against the unarmed down air. Might not lead to the kill, but even if he goes for the side light, that is probably going to find priority, or definitely the neutral sig. So Axe has a lot of 45-degree angle approach defense options. Interesting for kind of Ackerman to go for that.
Yeah. So this is going to be right back into the mix, though, man. Like, loving to see the gameplay between these players because, I mean, like, you saw the adjustments mid-game. And as you said, also the skin swap. This is, this ain't the normal one, right? But this is like a, you know, definitely got off the silly one.
Yeah, the
right?
one, the big old tongue hanging out
Yeah.
on everything. Maybe kind of just need a little bit more seriousness to get on into this one. Nice string there from the gauntlets. Beautiful neutral sig, sending News flying. Not quite going to be the KO on this map just yet. See that tail.
All right. You can see, boy, definitely trying to do it up as we move a little. Oh, okay, the little side air action. He's trying to mark him off the side. That's going to be the stock easy stuff right there. I love the way that that News or kind of is not really forcing the situation here. He's like, you know what, I'll find the stock sooner than later. It doesn't take too many crazy chances. Just waits until he gets a solid punish. Unfortunately, though, this is way out there. Oh, almost.
Ooh.
Good idea.
Actually sails over the neutral signature this time, but does get caught by News' side air. News was between Kaina and the wall. Just picking up that side air. Nice option for News to find. Weapon spawn comes out. Kaina's able to grab it immediately, pick up 2 hits after getting hit by a neutral light. There's the 3rd hit.
Okay. Hooked up.
Caught him dodging
Tried
in.
to finish him right there. Yeah, couldn't catch the dodge on that one. Ooh. All right, man. This is looking pretty good so far for kind of Ackerman. Now he has a little bit of advantage. Tried to go for the quick, sneaky down sig right there, but was not going to actually manage to get that hit.
Ooh. Still has the side air and the dodge coming back on cooldown. D-Light Dare. putting News in the disadvantage state.
Easy.
Gonna bonk him on the head, and
Yo.
he picks up the cannon as well.
Yeah, he's like, I don't want to drop it yet.
Why did he throw it that direction? Only so he could pick up the gauntlets. He didn't like juggle anything, but it seems like the second he picked up the gauntlets, he was like, oh wait, what did I do? I actually walk in.
Uh-oh. Should be able to
Hard
make
move
that
toss,
back.
dodge. Oh, didn't get it back in time.
Okay.
He was still moving. He was gliding as long as he could.
Yeah, I assume he didn't have his recovery there because it seemed like he would have been right on the money to hit the wall, but it is what it is, you know, a little flub of the action. We're right back into it. One stock of a piece between our players one more time, except this time around I feel like it's a lot closer. Although you can see again, News so good on this in this last stock situation.
He was fighting at that weapon disadvantage, found like 3 hits. I think he only took 1 or 2. So not terrible on that. Now Kaina's the one fighting at the weapon disadvantage, putting the hurt out onto News. Gauntlets are coming in. Seems to be the weapon that Kaina Ackerman might not necessarily want. Taking some hits. Kaina definitely behind here, deep in the orange, very close to red.
You see him forming a little bit right now, but oh,
Yo!
Kaina Ackerman. Oh, that was.
And he got the dodge.
I feel like he's been looking a lot for that. Oh, not the slide in right there. Not going to be able to do anything with that. Luckily, past the ground pound and managed to fight his way back to the stage. News. That was so quick. The pickup into the neutral stage. Definitely trying to catch him off guard with that one, but luckily he doesn't get punished either. Looking for another one and just stands in there in the face of death.
He knew it was coming. Kaina straight up knew that one was coming. Knew it wouldn't pick him up in that spot. We got to get a slow-mo on that. Oh, my goodness.
Man,
Here's the
that
beginning
looked
of
disrespectful, bro.
Just smiling as the whoosh goes past his head. Here it is. Straight up stood there. Turn around, neutral air for the punish.
Literally anything else that he would have done would have hit, but nope. Just stands there, knows you've missed, and here I am with the punish. Delivered.
And that's a very bold choice coming out from Kaina Ackerman, really calling that one out. Very impressive. Did throw out a lot of attacks that game, though. 98 attacks coming out from Kaina. Only hit 33% of them.
Yeah. The SIG usage right now has definitely been a little off as well for both of them, but like I feel like at these higher levels of gameplay, that's kind of just what happens. Like it's hard to really set up in a SIG every now and then.
Stock weapon toss goes down.
Wow.
Yep, that is it. Kaina Ackerman opening this one up big. Already tied now 1-1 in the set. Holy cow. What a way to start. Oh, continuing it. Oh, my goodness, Kaina.
Okay.
Not bad. That's like 40-plus damage right there.
Okay, man, so definitely try. Oh, take some more hits there. It's going to be able to get down. Good stuff. Big
Oh,
no, not again.
Oh, Kaina's so nasty.
And he makes it back. You're actually disgusting, bro.
Oh, he's so dirty on the cannon. Even News knew how disgusting that was. Absolutely. Holy cow.
No, that's just okay, man. That's definitely a destruction of a stock, man. If you lose this game, that would be very, very surprising with the gameplay like I'm seeing right now. Sheesh. All right, out of there. Finally lose.
Still got that
stock,
really
though.
hard clip though. Even if Kaina loses, that clip is going to be gushed about.
That's what you can like. That's what you can type in the
stream.
chat. If you lose, you'll still clip though. Like,
Yep.
still clip though.
You're gonna put that one on Twitter for sure.
All right. Okay, get off me. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. He might get his own clip back. Tried it.
All right, kind of needs to maybe. Okay. Oh no.
Wait a minute.
Is kind of gonna lose this one.
Kinda, you can't lose this one after such a godlike play. Like we're all upset if you lose this. We were all rooting for you. Like,
News really not getting stuck after getting hit like that, after getting taken out so early, and then the second stock also getting deleted. So congratulations to News for keeping the mental strong, showing these edge guards do not only belong to Kaina. Now again, Kaina stuck over on the edge. Nice neutral light. News adding up the damage.
Okay. Not enough to take the stock just yet, but definitely got some good knockback there. That was almost the stock right at the edge and just hitting orange. So gotta feel good about that. Boxing him up. Thought he was going to get one through. However, the quickest ground pound I've ever seen. and we are out of there. Look at that, man. Even with the dominant first 2 stocks, he still took more damage just throughout. So that's how you know he efficiently took some stocks at the beginning of this game.
Yeah, 431 divided by 3, 143. On average, he was taking out his opponent before they reached red. And, I mean, we saw it right in front of our eyes. That first edge guard on the left, that second edge guard on the left, and that ground pound. Ground pound of gauntlets was something he wasn't really using too much. It was almost like we were waiting for it to come out on that extended edge guard on the right-hand side. And then he got back to the platform with I was thinking, where's the ground pound? Where's the edge guard? And then all of a sudden pops up, turns around, ground pound, done.
Man, so 57 attacks thrown out, 39% accuracy. That definitely doesn't feel correct because of the way that he got those attacks and the craziness on the left side twice. Definitely felt like he was a little more accurate, but I'm assuming that last stock where it was taking him that long to get the stock off was where that percentage started to drop. So another swap here over to the Ragnir. See how this one plays out, man. Both of them kind of like somewhat of a mecha type suit for their skins. All right.
Ooh, tried to extend that string. We saw him hit it before, and he does get it. Kind of makes Cannon look like it was when it was Cannon meta, and you could just straight up carry someone off the screen with the side light into the string once you got the dodge. Oh, kind of.
Okay. Oh my
gosh.
The meta never changed for him. He's still going for the same stuff. So I think right now the real issue is that, it's weird to say this, but News is just not allowed to play an aerial game in this very aerial game.
He's still
crazy.
This is insane. How can he float around for so long using the side air that his dodge will come off of cooldown?
Yeah, he's literally a jet right now, man. Good stuff. Another great stock here from Kinda Ackerman, who was trying to run away with the set right here, right now. And honestly, with the way that he's playing, I definitely see it. But again, in that last game, he had this same dominant, start, and he still got it down to 1 stock. So News kind of, doesn't buckle too much under pressure, but this pressure is starting to mount a little higher.
Nice side air there. I was worried that from News we were going to see what we kind of saw when he was playing Katars early. He hit that one down air on Axe, and I was worried that's all he was going to be able to find was down air after down air after down air, putting out damage, but it's not the KO moves that he needed. Then he found the side air. Good option from News. He's also pretty good at finding these neutral lights as well to directly lead to a kill or lead to the offstage engagement that does lead to the kill.
Yeah. All right. That's the shot. He's still looking for it, though, man. I like the way Kinda Ackerman is definitely controlling this ground quite a bit. Oh, okay, News with the down sig off the stage. Right? Yeah, but it seems like, I was just saying, Kinda Ackerman is definitely controlling the ground, but News is finding a better way to kind of trick him up and mix sides. Oh, should be able to make that back. Does fight his way back now onto the gauntlets. You're gone.
Wow.
Salutes right there. You're gone.
Yeah, that's an 07 in chat to the fallen News on that one. Still only took 477 damage to take all of News's stocks. That's just a little bit over 150. Due largely in part to that stock right there. Got that at the first time that News turned orange. That was a nice D-Light Nair in red. Now here, boom, orange, red. On that second hit from it, that's when he turned red, and that's when the KO happened. Incredible efficiency from Kinda Ackerman that didn't just rely on one incredible gimp to do all of that.
Yeah, man. It was actually some really good defensive play off stage. I was going to say, man, News has to actually play more on stage because of the fact that Kinda Ackerman's reversals off stage were just so dominant and so so precise. If your reversal is getting you a whole stock, then yeah, I'm thinking about I might need to stay on stage a little bit.
We did see in the second game, though, on Enigma, the Bryn, specifically the Spear, was actually doing really well off stage. That was the one that kind of almost threw there because News was able to really fire back. But we're moving on to our next one. Unfortunately for News, knocked out of the tournament. Kinda moving on, might be making this loser's bracket run. Unfortunately, Power Ranger did have to DQ because of major unfixable internet issues, so Kinda's going to run through that all the way into the loser's semifinals. Guaranteed top 4 in this one, but we're moving on to our next set. This is going to be a sick one because Fiend really turning up in the loser side of the bracket. All of us were worried once we saw Fiend go down in pools into the losers bracket. Might just make the longest losers run that Brawlhalla has ever seen. Before it was blue with so many sets. It might be Fiend. If Fiend comes out victorious today, he will break that record, that like unparalleled record. Ailzo standing in his way after what we just saw against Wes. Definitely going to be a very scary opponent to face.
Yeah, man. So Ailzo, I mean, did go to a game 5, but should be able to do it up here. Also, really liking the skin. This is like that Magnificent 7 skin. I like it. Super nice.
Yeah,
anyway.
This is a clean one. Noel uses this one a lot.
Yeah. All right, so let's see how this one plays out, though. As you said, man, Fiend, you know, obviously playing fully to his name as he's hit that loser side of things and just been making the longest run of all time. And he is still keeping that level of dominance up. Easy edge guard right there with the side air that low onto the stage. Wasn't going to allow him to get that low touch at all.
Fiend's been so good today at just finishing those edge guard situations by floating out alongside the wall and picking up a side air. He's been so good at that. Normally the opponent would be able to get back, but he's able to do it simply with just a side air. Doesn't have to commit with a ground pound, doesn't have to get down low, doesn't have to be dangerous, just a side air to finish those off.
Okay. Yeah, off the top right there. Not getting much. We're not getting out across the blast zone, but at the very least, threatening that next stock. I mean, if you can get another one of those, although look at that damage that was just added up immediately off that combo. The weapon toss. Oh, okay. Interesting to go for the neutral air there. And now the last active hitbox of that down sig, the unarmed down sig, is going to find it and get that stock off. But already a lot of good damage here onto Ailzo.
Ailzo definitely behind on this one, and off of the immediate Asuri swap. That was something we didn't really see in the West set earlier. It was Val the first game, lost that, and then 4 games of Caspian. Caspian was looking amazing. Not even just the weapon combination, but the signatures as well. Like, Ailzo was stuck on the wall with gauntlets in his hands, gravity cancel neutral signature, and West really didn't do anything after that happened. He was just kind of zoned out of it. So this Asuri pick is an interesting choice for Ailzo, seeing that he definitely is losing this game. Unless he's able to find something big, I wonder if we'll see the swap back to Caspian from Ailzo.
Yeah, I mean, I feel as though, like, in this matchup, I'm not really sure why he didn't try to go for the Caspian. I think Caspian right now, you know, with both weapons and in singles, probably fares a little better. And I understand that, like, he does not have the range, but we were talking about this yesterday, that those some of those SIGs do have the range that makes up for the fact that he's playing 2 short-range weapons. So maybe that is the swap that we need to get, just barely avoiding that down air, but that was mostly just a flub from Fiend more so than Ailzo actually doing anything of like jukes. Oh, wait a minute! The turnaround?
He's high. He's going to get the dodge back off a cooldown.
Oh,
there it is.
Yeah. Maybe a side air instead would have been the play instead of the neutral air, but yeah, going to go ahead and lose that stock regardless. And so, hey, look at, wow, the damage over here. 604 to 379. Ailzo definitely got to come to the leaderboards with something else, because this Asuri is not the one.
And there's the swap. We're going to see that immediately. You'll see it once we get into the stage banning or the loading screen. There's the D-Light recovery taking off the top to clinch that game, giving game 1 to Fiend.
Yeah, man.
Still,
I mean, it's
high damage numbers though, TK. I'm worried.
Yeah, I was going to say, that was a super high damage. I feel like that's the issue, though, is that, like, even if the game by stocks looked like it was going to be a little closer, like it looked like Ailzo was pretty much one confirm away, that's just a lot of damage he was taking, man. And, like, eventually getting hit that much will just start to mess up your psyche, your mental regardless, saying, like, you just feel like you can never get any space, can never get away. So hopefully the swap over the Caspian will lead to better days here as we get to our second game.
Starting off a little bit rough, Fiend coming out with a big momentum. That's the gravity cancel neutral signature I was talking about. I haven't really seen anybody punish that too much yet, just because there's so much time from when that bomb comes out to when it actually explodes, and then Ailzo is out of recovery frames. That D-Sig on the edge going to cover a lot of space. Fiend, again, he's doing that like hesitation and kind of waiting for his opponent to kind of play their cards before Fiend actually plays his. Sometimes it works really well. Oh my goodness. Three D-Lights, a grounded one, a gravity canceled one, and then a ledge canceled one. Wow.
All right. That was spicy right there, because I feel like I've never really seen that, but at the same time, whoever plays on the stage to even get that setup. So, like, just...
It's super rare. It has to be like the right combination of things, because there's also the possibility of like a grounded one, then a ledge canceled one, then a gravity canceled one. So you can change up the order, but like everything has to go in your favor, because if they have their dodge, you're not going to hit that second gravity cancel. So they have to blow their dodge. You have to be in an area where there is a soft platform at the level, and you have to do the right combination of those moves based on the soft platform you're near.
Okay, so let's see if he can do it again. Well, could you do? I guess you could do 4 then, right? If you did a ground, gravity, and then ledge cancel, and then another gravity.
I don't
OD.
think you would have
enough
your
time.
dodge. I'm wondering now if you could do the D-Light, then a ledge canceled one, then turn around, then another ledge canceled one, then a gravity cancel.
Going absolutely insane in the theory crafting right now, but only theory that I see that's definitely being proven is that Fiend is still going absolutely insane. Getting that solid lead, finally loses his first stock, but it took some time. This is a decent amount of damage he's already got onto Ailzo's last stock. Ailzo just not being able to play too well around Fiend. Fiend, man, like using his range to his advantage, but on top of that, just using like his game sense. Uh-oh.
Oh,
yeah,
completely
just slap him
shuts that down. But we have to think about the set with Wes that Ailzo just played in winter semis. Also went down 0-2, then won 2 in a row, and in Game 5, it was both players absolutely last hit red. So we could see history repeat itself. Ailzo, he kind of has that like Noel power up as he goes 0-2. That's when he really turns everything on, and that's when you need to be the most worried, is when he's on his last leg.
Right, man. So over to Sentinel here. So we're just getting on. He's going to keep the guitars, but getting the hammer. Probably want to just some more range for sure. And the hammer is definitely going to be a great weapon if you're trying to get yourself, you know, some range in this matchups.
So he is going to have some good defense here. 6, he's actually going to take 1 out, put that into dexterity. That's going to be a lot different than the Caspian pick. I can't remember exactly which stance he was going into on Caspian, but just the base default stance is going to give Caspian 4 defense. So now we might actually see those really high damage numbers really not work for Fiend if he's having to put out 656 damage again, 670, 700 damage to take out Ailzo. That gives Ailzo so much time in the world, especially when he has a hammer in his hands, finds those easy D-Light stairs, he's KOing right in red.
All right. So let's see how this one plays out, man. Going to go ahead and try to get the Sentinel working on. And I think he's actually using the hammer from one of his series skins. Or is that? I think that might be a Cassidy hammer.
I think that's
actually.
Cassidy, yeah, from her Dia de los Muertos skin.
Yeah, really
which
good.
is actually
really good
very
skin.
timely for the season.
Well,
so he's President Sentinel, and he's definitely a very spooky president.
Yeah. Time for the Sig. Ooh, nice. Neutral Sig. And cannot really get the confirm there, but a Neutral Sig definitely going to go over some stuff. The down Sig this time. Step away from me. I like the fact, like, I feel like he may have watched a couple of these last matches because that has been something that Fiend has got away with a lot, is that, you know, reverse down Sig. So, not this time.
I can't believe Ailzo's D-Sig actually had the range on it. Okay, we're seeing Ailzo start to turn up here. I'm getting shades of Ailzo versus Wes.
All right. So, gonna keep it moving. Keep himself,
nice side air. I love that he used a side air there instead of just the nair, because that's going to send Fiend under the stage. Ooh, nice fast fall to get away from the ground pound. Fiend actually pulled out of it. GC neutral light goes for the turnaround neutral air. Fiend kind of having control of this corner. Ailzo not taking a lot of damage here, though. Fiend is getting a lot of the hits, but Ailzo's not even in orange yet, so he doesn't super have to worry. Nice D-Light side air. Fiend gets the punish, even though the side signature from Ailzo does actually pop you up a little bit.
Okay, little side air action yet again. And he's definitely trying to get back to the stage at least safely, but Fiend has been doing such a good job of kind of keeping him at bay. That should be the stock. Yep. Nice stuff to Fiend, man. Really knows how to get those conversions super quickly.
Ailzo without a weapon. You see him moving to the left side, hoping it's going to spawn over near that soft platform, but it actually came in on the right side just as he's moving away. Now he picks up the Katars. Is he going to hunt for the recovery? There it is. Oh, damn, that was so close. I'm surprised the D-Sig hit earlier to punish the down signature from Fiend, and I'm surprised that one didn't actually hit.
Yeah, I'm thinking this is definitely this is the character of choice for sure for Ailzo to try to get this W here, but I'm wondering if it was just because he was able to bring the range in, but at the same time, he's really not playing as much hammer as he could be. Seen him on these guitars still a lot, and he's just getting caught up, 8 up every time, trying to jump out of the corner. Fiend is right there with that down light.
You see Ailzo completely dipping down low away. He didn't want to get caught by the GCD light ground pound for the finisher from Fiend. Oh, Ailzo's going to fall, and that is the set. Fiend continuing this loser's bracket run with a very confident 3-0 over Ailzo, who is making an incredible run of his own. Keep in mind, Ailzo, PR 22, so that is certainly going to move up. And I want to put that in a little bit of context for you, TK, before we move on to how well Fiend did, is for the region of South America, in order to, be able to compete in the Invitational World Championship, you have to be top 15. And then that 16th spot goes through the last chance qualifier, and the winner of the last chance qualifier comes in at that 16th spot. So Ailzo coming in at 22 needs a significant PR boost to be able to qualify for the World Championship without having to play through the last chance qualifier. So we'll see how Ailzo's PR actually shifts. 7 spots is a lot. Yeah. I don't know if he can do that even with this placement today, but still, congratulations. Nonetheless, Ailzo going all the way to the loser's quarters.
All right, so I see a break here. Are we done? I thought we had like one more match.
We normally would have 4, but because Power Ranger had to DQ because of the connection issues, we didn't get Kinda versus Power Ranger.
Okay, well, that's unfortunate for Power Ranger, but still, man, good stuff making it this far. Will he be able to qualify for the
Power Ranger definitely will.
Okay.
Power Ranger coming in at PR4, so there's like virtually no way that he doesn't qualify. He just won't get as many prize winnings or anything like that like we might have expected from Power Ranger. So very unfortunate, but still, at least it doesn't take him out of anything for the World Championship.
Yeah, man. So for you Power Ranger fans out there, like we will get a chance to see him a little later in this month, or just in the time that we're doing tournaments and stuff. But until then, guys, we're going to go ahead and take a small break to get into some other casters and some more games. Guys, don't go anywhere. The championships will be right back.
What is up, Brawlhalla? We are in the top 4 of the South American Autumn Championship. Flambeau, how you feeling?
I'm feeling like a twin now. I've done it.
Yeah, we got the same
successfully matched.
turtlenecks and everything.
Yeah. Oh, we did it. I'm so happy. But no, I'm even more excited for Brawlhalla. You know, we got top 4. You know, we've made it our way down. I've had enough time to recover from that previous set between Ailzo and, of course, Wes. And now I'm just curious to see how things are going to evolve as we get to the final bouts of this tournament.
Yeah, and this is exciting. I mean, the very real chance that all 4 of these people have earned their spots in the World Championship, but now's where they get to decide who is going to get that number 1 seed, number 2, number 3, number 4, and decide who they're going to fight up against each other. We've still got the top PR in the tournament. We've got the second PR in the tournament. We've still got Lopez and Kinda Ackerman, who are all equally high PR'd players. So this is going to be a very real fight to earn those final spots. We've got Lopez and Wes sitting in the winner's final, and Fiend and Kinda Ackerman sitting in the loser's semifinal.
Yeah, Fiend taking out Ailzo, which a little tight, but Fiend is Fiend, so you know it makes sense. This is someone who has been far in these South American brackets time and time again. Not too surprised there. Kinda Ackerman also making a really good run so far through that loser's side as well. Anyone here could realistically win the tournament. Wes is looking quite good though with that Volcom. We did see the Jala come out as well. So we're going to see what the pick's going to be right now. I see Lopez is hovering over the Negan, which, you know, brand spanking new crossover skin for Jaeyun, carrying Lucille, the golden bat. So that could be great if that's actually what Lopez decides to go with.
And it's worth mentioning that Lopez, despite the fact that, like, I think Wes generally looks like a stronger competitor, Lopez has only dropped 1 game today. Lopez has been playing out of his mind. That 1 game loss was to use. You can see it right there. On the other side, though, Wes has had a little bit of trouble. Lost a game to Balthazar, lost a game to Page, lost 2 games to Ailzo, almost got upset against Ailzo, but did earn his spot here in the winner's final at the very least.
Yeah, so this has been a little bit of a harder day for Wes, right? But, you know, all things considered, a dub is a dub. You know, managed to make it all the way through on the winner's side still, despite dropping some games here and there. You know, may speak to some consistency issues, but still managing to come out on top. When it came to the very last hit, even, Wes was able to come out on top. But we're going to see if that run ends here, or if he manages to push it all the way to the grand finals. You guys can take a look here. The lifetime score is 2-9. Wes has beaten Lopez the vast majority of times that they have played. So you can only imagine that just should be a bit of a tough time for Lopez.
Yeah, 2-9 is not what you want to see when you get to that lifetime score. Lopez, a win here, wouldn't even bring this closer to, or it wouldn't bring it close to 50%. It would do 3-9, which is, I don't know the math off the top of my head, but it's like a third technically if you just divide it. But either way, this is it's definitely looking favored towards Wes. Of course, high PR has more gold medals because Lopez has 0, has more silver medals, doesn't have as many bronze medals, but that's just because he's busy knocking Lopez into that bronze medal spot very often.
Okay, yeah, we're even getting the picks here. It looks like it's actually going to be Koji coming out from Lopez. And, of course, the Volkov from Wes. So no surprises there. They're hopping right into the
25%
stage striking sequence.
Host is
25%,
clowning my math skills.
3 + 9, 12, 1/4 of 12, 3, 25, yeah. It's okay,
Look,
though.
I'm busy talking. I'm not doing math. I don't have my pen and paper in front of me.
We're not mathematicians. We're commentators. We talk, you know?
Talk about
it's time to talk it up.
Yeah, here we go.
We're in winners finals.
Small Brawlhaven, haven't seen it a lot today. This is a very volatile map. Gonna see some quick knockouts, especially Wes with the SIG usage that he's had. If he gets the right hit, we'll get some quick KOs.
Yeah, and especially, you know, we're so used to seeing, you know, the Rocket Lance, the Axe, but I do have to give credit to Wes's Scythe today, and they're just going to go ahead and do a little pause check here. But yeah, no, so far, I mean, Wes has been like schmixing people here. And there we go, nice little guitar solo, bring things right back in. Made a little jump around. I think Wes may have disconnected.
Yeah.
But either way, man, it's been crazy seeing this Scythe go off today.
Yeah, Wes, not really known to be a Scythe player, but he's definitely been popping up, getting some really good reads. And of course, on the other side, Lopez, known to be a very respectful competitor. You see the way that he respects the taunt to pause from Wes, the way that he was giving homie stocks in his earlier sets against Power Ranger as well. Like, he's definitely a real honorable competitor.
And of course, the scary thing about the Scythe is, you know, a lot of players that have gone up against Wes today have tested their luck against the weapon off stage. And we're going to see if Lopez is going to be in the same boat. The down sig, though, catches a beautiful dodge from Wes and secures that first KO relatively quickly. And of course, with Brawlhalla, those small kill boxes are going to lead to those KOs that much quicker.
Yeah, and the fact that Lopez was so accurate with his SIGs earlier in his set against Power Ranger would spell really nice things for this match against Wes, because if he can get those quick reads, that side SIG that we saw, right, like that gravity cancel, might see Wes lose some stocks, but Wes needs to come back into this one, needs to find that finishing blow onto Lopez's first stock.
Okay. And just like that, Lopez is actually kind of cooking Wes right now. Wes doesn't have a dodge coming back down. It's going to be an easy punish on the landing from Lopez. Oh, wow, what a spot dodge from Wes there. That definitely would have been another stock, but Wes needs to find an answer now.
Yeah, that spot dodge saved his life, but it's not like it gave him a punish on it. Lopez still got away with it, still sitting on this first stock. That Nair, not going to do much. He does active input it, and it actually works out as Lopez can't get the wall touch.
Yeah, Lopez kind of had like a bit of a haphazard weapon throw there that he was using to cover his landing. Just the aim on it wasn't too great. So it gave Wes an opportunity to send him back off stage. He didn't have a whole lot of options since he didn't get to touch the floor. But with that said, I mean, he still has a pretty healthy lead here. If Lopez grabs the bow, goes for that down sig, D-Light recovery will do it too. Hey, catch the opponent coming up the lip of the stage, and you can just go ahead and send them right to the kill box.
Yeah, he just caught the hairs of Wes, and it was enough to lead into that recovery for the knockout. Wes borderline a full stock behind. It's going to be close if Wes wants to get this back.
Okay. Wes gets caught by the falling Nair there. Lopez doing such a good job catching the juggles. Goes for a little bit of a soft read. Nice catch from Wes. Hold on. That's not going to be enough, but ooh, goes for it all there. And now a turnaround.
And Wes with this corner control. Or sorry, Lopez with the corner control. Wes does get that Nair. Goes for the down sig. Lopez right underneath him.
Whoa.
Again, the down six. Lopez is completely out of range for those, but the side air will finish it off. Final stocks here in game number 1.
Yeah, the turnaround there, crazy from Wes. Lopez had like 2 different scenarios there where he almost ended the game, but Wes was just sneaky enough to be able to hold on. And now we're going to see if he's going to be able to make the entire comeback. The D-Light recovery is not enough. One more conversion from Lopez. Throws out the side sig. That's a free punish from Wes.
The 3-piece here he goes again. Oh, but the weight cut from Lopez. And Lopez going to close out game number 1.
And that one's tough, too, because when you go for the D-Light ground pound like that, especially around kind of the earlier percents, there's still like a decent amount of recovery on the ground pound. So then it's like he just went for the immediate gravity cancel D-Light for the wake up there. And I actually don't know if Wes could have really done anything. Maybe like mash a jump there. Yeah, instead of falling straight down. That might have been the answer.
Well, now we're seeing Wes make that that swap that he's made time and time again in this tournament, is the swap over to the Jala for game number 2.
Okay, and the Jala was looking pretty good too, all things considered. Grant, I'm surprised he didn't rock with the Volkov a little bit more, but we did say, hey, you know, sometimes the Jala works as a palate cleanser. So maybe he's like, all right, you know, I'm going to put it back for now, try the Jala, see how I like it. We've seen him whip out the Jala in earlier sets as well and have great success with it. So just might be a comfort thing.
Might just be the thing that he needs to go up against Lopez. But right now, Lopez, full weapon control. Wes really just running around trying to scramble, does pick up a sword, and Lopez starts to back off.
Okay. And Wes swinging back here with the side light. Gravity cancel D-Light comes out from Lopez to get a little bit of some extra damage. And Lopez kind of winning a little bit more in the neutral game right now. Wes having some trouble finding all the hits.
This is going to be bad for Wes. And yeah, that side air guarantees it. The weapon toss just in case Wes does not have the movement. And Lopez going to have a big lead here in game number 2.
Yeah, that side sig was pretty much the deal breaker there, right? Just sent West so far. Didn't get the KO on its own, but it led to it, and now West is playing from behind yet again. We were talking about before at the beginning of this set that, like, West has quite a bit of a lead in the head-to-head, right? 9-2. Yet, by the way this set has been going so far, you wouldn't believe it.
Yeah, Lopez definitely playing out of his mind today.
Nice.
Nice D-Light side air will guarantee the KO. Wes stick to his comfort weapon of the axe, but needs to get this damage.
Okay. The bow looking good from Lopez here. Gets to juggle with the neutral air. Going to keep Wes in the sky. Go for a neutral air again. Try to catch the landing. Weapon throw to cover yourself on the way back down. And the side sig comes out and finds the bullseye.
Wes going to hold on to the stock, though. Fortunate enough to get back up. Put some damage out, but he cannot afford another signature from Lopez. Side sig, not much of a punish, though. And the D-Light recovery, Lopez poised to take game number 2.
Okay, Lopez has just been finding the hits, right? It looks like, you know, when he goes for SIGs, more often than not, they seem to be connecting when they need to. And Wes just seems to be struggling a little bit, not necessarily finding the KOs, but finding them efficiently. It looks like Lopez is living just a little bit too long, despite the fact that Wes is playing the Jala, but that end SIG, almost enough, barely not enough juice on it.
Really, really close. The side air, not even going to put Lopez in the off screen, though. And Lopez holding on to the stock. Ooh, the back off the down
ground
line.
pound. It's crazy. And Wes going for a gravity cancel sig here. Wes on his final stock needs to be careful with these sigs now because they could lead to a certain death punish. And Lopez, you know, gonna be looking for that D-Light recovery. It's around that time.
Yeah, Wes has got to be really careful here. The recovery is going to do it. Lopez takes game number 2. Wes is in trouble.
Yeah, and Wes kind of being a little bit haphazard toward the end of that game. I mean, we saw the final stock was taken from a recovery from Lopez, but he got hit by, I think, like a neutral air. And it's not like the sword has any real true follow-up off the neutral air, but I think he like panic dodged at the end there. And Lopez saw that and said, well, since you dodged, I'm going to recovery.
Panic dodged right on into the recovery. Lopez throwing out 10 signatures and connecting with 20% of them. That's only 2 signatures, but the real thing is he got away with like all of them. Barely a punish ever came out from Wes.
This is Koji we're talking about, right? So you know that SIGs are going to be, you know, side SIG, end SIG, tatami mat maybe. Honestly, all the SIGs are really hard to punish. He just has a really good, well-rounded kit. On top of that, you know, he's combined with some high deck, so his light attacks are hard to punish as well. But on the other side of things, you know, Wes on the Jala, I don't know. I feel like the Volkov was working a little bit better, to be honest. I felt like he got a little bit more mileage, but I think we see another swap here. It looks like the Hattori is going to be the pick from West.
This is an interesting one. Hattori wanting to bring out the spear and the retain the sword from the Jala, but bring out the spear for this one. I'm not sure what particularly that's going to do against the Koji play of Lopez. Like, is Spear Nair going to work out better against these bow approaches or what? I don't know.
It's only a matter of time for us to find out. Granted, Hattori, I felt like used to be like a staple in the competitive scene, then kind of sat by the wayside for a little bit. Gonna go ahead and try to make a splash right here. Oh, he just gave your dodge away. What a conversion. I like that, right? Push him further off stage because you know he doesn't have a dodge. Instead of just going for this air, you can literally drag him with you with the gravity cancel sidelight.
That was close. Ooh, Wes going for the read there with that gravity cancel sidelight, but he gets away with it.
Okay, Lopez once again starting off guns blazing here. This could potentially be a 3-0 on Wes unless Wes is able to make the proper adjustments. I mean, we're taking a look right here, and so far, I mean, Lopez just kind of seems to be a cut above.
Yeah, Lopez just seems to be so comfortable in this matchup right now. Has not really been in trouble throughout the entirety of it. Lopez does get caught though. Gravity cancel and light from Wes. The side sig not going to work out. Again, we're seeing Wes struggle to finish off the stock of Lopez.
Okay. You can see Lopez slowing things down here as well, right? Like Lopez is like, I don't have to approach. I have the lead. I have a hefty lead here, right? By a firm stock and some change. So it's up to Wesley to approach, but he got the recovery there, but not the dodge.
Yeah. Tried to wait a little bit, see what Lopez is going to throw out. Now he's got to be careful, but the sweat beats come out, and Lopez knows that ground pound is guaranteed. Lopez is 1 stock away from a guaranteed grand finals.
Yeah, if you're Wes here, I don't think the Hattori is it. We're going to see if the reverse 3-stock is going to happen right now. But so far, the spear hasn't led to much. You can see Wes is going for some reads. Not quite working out. The weapon throw's no good. That's going to KO off the top, though. So good job to Wes for the repeated pressure. But you still have 2 stocks to burn through.
A full stock behind Wes with the Hattori. Not really known for getting those big offstage plays. So it's going to be a lot of strong neutral from Wes. If he wants to bring this one back. Pogos, but he's still trading with Lopez. He cannot afford these trades.
And especially when you're playing the spear, you want to bait your opponent to jump so you can get those D-lights. But Lopez is doing such a good job of staying grounded. And if he's going to go into the air, it's in burst with the dash jump into some sort of attack. And so far, they're trading way too much. Wes, if you want to make this comeback, you got to stop getting hit somehow.
He's got to find something different, but gets through the end sig. He's still, again, just going back and forth, trading damage. Just hits a sidelight, not able to find the follow-up. Dodges through it. Okay, opportunity, gets the double. Wes gonna take this to final stocks. Can he do it?
Yeah, you have to be really clutch right now in order to make this one happen. And so far, not a bad start. You're gonna keep starving Lopez. You can get the jump, get a D-light. It's gonna be some guaranteed damage, but Lopez has the weapon now. D-light recovery territory.
Might not even need it. Wes burns it to dodge. Okay, gets back up with the recovery. One more hit. Lopez can take this one and go to the grand finals. The side air. The weapon toss, and Lopez does it. 3-0s. Wes turns that set count to 3-9. 25% win rate in favor of Lopez. And now Wes has to go down into the loser's bracket.
Yeah, that's tough showing from Wes, all things considered, right? Like, still gets the guaranteed top 3, but you definitely don't want your winner's final set to look like that. And he's going to need to figure out what legend pick he's going to do if he manages to make it back to the grand final. We have to get through the losers finals first, of course, but the Hattori, I personally don't know if that was the answer, but he did try the Volkov, was unsuccessful, did try the Jala, was unsuccessful, and then the Hattori was also unsuccessful. Now, out of all of those, I don't know which pick's the one. Maybe you just go back to Ogrim and say, hey, screw it, you know, like, this is what has gotten me so many of my podiums in the past, and specifically gold medals. May as well try it out.
I was definitely thinking a Lance might be something that could be good in that matchup, might be something that could work out. Or maybe at least something with a little bit more defense. Because, right, like you went in with a Jala, which is base 3, went in with a Hattori base 4. Not exactly known for being the tankiest of legends, but they do bring a lot in terms of speed, dex, attack. So maybe kind of change it up. Go for something a little bit more defensive style. Coming up next, though, we've got Fiend versus Kaina Ackerman to see who's going to guarantee that final top 3. Will it be Fiend, who's been making the craziest lower bracket run in South America, or will it be Kaina Ackerman?
And this one's tough to say. You're looking at their lifetime head-to-head, and the score is 1-1, right? That's a pretty small sample pool to look at, right? So it really could go either way. These guys haven't played each other enough to really get a decisive feel of who we expect to come out on top. But I will say, Fiend has been in this spot more often.
True. I think it comes down to like raw tournament pressure. Fiend has had plenty experience with this and is totally fine and comfortable. It's kind of an interesting storyline, though, when you go to the head-to-head of the two of them, right? You've got Fiend, who's got all these gold medals and all these accolades, and a lot of it is, like, legacy, because Fiend has been in the community for a long time and has been a top competitor for a long time. On the other side, Kaina is, like, kind of popping off this year only. Like, this is still new blood for Kaina.
So far, I mean, Kaina looking pretty good with this Onyx. That was, like, at least 2 different reads there on Fiend right out the gate, and you know that has to feel good. Stuffs Fiend's recovery, and there we go. Fiend finally getting some answers back now, pushing him into the corner, going for the ground pound. It's not going to hit. Kaina in trouble, has nothing, goes for the double. So close from Fiend.
He was really running out of movement there. Fiend was trying to deny. He knows that there's a lot with those horizontal side airs, but kind of gets back up and actually has the damage advantage over Fiend.
Okay. And now we're kind of in a Pretty close game territory here. Nice. Lets the trigger fly on the N-Sig, but barely doesn't have enough to get the KO. Kinda needs to get a weapon. Gauntlets in hand, eats the N-Sig.
If it didn't bounce, it would have KO'd, but Fiend with the gravity cancel end light. Again, lots of horizontal movement from Kinda. Fiend tries to deny with the weapon toss, and Kinda's going to get back up safely. That's got to be rough for Fiend, who's been so close to finishing these stocks off of Kinda, but never quite enough. The side air will do it.
Okay, and just like that, you know, we're getting 2 Hattori back-to-back, right? We just saw one right there in the Winners Finals, and now Fiend going ahead and whipping out his Hattori here for the loser semis, and so far, it's proving to be quite the adversary. It's so quick. Fiend is being so aggressive. Kinda can't get anything started. Sitting in the corner there, needs a weapon spawn. Which side is it going to be on? It goes to the left, so Kinda finally gets a chance to rearm themselves, but might be a little too late. Fiend has gotten a lot of damage to stock.
Yeah, and you're seeing Kinda really just drop all of that aggression that he had earlier, and is just kind of halted. He's standing still, waiting for Fiend to come close enough. He's going to just try to catch him with a neutral light. Catch him with that 1 KO move. There it is, D-Light Nair. Now we'll see what Kinda does as Fiend comes in with a fresh stock.
Okay, now granted, one thing that Kinda does have going for them is the fact that you have quite a bit of defense on that Onyx, right? He's a fairly tanky legend, all things considered. So we'll see if that gives Kinda a bit of a chance to mount the comeback a little bit easier.
The neutral lights, though, from Fiend. He's so good at maintaining this aggression just enough, and the side sig to beat out the side air from Kinda. Fiend looking good, ready to take game number 1. Very healthy on his second stock.
Man, that was pretty optimal as well. Like, oh wow, what an answer from Fiend. Oh man. Just throwing things at Kinda now. Kinda just chilling in the corner, looking kind of lost. Needs a map. Something.
This is that classic Fiend, man. This is why he is PR number 2 in the region. And I haven't gotten to watch a lot of Fiend today, but I'm seeing why he was able to make that lower bracket run at least.
Oh my gosh. Fiend is just straight harpooning Kinda right now. That should KO. Wow, I thought he was so close to the kill box there. I was like, there's no way.
Onyx diff right there. Side air will do it. Fiend taking game number 1.
Yeah, that was a clap. You know, like 620 damage from Fiend, 388 from Kinda. So Fiend not quite doing double damage, but getting close.
It's impressive. Fiend has been like leveling up as the day has progressed. Like he was going to game 3, game 5 at the start of today, and now that he's in the top 8, he's been 3-0ing his way through the entire top 8. Like, he just really leveled up when he got to the finals.
Yeah, I feel like I'm getting some shades of the old Fiend as well. Like, there's a certain amount of aggression without regards for consequence that Fiend can really fall into, where he just starts swinging, but like, normally you'd be like, in a game like Brawlhalla, you can't swing that much. Someone will dodge and you will get punished, but Fiend somehow just like is inside the cranium of his opponent and just knows what they're going to do.
Dude, he's got really, really good aggressive footsies. Like, if you go back to the last one, like, he did a really good job of, like, he'll chase forward and then he dashes back right as the opponent went for a wake-up side air, and then he goes back in. Like, he's really good about that.
He always like, he's like hugging you,
yeah,
but it's not
but
an
not
endearing
a friendly
hug,
way.
you know? Yeah. It's like, please get off of me. It's like when you walk to the locker room or something. It's like, okay.
not a locker room hug. That's an HR hug right there.
Yeah, free.
Nice
Oh man, and so far, I mean, this time around it's a little bit closer, right? Kinda switching over to this Koji, and I think it's keeping things a little bit closer here. You get to duke it out with the swords, you have a little bit more speed on you, you're able to keep up with the aggression of Fiend.
Yeah, we'll also have a completely different weapon set, but that high dex makes it so it's going to be a little bit safer. Neutral Sig on reaction. Not quite enough to finish off Fiend, and Fiend picks up the spear.
Okay.
Punish. He's got
It's
no
gonna be
dodge.
double.
Yup.
Recovery. Oh, and it doesn't KO. I thought it would. I mean, that was definitely the optimal
Yeah.
choice to go for, because the Sayer definitely wouldn't have KO'd, so nice decision making from Fiend, even though it didn't lead to the knockout.
Yeah, I mean, that was the perfect punish he could do, just unfortunately didn't quite have enough damage on the Kinda. Kinda, though. One more hit. Oh, the recovery clashes out and saves Fiend. D-Light recovery. Fiend takes the first stock.
And that was a little bit of an unfortunate happenstance for Kiner Ackerman there, because they got the first weapon throw and they wanted the second weapon throw to be down for it as well, and they got the forward input, so then it ended up being kind of haphazard, but they were able to find the KO regardless. Gonna go ahead and Weapon Star Fiend, looking like they want to play the sword, not so much the bow, and that's perfectly fine right now because they're both great.
Yeah. I mean, he was doing all right in the 1v1, just like nice sword mirror match. Aggressive ground pound attempt from Fiend, able to pull out in time, not get punished for it. Nice pickup from Kaina.
I'm going for max damage. Oh, the juggles from Fiend. Kinda can't get down. Oh my gosh. This is brutal.
The weapon tosses. Nice punish from Kaina. Reading that just raw downlight from Fiend. Weapon tosses again. Fiend's hitting these weapon tosses. This is like classic Fiend right here. It's just like weapon toss plays to stutter the opponent and make him think. Oh.
Ooh. I like that conversion. Yeah, it goes for the, I think it was a gravity cancel sidelight into falling Sair to go ahead and secure the KO on Fiend for that penultimate stock. And what?
Top of the map. Fiend just reverses all of that.
I don't even know what to say. That was great. You know, you just took him right off the top. You know, you feel like it's going to start going in the favor of Kiner Ackerman, and then just like that, Fiend is able to respond.
And it backs up. Kaina has the bow in hand. Haven't gotten to see a lot of Kaina's bow so far in this set.
Oh, and maybe this is the reason why. Kind of looking a little bit lost here on this bow. Maybe just feels overall more comfortable on the sword. It is a little bit more of a straightforward weapon. You're going to switch to the sword right here and keep Fiend starved. So this is ultimately... Oh, the charge!
The charge, yeah, for that extra second hit. Get that extra boost on it. Fiend.
Oh, not hitting.
Still not
kind of so close. Sick maybe? No, going to try and bait something out here. Fiend. Looking for the hit. No dodge from Kaina. Very, very scary play to go for.
Yeah, you saw Fiend trying to wait. Okay, reads the dodge out. Oh, can't quite hit the end sig.
The down air sends to the side as well. If it had sent straight up. Oh!
He had it. He just didn't have the reaction. He had the read, but the D-Light ground pound. Fiend,
we
one
live
hit
in?
away. Weapon toss will do it. Fiend takes game number 2.
Oh, man. How did Fiend managed to sneak that one out? Kiner Ackerman was so close. So close. So many moments, I feel like, in those final, 30 seconds where the game could have just ended. You know? It was just like a little bit of hesitation, a little bit of lack of confidence, and Fiends for that. Yeah, I'll say that. Yeah, that's what he lives for.
I mean, he's true to his name, man. He is a Fiend. He's a bracket Fiend for sure. Making quite the run, and he is now ready to get another 3-0 in the top 8. He's just got to win one more game.
One shy. You can even see it here. You know, we got 6-6 coming out from Kiner Ackerman. 50% accuracy on those. That's not bad. Half. And then Fiend threw out 4, landed 1. And that's not bad as well. We're going to see where they end up going for potentially the last match of the set here. It's going to be between Mammoth, Demon Island, and Apocalypse. And if I'm Fiend, I think I might actually want Demon Island. I feel like the smaller space, you know, keeping it a little bit more up close and personal might be the choice. But he actually opts to go for Apocalypse, which, hey, if you want to go for plays off the side of the stage, the walls are bit shorter here, right? You have that slant on the corners, which can make it tricky to come back to the stage.
I think Apocalypse also kind of plays to that shorter map that you were talking about. Like, there's not a lot of horizontal space, and with the way that Kaina will sometimes just alt everything. Oh, off the weapon toss. Fiend, is he gonna clean it up? Get the clip. Highlight reel.
He's 2.
He doesn't hit the ground pound.
He dropped it. He dropped the ground pound. Oh man. You know, that was almost Kodak moment.
We all wanted it. We all wanted it. Everyone but Kaina and Kaina's mom wanted it.
Yeah. Kaina's dad, though?
Kaina's dad, he gets a reluctant nod. He's like, that would have been hype. D-Light and Sick Fiend gonna get the first stock looking real good.
And I love going for that conversion, right? A lot of characters have a D-Light on the sword into an unjumpable end-sig conversion that ends up being true when you don't have a dodge. But even if you do have a dodge, you got to keep your opponent honest, because a lot of times you get that D-Light and they just expect you're going to go for like a Sair or a down air, and they just don't press the dodge button, and that's why you need to every single time.
Yeah, you got to do it. Oh, but Fiend presses the dodge button and kinda gonna punish with the side sig. Plays the keytars a little bit in celebration, but gotta be careful. He's still behind.
I would have picked the golf clap mode for that one. Yeah. There we go. I mean, kind of keeping things lively here, but still behind in terms of damage. Needs to put at least one game on the board. A drop from the Sair there. Looks like Fiend somehow ended up a little bit too far inside the hurt box of Kiner Ackerman to get that conversion.
The Fiend still finding a lot of damage, but
Nice.
a wild ground pound. Little bit of a punish from Kina. Fiend gonna back up. Has the sword in hand. What's it gonna be? Another D-Light Ensig? Won't need it.
Nice
Side air.
catch. Yeah, you can see Fiend went real high for that, and now on the verge of securing a 3-0 victory here in the losers semifinals, guaranteeing a spot in the losers final in top 3. Kiner Ackerman has to respond at this moment. You need to find a KO. You haven't been touched on your final stock yet. All things considered, it's in the realm of possibility. What you got, kid? Okay, nothing yet. Juggling off the bottom here, kinda. Still trying to make it happen. Looking for the final blow on Fiend's second
Taking
stock.
damage. He is taking damage. Again, he's in that position where you can't go for trades. You got to get these KOs. That's going to be a punish. Fiend with the D-Light side air. Good dodge. Nice turnaround. Needs to finish the stock.
Weapon throw. Wow, what a weapon throw from Fiend. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
He does get the knockout, gets that down air, but good coverage from Fiend. I like that weapon toss.
Yeah, I think Kiner Ackerman had to either go for kind of an early option there to try to hit Fiend, or go for the weapon throw because Fiend didn't have a dodge for a good portion here. Hold on, Fiend
egg drop.
trying to end it right here. That sweat drops, and that is it. Fiend immediately ending all hopes of a comeback from Kiner Ackerman and securing the victory with a 3-0 in winners, or rather losers, semifinals.
And that means Fiend is going to continue on. Guaranteed top 3 finish. Now you're seeing that clip that started this all off. If only he could have gotten that last blow on Akina. Might have been able to get the highlight play. But either way, Fiend playing out of his mind, 3-0ing his way through the loser side top 8, and now he's running into Wes.
Oh, man. Okay. And so, Wes, I mean, that set went kind of quick, so it felt like we were just talking about Wes.
Yeah.
And now we're talking about Wes again, right? Is going to have to come up and go up against Fiend, who Fiend is looking hot. You know, like, I feel like Wes has been, we were talking about a little bit earlier, having some struggles a little bit here and there.
Yeah.
You know, he's had some close sets, been dropping games, managing to come out on top, but at no point really feeling like, you know, was just a cut above the competition. Meanwhile, Fiend has all this momentum snowballing from the loser side and has not shown any signs of stopping. Another 3-0 on the belt.
Yeah, Fiend playing out of his mind. Wes, I'm sweating if I'm Wes, not just because of today and how it's been going for Wes, but also because, like, the last time these two ran into each other, Fiend ran over him, 3-0'd him in the loser's bracket and continued on in the tournament. So Wes has got to be a bit nervous. He's got to be shaking a little bit, especially because, like, also, it's not like Wes has a confident character and he just kind of got waxed by Lopez. Wes is trying all sorts of things today, and they're just not sticking.
And I don't know what the answer is. I don't know if maybe during the downtime between, you know, the winners finals and the last set, if Wes was maybe like having a chat with himself and being like, well, am I going to do the Hattori? Am I going to do the Jala? Am I going to do the Ulgrim? You know, yeah. I'm like, you got to, because I feel like you're dipping your hands in too many pots, right? You need to find the Goldilocks little bowl of porridge and say, this is the one that's just right, and just run with it.
I was getting a little lost in the metaphor, not gonna lie, but I absolutely agree. He's got to find the thing that is just right, the thing that's gonna work out for him.
17-6 though. Oof.
Yeah,
that's
They run
That's
into
not
each
great.
other a lot, though. Like, a lot of times it's in the grand finals. It's occasionally in the loser side of things. But, I mean, there was an entire year, all of 2020, where they were running into each other in the grand finals, going head-to-head. Fiend would win, Wes would win. It would go back and forth. And now you're seeing both of them here in the losers final, seeing who's going to go up against Lopez.
See right here, Fiend rocking the Hattori yet again. Makes sense. Was able to just steamroll another 3-0 with it. And we have the Teros coming out from Wes, right? So I always say this every single time you see this guy. Ignorance is always the way. You know, the hall monitor is out to play. And maybe this will give him the victory he needs on Fiend. We saw the head-to-head. It's heavily in favor of Fiend. But I will say Wes has had enough victories where this isn't going to be a shutout.
Yeah, I do like this character matchup because it boils down to a 50-50. If Fiend gets a lot of momentum, then it's going to be trouble. But if Wes is getting those hits, he's going to win out in terms of trades.
And so far, right, like, Wes needs to get a weapon. Like, Fiend is being so mean right now. Like, there we go. Finally manages to pick up the axe, but not without being sent to orange
snap.
and now early
snap.
red. Oh!
Still has some movement, but that'll
No,
do
you
it.
don't.
Fiend takes the first stock, and he's barely touched. Wes did not get to play Brawlhalla for the first minute of this game.
Yeah, and if Fiend keeps playing like that, dude, like, this is going to be the dude in the grand finals free. Like, Wes, he's looking, you know, and Fiend is pushing him to the corner relentlessly.
Beating
Oh,
out
man.
the gravity cancel sidelight from Fiend. He's just continuing to maintain
Oh
this
my God,
pressure,
the
the
weapon
weapon
throws.
throws and everything.
And like, he does it at like such an off-tempoed pace too that it's hard to know when exactly Fiend's gonna weapon throw. And there's a certain like mindset you need to be in when playing Brawlhalla to tell your brain to dodge them. But it looks like this hammer recovery might spell the first
Okay.
stock. Yeah, Fiend kind of beats the recovery a little bit. But with that said, he's still looking poised to be quite the competitor.
I don't know the travel distance, but he went for the exhausted recovery. I'm not sure if a jump would have been better. I don't know. I don't actually know which one has the vertical height.
So I'm wondering as well if like maybe the recovery gives you a little bit more vertical.
Yeah.
Maybe. It's hard to say. Oh, Fiend.
Okay, nice punish
Still
from
trying
Wes.
something.
Wes is bringing this one back. Fiend had a massive lead off that first stock, but Wes starting to chunk. Throws out the side sig. Fiend with the punish. Another recovery. Not quite off screen yet. Double down light recovery, and Fiend takes the second stock.
Fiend has been relentless with catching the landings from Wes, right? I mean, that's how we saw that almost flawless first stock, right? It was a sequence of strings catching Wes's landing over and over and over. And right there, that second stock that we saw taken, also the same deal, catching the landings, getting the D-lights, and then leading to the recovery off the top.
Yeah, Wes isn't really mixing up his trajectory towards the ground, and Fiend is able to get a lot of punishment because of that. Nice falling side air, though. Wes
Nice.
needs a little more. Fiend is getting these wall touches, goes for the recovery, and Fiend gets up safely.
It looked like he was playing Knockout City for a second. He just throwing the dodgeball right at his head time and time again. There we go. Stomp into the Sair.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. Okay. Okay, we got a one-stock game.
All comes down to this final stock here in game number 1. Fiend, again, with this health advantage.
Okay. Oh my gosh, catching the landing again, dude. Oh, I thought it was going to be a D-light maybe. It doesn't even matter. Pushes him to the corner. Wants to go for the corner guard.
Gets over it.
Almost catches the landing.
Ooh, okay.
Whoa,
The
what a
down heavy.
follow-up.
I think he was going for the pickup axe down sig, but ended up being unarmed. Still good damage. Still caught Fiend. Recovery. Doesn't go for the follow-up dare.
You gotta be careful. That's a terrorist. A side stick will kill you.
Oh, Fiend's unarmed. Wes not really pushing this advantage.
Oh, biding his time. So far, it's working out. You're a stomp Sair away. This is Teros. Definitely hits hard enough.
But
So does
this
Hattori.
is the side sig from Hattori. Fiend gonna take game number 1 over Wes. Is he gonna continue to 3-0 his way through this loser's top 8?
Yeah, at least if he does this time, it's going to be a little bit more tough. Because we saw Wes was, you know, a D-light Sair away, all things considered. Really managed to bring things back, but you can just get the replay of this first edge guard from Fiend. Just so surgical with the precision.
It's interesting because, like, there's a level of this match that is just Wes playing the stat line, right? Like, he's just playing the Legend and getting all this damage, but then when it comes to, like, the defensive options, he's just falling. Like, he's not really doing anything special, and Fiend is punishing him for it. But then when he gets back down onto the ground, he's like, all right, time to play that stat line, time to just start chunking, and it ended up being even at the end of it.
And I'm wondering, are you going to stick with the Taros if you're Wes here? All things considered, that was a pretty close game. I say if you rock with it, you should be able to have yet another close game with game 2, but maybe Wes is still kind of in his bag a little bit. Maybe he's like, is this the Legend I want to rock this with? Will we see another swap, you think?
I don't know. I would like to see the Taros because it was close, but I could also see him just deciding to go back to the Volkov because overall in this top 8, that's what we've seen him do the best with, and that's what it seemed like he would go to for comfort. But I don't know. I don't know if the Volkov is really that much better, especially in this matchup against Hattori. What's going to have the better wake-ups? That's my big question. Maybe a Ragni or something with, like, guitars where you can just quick nair on wake-up.
Because the thing I'm thinking about as well is, like, so much of the mileage that Wes got from that Volkov is from throwing out those SIGs a lot. Specifically the Axe, like, charge side SIG, which leaves Volkov in the air a little bit. And a character like Hattori is just going to delight you with Spear every single time, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
The way Fiend's playing today, it doesn't look like he's going to be missing those punishes. And I think Wes kind of respects that. And I feel like that's why he's not going with the Volkov. I feel like he's scared of Fiend's punish game. But it might be worth a shot. But otherwise, I do like the idea of the Ragnar. I feel like we haven't really seen the Wes guitars, but like Ragnar's signature kit is phenomenal, and also, you know, just good.
So we're going to a classic from Wes, a level 93 Scarlet. Gonna bring out the Lance, something that I was looking forward to in the earlier set against Lopez. I'm not so sure how well it'll do against Fiend, but his hammer did pretty all right when he was on the Taros. He'll still have that high strength going in base 8, going down to 7, so you can have that movement speed. This will be an interesting one.
Yeah, Scarlet is like, I don't know, to me Scarlet is just Taros but cute. You know, it's like, all right, you don't have the axe, but you do have the rocket lance. You do have
Taros
the hammer.
isn't cute. Is that what I'm hearing?
Taros is rugged.
We need a kawaii Taros skin. That's what I'm hearing.
That sounds like a no. Maybe Lil Taros, like Lil Yumiko, but it's just a baby cow. I could go off.
Or like how we have a Baby Mako skin, right? Now we have to have Baby Taros skin. But here we go. Game number 2, Wes versus Fiend. Fiend currently 1-up over Wes, and Wes makes the swap to the Scarlet. We'll see what the Lance can do. Lots of dash dancing. Going to be playing a lot more grounded. That's usually what happens when you end up with a Lance in hand.
Now, one thing I am a little bit worried about is when you've been switching Legends so often, you don't really get a period to kind of reacclimate yourself to the new weapon that you're about to play, right? Granted, Wes has always been the most comfortable, I'd argue, on that Rocket Lance, so hopefully the adjustment doesn't take too long.
Yeah, he's definitely been like the real Lance player of the South American region, but goes for the N-Sig there. Fiend gonna get the punish from behind.
Oh,
and
didn't
that's
land.
gonna be the stock. Wes gonna go down. Fiend takes the first stock in game number 2.
And I think the mistake there for Wes was going for that N-Sig, but not reversing it, right? Like, if he had done it into the stage, I think it would have hit Fiend there. But either way, might be able to bring this back. A down sig will KO, a stomp Sarah will likely KO. Just have to get the hit. It's so hard for people to hit Fiend, right? He tried to go for a cheeky X-pivot dare off the plat, manages to find the dare later on. But otherwise, like, every single person I've seen fight Fiend today just looks frozen because Fiend's just, like, dancing. And they're like, how do you have those moves?
He's just so much faster. Of course, Hattori with the highest movement speed in the game, but Fiend is playing so much faster on his movement.
Okay. Careful here. I like that. Neutral lights. Trying to stay a little bit more grounded now, and I don't think Wes likes that.
Stomp side air. Getting some stage control. Nice punishes. Doesn't get the movement, though. Fiend gets launched, and Wes, can't deny the wall touch.
Okay, but still looking pretty good here. Nair's dodge, but the stomp is not, and that's going to be the KO for Wes here. The Scarlet proving to be a formidable adversary for Fiend right now in this Losers Finals.
Yeah, Wes looking real good with this Scarlet. And it's not just like the Lance play, like his hammer is looking stronger as well.
No dodge yet again. This time dodging, saying, hey, I got the mix-up. I know which Yomi layer you're on right now. Wow, let's go.
Nice pickup from Wes. Outspaces, but can't get the punish. Elite recovery. Wes still living. Crystal Temple with a high ceiling. Another recovery will finish it off. Final stocks here in game number 2.
And now here's the question. Is Fiend going to continue the 3-0 sequence, or is Wes going to be able to pick up a game here? So far, it's hard to say. Fiend is on the back foot, though. And I think this stage doesn't look super comfortable for Fiend, all things considered.
Yeah, you saw in the map bans, Wes was leaning into the multi-platforms, right? Left the 2 tri-plats in this one. Side air puts Fiend off stage. Wes, recovery, and Wes is going to put himself on the board here in the loser's final.
And I liked the attempt from Fiend. We had seen him do that weapon throw a little bit earlier where he throws the weapon up to cover himself as he's trying to go ahead and get the wall touch. But you can see there's like a gap there, right? You have to wait for the weapon to go up and then come back down. And in that scenario, you can just like go and attack Fiend before you have to deal with it, just like that.
Wes slipping in that gap, like you said. And then a really good job going underneath Fiend, knowing that that recovery would be deadly, as well as the fact that like that weapon toss isn't going to bonk him if he's underneath Fiend.
Yeah, the other thing was too is that like the weapon toss was like just shy of perfect and it landed on the stage.
Yeah.
If it didn't and came, it could have like interrupted the recovery, but I think Wes was able to see that it was going to land on stage.
And here we go, game number 3. Wes sticking with the Scarlet, going to Demon Island. This one's going to be tricky because not that Wes has been utilizing that hammer side sig, but like it's one of those things that it's gonna be in your mind playing against a Scarlet on the corner. What was that ground pound? What a madman!
Wow, weapon throw, just shy, but already Fiend starting off with quite a hefty lead. Hasn't taken any damage yet. Still trying to play the game of catching the landings, and Fiend's been doing such a good job. And there was no dodge on Wes there, so he can go for 2, and it's guaranteed. Perfect play.
He's
Perfect.
untouched. Fiend with 30 seconds into this one, 0 to deaths. Wes, and now Wes has to make the comeback.
Pick him up, send him down. Tries to go for the reset there to get the double gravity cancel D-Light, and you can see the ground pound was just shy of going off the stage. Had it been, it would have been a KO for Wes there.
Again, the N6. The down air, charged up. Fiend denies the wall touch, and Wes gonna go down to his final stock here in game number 3. Can Fiend 3 stock in the loser's final against the top PR in South America?
He just might. I mean, you can see Fiend did such a good job covering his own mistakes there, right? He saw the weapon throw wasn't going to hit, went for the unarmed down air, and still was able to confirm the KO. That's why not giving up once something miss is definitely something you just have to be privy to. You need to make sure that you know what your other options are, and Fiend shows no signs of stopping. Wes is just swinging at air molecules right now.
Yeah, Wes is struggling. Can't even get Fiend into that red.
Gosh.
N6 come out from Fiend again. He knows how many stocks this game.
Oh my
Another
gosh!
one, and Fiend.
Oh my gosh!
Oh my goodness!
Fiend!
Oh, he gets tossed, but he
Fiend.
turns around. He gets back up. He's good. He denies the 3 stock, and Wes gonna hold on, but it's still gonna take basically a miracle to come back in this game.
I was ready to gas up Fiend as the best player in the world. he was doing some crazy stuff off stage there, but Wes was able to find the gap, and now is going to go ahead and try to bring things back here. We were talking about that hammer side sig off the corner. Might be something he can use, but it's not going to be in this game.
Yeah, gets taken out quick. Fiend closes out game number 3, ties it up, or takes it 2-1. One more game for Fiend to go into the grand finals, and Wes is sticking with the Scarlet.
Oh man, had to jump into it. There was nothing Wes could do about that second N-Sig there. Had burned so many options. Fiend, perfect edge guard, misses the weapon throw and said, you know what, I'll still get it. Just like that.
Such good play from Fiend. A lot of the damage was being built up in those edge play situations where Wes is burning a lot of his movement and Fiend is just hitting those N-Sigs.
3, 2, 1.
And here we go. Pulling up to Great Hall for game number 4. We haven't seen a whole lot of this stage today. This might be the first time I'm even seeing it, to be honest. But with that said, I mean, might work out for Wes, maybe. Oof, that was close.
Couldn't quite get the D-Sig. Nice recognition. Got the stomp side light, stomp side air as well. Goes for another side air. Fiend going to be able to get back up.
And Wes gets a second dodge just in the nick of time there. Goes for the weapon throw, forces out the dodge, and go for a gravity cancel D-Light. No, goes for the dare instead. This might be a turnaround.
Gets fast punished. Wes going to take the first stock.
And like to the naked eye there, that might look like a bad play from Fiend, but that covered the vast majority of options that Wesley could have done there. Going high was literally the only thing that didn't cover. Had he went down, had he went in, it would have all been caught by that down sig. Fiend was thinking, but Wes was just one step ahead.
And with the number of times Wes was in those sweat beads, like, Fiend was likely expecting that he didn't have enough to go all the way high. As the weapon toss connects, D-Light ground pound. Wes is now poised to get the 3 stock on Fiend.
Just like that, the confidence is coming right back to Wes. The stage is doing quite everything that Wes probably wants it to. I mean, he has a fairly hefty lead. Wow, he was able to throw out that end light so fast.
Stomping to nothing, though, coming out from Wes. D-Light side air. Fiend gonna try to deny this 3 stock. Oh, but Wes dodges past.
Oh, drops the recovery. Have to find another opportunity here as Wes can just keep extending this lead. Fiend has yet to get 1 stock. Goes off stage, could be haphazard. Maybe gets the edge guard here. Wow, the weapon throw actually hit. That was crazy.
Just barely hit over the corner. D-Light and Heavy and Fiend able to take that first stock, but this is looking good. We could very well see a game number 5.
Okay. What are you going to do here? Wes is looking so poised to take this. That down sig might have actually just KO'd. It has quite a bit of force on it, to be honest. Wow. Turn around end light, just stuffing Fiend there.
Trying to just go for those home run swings. He's throwing out a lot, but it's going to be the ground pound. Wes takes this one to game number 5.
That was perfect spacing on the ground pound as well. I think Fiend thought he was going to land on stage with it and just didn't do anything. And then Wes got that perfect spacing where, like, your body is inside the wall, but you're still going all the way down.
The Fiend banning out the multi-platform maps. He banned out the 2 tri-platform maps, the 2 bi-platform maps, and now bans out Apocalypse. Only 1 map left with a platform. That's the one we're going to. Small Mammoth Fortress for game number 5.
Okay. Hattori versus Scarlet. This seems to be where Wes has decided to bet all the chips, and I do not blame him. The Scarlet has been looking pretty darn good, all things considered, especially in consideration with all the legend picks we've seen today. I think going something back to Old Faithful is always the right option.
Yeah, love to see the classics coming out from Wes, but Wes is yet to pick up a weapon here in game number 5. Goes in for the ground pound, but doesn't get over the corner. That's one thing he's been struggling with, is going for those ground pounds over the corner and just not quite getting the distance.
Oh, nice attempt there from Wes to go for a quick and early KO, but Fiend not going to fall for it. That's going to be a punish, though. Tries to go for the immediate D-Light because we've seen Wes kind of just go for no dodge sometimes after that side light.
Yeah, those mix-ups can really throw off the aggression, but again, Wes having a little bit of trouble there. He went for a D-Light nair. There he goes for the D-Light nothing. He's just doing the oddest options possible. These weapon tosses come out. Is this a Fiend bot?
Fiend's discode. I think so.
Okay. That would explain the weapon tosses.
He's like, oh, what's going on here? He's like, oh, I'm just going to hit my Mary Poppins impression real quick and just chill in the sky.
Just,
you know.
Fiend went zombie mode. Just hold forward.
Facts. Undead. You know, you can't see, you can't
Okay,
smell.
okay. We take those. We take those. He tried to be respectful, and he homies. Okay. What's going on? Are they resetting the whole thing?
I'm like, at this point, I mean, hey, I ain't no TO, but all I know is, like, if it's not in the first 30 seconds, that's usually it, right? We're just going to call that a game for Wes. We'll find out. I'm sure production will get back to me on that.
I mean, I think at this stage, it comes down to the players, right? Like, are they going to homie it, or are they going to, or is it over? Fiend currently not in the lobby. That's an interesting one, because like you said, that was not in the first 10 seconds where you normally see that. It's like
first 10, not 30.
Yeah. But Fiend's coming back. All right. It looks like they're just going to homie that one out, just kind of shake hands, be like, that one didn't count. We'll go back into it, because it's game number 5 in the losers final, and they want to give a good show and a good competition, see who can get that spot to fight Lopez.
Okay. And yeah, we're going to go ahead and lock in the same legend picks here. Looks like we're just going to run that one back. And you know what? I'm a big fan of that, because it's game 5, bro. Like, do you really want the game 5 to just be like, you know, homie DC, let's just, you know, cut it up. Nah, we'll go ahead. We'll run it. Let's play it out. Let's see who's going to come out on top. Back to Mammoth, same legend, same everything. And we're just going to see who has the most chops.
I tell you what, every viewer here, every caster, production, whatever, wants to see this game 5. But if Sparky was in Wes's shoes, he says, no, that's my game. I'm going into the grand finals. I have money on the line.
Hashtag scumbag Sparks. I can't believe it. I love you, Sparky. But here we go. Going into game 5 of the losers finals here. The winner gets a shot at Lopez. And so far, I mean, it's been a pretty close game, all things considered.
Yep.
Wes almost gets slammed by that neutral sig.
Yeah, those neutral sigs have been devastating. But Wes finally finding those spot dodges around it. Catches the D-Sig. Fiend gets launched. Able to avoid that weapon toss, but still Wes with control. Putting out this pressure. Can't quite get the dodge read, though. But the N-Sig, and Wes takes the first stock.
Okay, just like that, Wes is able to blaze into the lead in the light orange. Scarlet has a moderate amount of defense as well. It's a lot of damage coming out. You got to remember each hit from the hammer does like somewhere between like 18 and like 20. So it's like you really got to be careful here.
He's chunking with those nairs. Got 2 nairs and a recovery inside of that. Fiend on the second stock already getting into the orange. A side sig I'm not even sure would do it, but he's definitely positioning like he could get one with the way that Wes is chasing.
Okay, Fiend, maybe go for a D-Light here. No, that N-Sig seeing, hey, you have no dodge. I see you whiffing this down air. What can I do that is going to KO? You know what? It's the neutral sig and manages to bring the stock count back to even.
Good positioning from Fiend to catch that neutral signature. And you're seeing the way Fiend's backing up, knows that he is behind and doesn't want to get over aggressive. Started to play a little too fast and furious at the start of game number 5. D-Light N-Sig. Wes fights back.
Yeah, the aggressive option back to the stage was definitely the play there because you can see Fiend kind of taking a step back, waiting for a defensive option, and that's the way to beat that. Just swing first. Okay, they're slowing it down. They're like, this is game 5.
Dash dance.
We got to EU it real quick. This is intense.
They know the money's on the line. This is an important one. Game number 5. 2 stocks left. They want that advantage into the final stocks and the fight for Lopez. The neutral light. Fiend did get the wall touch. You see he's got lots of movement here. Will get back up. That soft platform helping him.
Oh, we got to be careful for the N-Sig again. Or the recovery, because he was jumping a lot, man. If I was Wes, I would have done the exact same thing. If you ain't going to come down to the ground, I'm going to start attacking the air, because that's where you be occupying.
Yep. Just cover that airspace. Hits him with the recovery. Fiend, though, could get this one down. Yep, nice. Gravity cancel side light guarantees it. And now we're into the final stocks here in the losers final. Game 5. This is do or die for either player.
Winner of this gets guaranteed top 2, and Fiend gets an explosive combo to start. The weapon spawns right next to Fiend as well as he's getting sent away. So now Wes is going to have to fight for this weapon. Another one goes to Fiend. Wes taking so much damage. He's waiting for the weapon spawn, but it is nowhere to be found. It's on the other side. Will Fiend be able to get it in time? He is not.
Wes,
you have a chance here, Wes.
Flips underneath, picks up the weapon spawn, but the Brawlhalla gods are definitely favoring Fiend as he has picked up 4 of the last 5 weapon spawns, and he's just had so much control as a result of it. Wes, though, coming in, can't quite get the hit. He had the read with the side light.
Well, I just needed a dash maybe, but so far he's been able to bring things roughly back to even here. Now Scar's going to live longer than Hattori. That's a good side light there. This is good damage. Fiend been threatening that N-Sig all day. You have to be scared if you're Wes, but it doesn't matter. He's chasing to the stop. It's going to kill them.
Off the top! Oh my God, what a read. Wes able to take it in game number 5. Just a moment ago, he hits the nair. Fiend does nothing. A jump nair read does nothing. You can see Fiend dodges through the recovery reads in that clip. Every single time, Fiend is able to avoid that follow-up, but right at the end, Wes finds it, gets the jump nair, gets the recovery, and Fiend gets taken out.
You love it too because you see Fiend dodged right at the beginning, right before that first nair hit. So Wes is just like, I just got to follow him. I got to follow him. I got to follow him. You see the chase dodge up, follows him with the nair because Fiend can't do anything about it, and then charges the recovery and secures the win in game 5. Has to be a heartbreaker if you're Fiend. You were so close there, but Wes manages to hold down, not only hold on, but also completely just stop out the stampede that was Fiend, right? He was 3-0ing everyone up until this point.
Yeah, Wes the only one to hold on, and it's nice for Wes because, I mean, in terms of set count, right, Fiend was the favored between the two of them. Fiend had most recently beaten Wes in, again, the Summer Championship, so it's kind of a nice turnaround for Wes to show that he can, in fact, beat out Fiend at the end of it in a nail-biter. Wes has had 2 nail-biter sets today that you and I have gotten to cast, which is very exciting. Part of me is like, he's doing it up for us. But now he's going into the grand finals to fight Lopez. He's going to have to get a reset and then win a second best of 5 if he wants to be crowned the Autumn Champion.
And so now the question is, we've been asking this question a lot, and it still remains true. What is Wes going to pick, right? Like, is it going to be, I mean, the Scarlet was looking pretty good, man. I didn't see you try any Rocket Lands against Lopez earlier. It might be worth whipping that joint out and seeing if it actually does something, because you have to make a reset now, right? You have 3 games to play with if you are Wes to see what legend works, and then you have to ride that into a reset somehow.
It's a tough one. I want to see the Wes Lance go up against Lopez's Koji. I have a lot of faith in it, but I don't know if Wes is feeling it. I mean, he did go back to the Volkov, and the Volkov looked all right, but I don't know. I think he's thinking long and hard about this one, as we're about to get into the final set of this weekend and today, of course, with the Autumn Championship Grand Finals, Wes versus Lopez. Flambeau, I know you're a big Wes fan. What'll it take for Wes to take out Lopez right now?
I'm like, be fearless. Like that's what I said. Just be fearless, because there's a good amount of times, and especially with the Volkov, because I think we saw a little bit from fear, rather a little bit of fear from Wes in that set with Fiend. And then toward the end, I feel like he kind of washed it away because the feeling of needing to be clutch took over him, right? Now, when you're going up against Lopez, you got to have that same energy, right? You got to go ahead, be fearless, make sure if you're going to play this Volkov and you're going to throw out these SIGs, you better make sure you're confident that every single one's going to hit, even if it's not. Because it's clearly not going to happen. But I guess it could. There is a world where it could. But, you just got to have that confidence, because that's what your opponent feels. Despite the fact that this is like a game where you choose options and you press attacks and yada, 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 there is very much so a feeling of emotion and expression that you can feel when you're playing the game from your opponent. And you have to show your opponent you're not scared of them.
And there you see in that lifetime score get updated. Currently 3-9. Lopez winning this one would bring it up to 4-9, bringing it closer to that 50-50. But man, Wes has been looking good, but part of me has to say a Lopez win here would be massive, not just because he's the underdog in terms of PR or lifetime score or any of the other stats there, but because this would be his first gold medal ever, and it would be the one right before the World Championship, and that would be huge.
It'll boost your ego, boost your PR maybe by 1, On top of that, your seeding is going to look pretty good. And also, just like, there is nothing more frustrating than getting second at multiple tournaments, but never once getting to have the feeling that comes with getting first. And there's a lot of competitors across all kinds of titles, whether it's video games or sports, that'll tell you that, like, they'd rather get knocked out in, like, top 8 than get second. It just hurts that much harder because you're that much closer. You'd rather, like, barely qualify for playoffs and lose than get to the Super Bowl and not get the W. It sucks.
Yeah, that's a really tough spot to be in. We were talking about that a lot with the like getting into not necessarily like going into top 8 and not getting just shy of it, but also kind of that like hunger to be a top 2 competitor, right? To grind out there, and so you want to get those gold medals time and time again. But at the same time, like getting so close to it, you still get to retain some of that hunger. It's hard. It hurts to not get that gold medal, but it also is really, really tough when you're at the top and you are trying to stay in that spot. And that's a tough one, man. Right now, though, we've got Lopez and Wes they're sitting down. They're trying to wait out a little bit of a connection. So I know that y'all are kind of staring at me in Twitch chat. You're like, what's going on? Why is this taking forever? Why don't they just play? It's because they're trying to check connections. They want to make sure that they're ready to play. Because again, we're doing this through the beauty of the internet. It's insane that this all works. And then we get to give y'all this wonderful production. But part of it is that, you know, sometimes the internet doesn't always work out in our favor. And that's what's happening now is Wes trying to check out his internet. But there you can see that bracket, that run that they've been having to do. Lopez, who's been sitting in the top side. He's only lost one game today. How crazy is that? On the other side, Wes has had to fight and scrap and claw his way through many a game, coming down to the final hit. But he finally gets back up into this grand finals. It's definitely a very tough dichotomy between the two of them.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one for sure. I mean, I'm thinking Lopez, today could be your day. It would definitely be worth just to have that going into the World Championships. Like just having one under your belt. It feels that much better. It would feel so good. It would make you so happy. And if anything, you can at least get yourself, you know, an in-game title. You know, like that feels nice. I want one. You know, it says Autumn Championship 2021 1v1 winner. Like that'd be sick.
Well, it also would be kind of cool in this one specifically. I mean, for all the reasons that we've already mentioned, but also because the Power Ranger won in 2v2s just yesterday. So maybe getting that back-to-back 2v2 1v1 Autumn Championship 2021 would be kind of sick too.
So we shall see. I mean, we're still waiting for what exactly is going to happen. I mean, the internet problem looks like to be posting just a little bit longer than they thought, but we'll go ahead and see what's going to happen.
Yeah, I think we're getting word. We're going to take a short little break. Let Wes check out his internet, and when we come back, we'll be bringing you that grand finals. You don't want to miss it, chat. I'm sure y'all saw that last set. If you did, then you know you're not going to want to miss this next set because it's going to be intense. Stick around. We're going to take a short little break, and when we come back, we'll be bringing you that grand finals.
Yeah. Stay side. Aight, whether you ready or not. You can turn the sunshine into love, and I can keep on dreaming. Something like a spaceship from above, and you give me that feeling, yeah. I feel, I'm so excited. I feel so good, yeah. I can't describe it. I feel, I know the music will keep me dancing, yeah, keep me moving. something just for free. I hope you catch my meaning. I'm not here to waste nobody's time, so we should both be leaving. Now you turn my world upside down. I'm bouncing off the ceiling. Yeah, can't get no better than this right now. So let's enjoy the ride. I feel I'm so excited. I feel so good, yeah. I can't describe it. I feel I know the music will keep me dancing, yeah, keep me moving. I feel I'm so excited. I feel so good, yeah. I can't describe it. I feel I know the music will keep me dancing, yeah, keep me moving. I feel so good.
It's the grand finals, Wes versus Lopez. It all comes down to this set to determine who's going to be the grand champion of the Autumn Championship for South America.
We got a lot on the line this time around, right? We have seeding for BCX coming up in November. On top of that, we have potentially the first gold medal ever for Lopez on the line here. So history potentially can be made here, or it'll be yet another victory for Wes, cementing himself before hopping into BCX and carrying that momentum, knowing and being able to sleep well, feeling as if that he is undoubtedly the best player in his region.
Now that confidence boost going into the World Championship would be massive, and right now Wes is the one whose confidence is shaken. We're getting ready to get into the set, and we're seeing Wes play something a little bit different. It's going to be the Artemis for game number 1 versus the Koji of Lopez.
And I'm actually stoked for this, because I think the scythe that we saw from the Volkov was doing immaculately earlier. And of course, you know, it's Wes on Rocket Land, so this should work well. Artemis's SIGs are all phenomenal. I think this might be the perfect pick.
Yeah, the perfect combination of the two things that were working well for Wes. We'll see how well it does as we get into this one. And again, he's coming up from the loser's side. So he's got to win this best of 5 and a second one, and Lopez just has to win one.
And so far, Lopez on this bow is looking pretty good, catching the landings pretty well. Wes hasn't had a chance to throw out a hitbox in a little bit of time. We're going to go ahead and pick up that rocket land, so we know that Artemis side sig is going to be something to look out for as well. And of course, that down sig does wonders off the stage. But so far, Wes has to get out the corner and manages to do so with the neutral air into the recovery.
He's got a lot of movement, burned his recovery there, but we'll get back up the side sig, blasts Lopez off the stage. That sig is so stinking good.
It's so good, but before you know it, you're gone, and the bounce back makes it particularly difficult to punish. So Lopez is going to have his spacing on point if he wants to make this happen. But of course, we were talking about before, Wes has to do the reset.
An
Another
unfortunate misinput. Wes was going for the side light down air, but didn't get the jump input, so he just locks himself in place with the long active frames of the down light.
Yeah, and it stinks too, because sometimes that works as a dodge read, sometimes, but not this time. So, oh man, catches the jump. Lopez is letting these N-Sigs fly. Wes can't get anything going. Manages to sneak through the weapon there. Gonna be able to pick this up. It's another rocket lance, but Lopez responds with the neutral sig.
Wes got the lance in hand, needs to get a lot of damage. Good movement, hits the end light, trying to catch the jump of Lopez.
Ooh.
Stuck off stage. Wes is willing to do this off stage, hits one ground pound, needs another. Side air, not going to connect.
Okay. Wow, goes for the side sig there, just shy. Oh man, maybe a Sair there would have sent him off stage.
I think a Sair would have connected, but still doing all right. Both of them getting into the red. Lopez a little bit healthier, gets the downlight recovery.
Okay, there we go. We're coming down to the final stocks of Game 1 of Grand Finals so far. Wes on the back foot, gets caught by the neutral sig, a weapon throw. Somehow manages to spot the ouch neutral light. There's a lot of active flames in that one, so.
The activity coming out, but Wes needs to finish the stock off side sig. Lopez, perfect spacing around it, gets through the end sig, gets the end sig of his own. Lopez is hitting and avoiding all of the punishes.
Lopez is playing out of his mind right now. Like, I don't know what's making him pick these options, but Wes is able to respond. It's going to be one stock a pop here, but Wes has so much damage racked up. Lopez manages to grab that sword. We need to see a crazy string from Wesley.
He has to get the dodge read on the side airs and dares. That's going to be his biggest damage dump opportunity.
Oh, it's going to hurt.
One hit away. A D-light recovery could do it. The side sig not going to hit.
Oh, you can see Wes is going to stick it out with the rocket lance here. There's a weapon right there. Is not going to switch to the sides. Is feeling confident in Old Faithful here. These guys are moving right now. Look at these guys dance around, and the N-Sig is barely not enough to get the KO. But Wes needs this weapon.
Oh, they're playing with pixels. They're so close to each other. Wes tries to get the turnaround punish. He hasn't touched ground in a hot minute. Side airs his way to the stage, will reset his jumps, but he is so close to death. A recovery will do it for Lopez.
Yeah, Wes needs at least 2 or 3 good hits before he can even start thinking of getting a KO or a down sig off the corner, but it's not going to happen. The sword recovery from Lopez is going to go ahead and secure Game 1, but that was a pretty close game, all things considered.
And now we're seeing Wes. He is saying, if I can't beat it, I'm going to join it. He is going to make the swap over to the Koji for game number 2.
Okay, and you know what? You've been going around the entire character select screen today, so do whatever you think is going to give you the W, because of course you need to make the reset. We were saying you need to figure out your legend pick. I really liked the Artemis. I did. I kind of wish he stuck with it a little bit more, but we're going to see if his Koji can answer in the Ditto.
Yeah, I got to agree with you. I did like the Artemis as well, but at the end of the day, he's the one who's competing. We're just here watching, talking about it. And he's doing all right with the Koji, so you know what? Can't blame him for making the swap.
He's clearly good enough of a player that, like, honestly, at this point, does the weapon even matter, right? Like, he's cooking him.
Doing very well for himself.
Wow.
Drops the side light, couldn't quite get a follow-up off of it. Well, falling there. He's getting some good damage built up. And I'm curious how much of this is the pick and how much of this is the map, because Lopez is not finding any footing. The ground pound from Wes.
That's what I'm talking about. Wesley's saying, yo, hold on, man. Maybe Koji's been the answer all along. We've been seeing a lot of this legend today, and for good reason. He is phenomenal, and especially in the hands of a seasoned veteran player like Wesley, you can get a lot of mileage, but that catches the recovery.
All the stars come out. The recovery was gone. Lopez gets the second ground pound to guarantee the knockout, and Wes and Lopez are even in game number 2.
Oh, man, Wes is still playing so good, right? Like, he is moving on him. Lopez, though, also doing the same. This is the fast bow ditto if I've ever seen one.
Dude, they're just sniping
just
back
holding
at
it.
each other. They're launching arrow for arrow, and it's working out. They're trading it out, but Wes is the one who's behind in game and set right now.
That's fact. It's the Green Arrow versus Hawkeye, man. Like, these are just two pros going at it here, and Wes gets disarmed. Lopez does have that sword, though. Wes is waiting for the spawn. Where is it? It's in the middle. He'll be able to back jump here and pick it up. Goes for the sig. It's not going to hit. Goes for the down sig.
Not quite enough, though. He's just going to stand there and eat the side air from Lopez. Gets up the recovery. Wes has a stock advantage, but he needs the extra credit.
This is a game of wake-ups, Duke. Like, it's just like, who's going to wake up and just convert quicker? Nobody wants to be on the defense, and a down sig just catches Wes sleeping. This game is hype.
You can't sleep long, man. They're having nightmares. Like you said, all these wake-ups coming out from both players.
Oh, man.
Got the dodge up.
Nice catch from Wes. Goes for the ground pound. May regret it.
Oh, he's taking a lot of damage on his return back up. Denying the weapon pickup. Oh, the sword was still active. But Lopez starting to swing a little bit.
And this is what happens when your character has 8 base dexterity, right? Like you get to swing like this.
Very. What? Why did you didn't need? You could have just sat on the wall. You didn't have to.
Oh God! How did he not get hit? Oh my God, Wes playing with fire here. Gonna try to get this edge guard. Goes for a tricky weapon throw to get the reset, but it doesn't matter. Lopez with the D-Light into the gravity cancel. Neutral signature to close out game 2, and now Lopez is one singular game away from being the Autumn champion for 1v1 of South America.
This could be massive again. This is the last opportunity to get that PR boost into the World Championship just a month away. This could be so big for Lopez, and Wes is going to make his final potential pick for the tournament here in the Grand Finals. It's what? Lopez made the swap too?
Huh. I wish I could give you the analysis or the explanation as to why these two players decided to do this, but I haven't the slightest clue. But I can say they think this is going to win them the tournament, I guess?
I don't know if this is Lopez messing around or what, but Wes going to make the swap to the Onyx. We've seen a couple of Onyxes today in South America, so not overly surprised to see. On the other side, Lopez going to get caught out, but still has the movement, gets back up safely.
And maybe he's just completely on the if you can't beat him, join him train, right? We've seen the Koji, didn't quite work out. We have some Jolly, we got some Taros, we just trying things now.
Really just trying to find what is the answer against Lopez, because Lopez is one game away, like you said, from being crowned the Autumn champion, and he still has that bow. He's still going to have all this bow play that he had with the Koji. Maybe not the same reads, because those SIGs aren't going to be at the exact same angles, but still lots of potential here.
Oh, wow, and the Sair drops with the down sig immediately after recognizing the drop to go ahead and catch Lopez. And I'm like, if Wes gets a game, is it going to be with Onyx? I could have never have guessed that.
Yeah, that was definitely not the character pick that we were going to call out if we had to call one, but not over just yet. Getting some damage built up. Spot dodges, but Lopez doesn't react.
Oh, double side light. That's going to lead to
is.
Oh, yeah. Man, just to catch the dodge there, we have ourselves yet another tied stock game. And I think the thing that's killing me here is that Wes has been close every single game. It's just like the final blow doesn't seem to find its way into his hands.
Yeah, he's just short of that finishing blow, but onto the second stocks even. The response immediately from Lopez. Lopez with these wake-ups getting so many hits onto Wes. Caught him spot dodging. The Kaya
Wes.
Classic. Got horizontal movement, not enough though, and now Lopez is poised to take the Grand Finals. He is one stock away.
Dreams could be actualized today as Lopez is going for these crazy strings, throws away the bow, doesn't even want it. That's going to be a guaranteed punish. No dodge on Wesley. Lopez is getting so much damage. Wesley, what is your response? I'm looking for it. I can't find it. Did you turn in your answer? Oh, the helicopter? Does it end here?
He hasn't touched.
He touched.
He gets it,
What's going on down there? They're both on.
He's back. He's gone. The neutral SIGs come out. Wes is
What's going on?
They're crazy. This is Grand Finals. Wes is on his last stock, and he's still holding forward.
Never giving up, never backing down. One hit away here. Down 6 coming out, and that's going to be the tournament. Lopez is your South America 1v1 Autumn champion.
That is huge for Lopez, getting his first 1v1 gold medal, putting himself up there. He's been PR number 3, but this is going to be a big boost going into the World Championship. Wes going home with that second place finish, and then Fiend with the bronze.
And I'm like, I knew it was gonna be the Kaya down sick, bro. like that's a move. Like if you grounded, like you saw him, he stepped to the left for like a second, and he was like, "Oh crap."
You can just hold it for the active frames, and Wes spot dodges inside, and he's like, "Well, I got nothing now."
Man, and great stuff from Wes, all things considered. Definitely struggled a bit in bracket today, right? Had quite a few moments where he just, was back against the ropes and was able to clutch it, especially against Fiend even in the losers finals. That looked like it was going to be a close one, but still managed to come out on top there as well. But it seemed like Lopez just had his number today.
Now, Lopez was playing out of his mind today. So much props to that guy because he played insane. He dropped one game this entire tournament. Let me reiterate that Lopez did the entire tournament and dropped one game, and that was against Hughes. So props to Hughes. But man, that is huge. Lopez going to be going home with that gold medal and the title of the South American Autumn Championship for 2021. That is big.
And man, just like that, I mean, the tournament's gone. That means it has to be it for us. But the Autumn Championship isn't quite finished just yet. We do have more coming next weekend in the form of, we have 1v1s for Southeast Asia and Australia on Friday. And then, of course, we're going to have North American 2v2s and 1v1s on Saturday and Sunday, respectively. So you guys definitely want to make sure you don't miss that. And before we go, Duke, are there any final words you'd like to leave the people?
Thank you all for watching. This Autumn Championship has been so incredibly exciting. And of course, you're going to want to mark your calendars. Like Flambeau said, next weekend we've got more Autumn Championship action. Thank you. Have a wonderful rest of your night, everyone, or I guess morning, depending on where you are and what time zone. But thank you and have a wonderful rest of your time. Bye.
Yeah. Stay side. Aight. Whether you're ready or not.